你後邊嗰啲咧就係非法集資嘅人，我俾咗你哋嘅。你哋嘅鏡頭，請你哋都褪開啦。
我知道，我平時都係見過你㗎啦。總之而家上翻行人路，我哋而家説話冇咁多，配合警方行動，唔該晒。行緊，係。冇人影到我嗌口號，冇人煽動，我淨係幫你協助你哋調解啫。協助警方落啱啊！因為第一次要警告你哋㗎啦，請你哋合作啦。隊啦，係無故不斷要求企喺行人路上邊嘅記者係離開嘅。咁剛剛咧，水炮車係抵達咗喺呢一個位置啦，係2次向住記者施放水炮嘅。咁包括我本人以及我身旁嘅攝記在內啦。亦都係被警方嘅水炮車濺中啦。咁但係我哋冇作出任何追究之下咧，佢仍然係3番4次要求我哋係離開呢一條行人路嘅。咁同以往嘅做法係非常之唔同啊。可能過去幾次警方都係要求記者褪翻上行人路之後咧，就唔會再作3番4次嘅驅散嘅。咁但係今次係退咗上行人路，仍然係多次被要求離開。包括傳媒聯絡隊嘅高振邦，亦都係多次係要求記者離開嘅。記者你正正係阻住咗警察想使用武力嘅方向，就係你哋阻住咗我哋有效使用武力嘅情況。請你行開個記者，你哋好多聚集咗喺度啊！警方嘅聲稱話記者係阻礙咗警方想使用武力嘅方向啦。咁而家警方嘅水炮車喺2次向住記者方向施放水炮之後呢，就停咗喺呢度戒備啦。剛剛傳媒聯絡隊高振邦所講啦，佢就聲稱話記者係阻礙咗警方使用武力嘅方向啦。咁其實事實上，而家喺呢一個位置呢，記者身後的確係有若干嘅市民喺身後嘅。咁但係剛剛呢，喺稍前嘅位置，即係警方用水炮車射向記者嘅時候呢，嗰度係只係得一批嘅記者同埋區議員嘅，係冇任何市民係仍然喺嗰度逗留嘅。咁但係水炮車仍然係2次向住記者發放水炮。同埋呢一批嘅防暴警察同埋傳媒聯絡隊明顯係非常之針對記者啦。而家見到啦，有警員係揸住攝錄機啦，係拍攝。企喺度！點啊？企喺度！唔該。等住！等住！過去啊！過去啊！嚟啊！嚟啊！
呢位嬸嬸頭先啊，只係坐咗喺旁邊嘅花槽旁邊，咁咧就鬧咗呢個防暴警察咧幾句，咁咧而家咧佢就俾人哋帶埋咗一邊，唔知係咪拘捕嘅。咁其實啱啱佢哋同好多嘅市民一樣啦，都只坐咗喺花槽呢個位置，咁咧就同防暴警員啦有少少嘅口角，而最終咧佢就俾人哋帶埋咗二個啦。我見到啊頭先嘅現場啦，呢啲嘅防暴警員啦。情緒係有少少激動㗎，因為你一直都有一啲嘅市民啦，就隔住個馬路，同佢哋有啲嘅喝罵，有各類型嘅對罵嘅情況啦。咁佢哋亦都係一度咧出示咗藍旗。警員咧喺呢個位置已經係對守咗2個幾3個鐘㗎啦。相信咧，因為呢個位置咧係銅鑼灣同埋灣仔一帶嘅其中一個適合咧俾啲警車 U turn 嘅位置嚟㗎。咁所以佢哋亦都係將呢度當做一個戰略重地啦，盡可能咧都係派人喺呢個十字路口咧係守住㗎。我身後邊咧，亦都係再次有市民聚集。咁其實咧，燈籠街2旁啦，咁所以咧假期嘅時間，有大批嘅市民聚集咧，其實都係一個正常嘅現象嚟。一間美心西餅嘅鋪頭咧，呢場咧係灣仔嘅鵝頸橋橋底一班嘅防暴警察啦，而家就喺橋底呢邊係駐守緊。咁同之後咧喺聚集喺燈籠街附近嘅一班嘅市民咧，就你眼望我眼咁樣㗎。聽到咧後身後方啊，一早傳嚟咧一啲市民嘅嗌口號嘅聲音。 今日咧其實係7月1號啦，亦都係香港回歸嘅正日，係一個法定嘅假期啊！咁大批市民啦，同往時嘅假期一樣啦，都係出咗嚟行街啦、消費啦。因為據報話較早前啊，警方咧就喺波斯富街一附近啦，咁就發射咗一個手擲式嘅催淚彈。
發出催淚水劑。
出翻嚟灣仔消防局呢個位置，咁你見到警方咧已經係拉起封鎖線，而家呢條道路呢個位咧，似乎只能夠係俾警方認可嘅車輛通過，咁例如可能係一啲水炮車啦，又或係地鋭武裝甲車。咁相信呢個位置咧，其實大家都知道啦，經常都係水炮車咧喺呢個 U turn 嘅。咁後邊其實陸陸續續都好多私家車過嚟，咁就暫時咧就唔知佢哋應該要點樣離開呢個位。
點解會俾人打咧？其實
哇！呢度係
今日出到嚟執勤嘅警察啦，都係繼續係配備一啲嘅常規嘅武器。咁但係頭先咧，我哋一度見到啦，有人腰間就掛咗個手槍狀嘅物體，咁就唔知道咧係唔係一啲嘅電槍。咁但係咧都係得1001個防暴警員有佩戴嗰支嘅槍嘅啫。咁暫時咧就仲未見到有警員咧真係將嗰支槍狀嘅物體咧拎住就掹出嚟戒備嘅。
啱啱咧喺呢個位置啊，有英皇珠寶對開更加得至油站3個位置，就係呢度嗰度啦。啱啱有現場嘅市民啦，係向住在場嘅一批防暴警員投擲咗機焰物品，跟住咧稍後時間咧就見到有呢一批嘅防暴警員啱啱而家行緊返去警車嘅呢一批，突然咧對住行人路位置嘅市民啊，不斷咁狂射子彈。咁相信應該係橡膠子彈嚟㗎，最少連開咗咧有6槍，對住係對面街嘅位置。大概係喺我哋而家咧正對面呢一度啊，一批市民咧係原本咧聚集喺呢一度，亦都有高叫唔同嘅口號啦，亦都係有喝罵喺對面嘅警員。咁頭先咧原本有約5至6名嘅防暴警員咧企咗喺加士氣站。咁見到咧，頭先有連開咗至少6槍嘅橡膠子彈後咧，我相信唔係橡膠子彈，因為喺現場呢度咧留下咗一啲好濃烈嘅刺鼻嘅氣味啊！我哋見到咧有傷者咧係相信係被胡椒球槍射中啊！咁佢而家咧係入咗去一間鋪頭裏面咧，稍事休息。咁有現場嘅市民咧，亦都係不斷咁召喚喺銅鑼灣仔呢一帶嘅義務急救員去幫佢進行一個治理。咁而家咧有義務急救員咧已經係幫佢做緊一個初步嘅急救。記者有嘢影就影，冇嘢行開。係啊，記者影啦，我留你行開。中招啊！咁而家咧有數名嘅義務急救員咧已經幫呢一名嘅中槍市民治理緊，主要咧都係用一啲急救用品啦，包括冰袋啊或者紗布咧去敷住佢中槍嘅位置。見到咧佢係胸口啊近左手嘅位置咧係需要被急救治理。頭先嗰一名嘅防暴警員呢，係手持長槍，突然間對街嘅行人路位置連續開咗多槍，數到呢係約莫盡㗎。你公安射到係嘛？傷者咧而家暫時係喺莊士敦道附近一啲店鋪裏面咧休息緊。咁現場嘅義務急救員咧，同埋附近嘅市民咧都話了解過，佢冇有任何嘅大嘅唔妥嘅。喺地下呢度咧，亦都留下咗好多發射咗子彈之後嘅痕跡㗎。咁留低咗一個位置，亦都聞到一啲係刺鼻嘅氣味。推測胡椒水槍。咁大概咧，頭先嗰一名中槍，相信嗰名中槍嘅市民啦，同埋附近咧有多人啊。鏡頭正影住嘅，我而家身處緊呢一啲位置啦。咁警員咧就喺對面街，係呢一個油站位置，就係對住咧鏡頭，正對住鏡頭呢個方向咧發射咗最少6槍嘅。 現場咧留下咗大量嘅痕跡。
水炮車行咗個圈又翻。
街就係應該係俾人佔。
對面喺軒尼詩道對面街嗰度咧，而家喺下一個路口就 U turn 咗，轉緊翻過嚟，而家係向住我哋鏡頭呢個方向，莊士敦道交界位置駛緊過嚟。
個電話就冇電啦，咁啊而家都係叉住電做，咁啊希望可以捱得到啦。咁啊而家水炮車咧一路咧就沿住軒尼詩道咧就一路做驅趕嘅。咁啊你見到其實當有水炮車出現嘅時候咧，咁啊啲人群咧就即刻散去。始終咧水炮車嘅威力咧都即係相當之強勁啊！咁啊而家水炮車就喺莊士敦道同埋軒尼詩道呢個位置咧就掉頭。咁啊今日呢部係3號水炮車嚟嘅。咁啊3號水炮車其實佢就通常咧今日嘅話咧就係喺灣仔一帶咧就做巡邏。咁你而家見到呢架水炮車咧就掉頭啦。 跟住佢啦。咁啊其實咧現場呢條馬路咧就冇封道嘅。現場咧馬路係冇封道啊，亦都你見到有車行㗎。咁啊咁有觀眾就話頭先有人射記者啦。咁啊其實呢部3部水炮車頭先咧的確咧係有射向記者嘅。咁啊今日全日咧咁水炮車點形容記者咧？就係着住反光衫嘅人立即離開。咁其實老實講喺現場着得反光背心嘅都差唔多90%、100%或者100%肯定係記者啦，係咪？咁啊唔明白點解警方就需要用着住反光背心嘅人即刻離開？咁其實我哋都係記者喺現場採訪啫。咁啊如果頭先有睇我哋 channel 嘅讀者啦，或者嘅觀眾啦，就知道頭先其實喺大有廣場嘅位置咧，阿星哥咧就因為報道衝過去，諗住報道一個，因為啱啱頭先大有廣場位置咧就水炮車開咗水炮嘅，咗啦喺後巷度咧就接受治療啦。咁啊立場記者星哥咧就衝過去就諗住採訪啦嘅時候咧，就俾防暴警咧就噴中咗胡椒霧啊！咁啊，其實佢都成塊面中晒，中得幾多啊？咁啊，亦都相當痛苦。咁啊，需要現場嘅義務急救員咧去幫手做急救嘅。咁其實頭先係有大批嘅市民咧沿住鵝頸橋啦，就由鵝頸橋啦沿住軒尼詩道咧，就一路行過嚟灣仔呢邊嘅。咁啊，但係當水炮車嚟到之後咧，咁啊市民就已經係四散啦。攞翻隻腳架。唔使嘅可以，橫掂都。咁其實咧，如果你見到成條軒尼詩道咧，每一個行人過路處咧都係好正常運作嘅，亦都係有行人咧橫過馬路啊。咁啊，現場有1部3部水炮車啦，一部銳武裝甲車啦，仲有2部警車嘅。咁啊，你見到其實喺修頓運動場咧嘅位置咧，嗰邊亦都有警方亦都有布防喺度㗎。基本上其實你係唔可以經過沿途行過去金鐘嘅。嗰個係咪有聲？咁見到對面啦，對面馬路咧亦都有2部警車啦，而兩部警車上面嘅警員咧，啱啱落。咁我哋好啦，咁我哋不如跟住水炮車面睇下發生咩事啦。好啦，咁啊，現場咧。咁點解會煙霧彌漫咧？因為咧架水炮車咧就將電車路上面嘅啲灰塵咧全部捲起晒啊！哇，好！
你唔好啊！你想走啊喂！
喂，呢啲捉眼鏡啊，翻去執啊！
你唔戴鏡咧？
喂，副鏡咧？
你之後你覺得自己打人？
攤個收咗未必得。
佢副我眼鏡啱唔啱先？
但係啲人見到你打人先嘅喎。
好，咁啊就係大批市民圍住佢啊，未俾佢走啦。咁啊涉嫌掌摑1名細路仔啊！
打嘅，係打人咪打人。你講話係打一槍。
Hello， 大家好。咁啊，身後亦都係有人影相啊嚇，又係有人影相啊，咁就俾人跌咗。YouTube 朋友同我 share，like。好，咁啊就係 Facebook 朋友先嚇。麻煩 share，亦都係咁樣嚇。咁啊有區議員嚟咗現場啊。其實係。佢喐手先嘅。但係你啱話你自己喐手先嘅。佢喐手先，你唔好誤導我。我冇誤導你，我冇誤導你。咁而家起哄喺油街呢個位置咧，成8名市民啊。嗰個人又走咗啦，依家得翻你喺度。你可唔可以自己可能？我叫差人，我嚟嘅。好，差人周圍都係㗎，周圍都係啊。差人呢度有差人邊度有差人啊？咁好簡單啫，你講句道歉，梗係冇事咯。可以唔要點啊？唔係，咁佢啲人唔喺度咯，人都唔喺度咯。咁你做咩追住我哋去追佢啊？唔係，咁你而家叫你講句 sorry 啊！Hello， 大家好。係咪啊？你敷我眼鏡先喎。佢敷你眼鏡先咩？係啊。你自己咁睇？你都唔知入咗你眼鏡係黑嘅喎。冇人見到喎。個見到你打人喎而家。咁而家個女士應該係想報警㗎。議員喺度調停緊嘅，有一位應該當區議員嚟㗎。喂，跟用電話打 iPhone 嚟接打999㗎，我唔收。嗱咁樣 ，sorry， 我就行開先。即係叫佢講聲唔好意思啊，對唔住咁就算數啦。你話佢喐手先帶高，我都望到你打。明唔明啊？你喐手先喎。行過啱㗎啦，唔使問㗎依家。你都我撚鳩啊！我諗大家都唔係咁啊，其實咧，大家如果你相嗌唔好口，一句 sorry 咧，係將件事淡化就算㗎。其實都冇乜大件事，又何必要搞到咁樣成日嘈喧巴閉？就咁啦，大家講翻聲對唔住啦，好唔好啊？我覺得大家都係要你，即係手。咁你都係要求講一聲唔好意思嘅啫。咁就啱啱就有一位女士啦，呢一位係片中嘅女士，咁就係涉嫌喺呢個柏萊山地鐵站外面係掌一個少年，咁佢又話翻個少年係整佢眼鏡㗎。我都唔係我喐手先。即係個眼鏡俾你做啊！我隻眼鏡去，我先俾你打。而家你做兩，但係啲人話你打人鏡，唔係佢點會無端端撥一撥啫？冇所謂啊。咁你嗱，你過去嗰邊，我哋同你一齊揾翻副眼鏡，咁然後件事係搞掂啦，好唔好？我同你道歉，幫我道歉，不如好啊。有人同你講話我對唔住啦，咁樣，即係有人同你道咗歉啦。唔係啊，你攞我教下次。咁啊，另外見到就係城市花園區議員仇海欣亦都嚟到現場嘅。還手咁樣。下次唔好一齊。咁有兩位當區議員喺度啊。眼鏡啊嘛。即係我覺得見到眼鏡，好似中意眼鏡喺邊？佢話你整地咗。眼鏡真係樣㗎，可以。眼鏡喺邊度先？唔該，我俾人哋圍走。眼鏡俾人哋走。咁而家係應該係報警啊，係嘛？係報警啊！佢而家報緊警啊！而家報警啊！或者你睇唔到佢條水。好嘅。我好有仔女㗎，你唔好咁樣啊！係，因為喺我後邊我。冇啊！佢話有個人整佢眼鏡啊！喂，認真！喂，佢咪報咗警啊！認真！嗱，佢報緊啊！佢報緊警。係報警啦！你一報警翻唔到轉頭。OK。哇！咁啊意思就係話報警就冇用嘅，叫佢唔好報警，就講聲 sorry 就大家散。但係如果一報警咧，就一發可收拾啦，咁就更加麻煩。但係佢哋咁樣講，我照講報，又唔關我事，我照報嘅啫。咁啊，多謝大家收睇《癲嘅一播》啊！啊，咁想走嘅，咁有人攔住佢啦。啊，咁又係有開晒雨遮啦，咁又係逼嗰啲。都係咁啦，係咪？嚟啦，收緊住咗。好，得啦，眼鏡執翻，係執翻副眼鏡俾佢啊！咁啊，眼鏡執翻。咁啊，仇海欣亦都係叫佢，係叫佢盡量都係講聲 sorry 就算數啊！又打人㗎，你攞咗就要。即係你攞翻份。走啦！俾佢走啦！走！唔俾走，冇俾走。走啦你！街頭街尾冇晒。你下次唔可以俾佢走。又走。咁多個 cam 啊，收唔到音㗎，收唔到音啊！我哋散水。唔好講，你報緊警就唔好走啊！啊，算啦。係，差唔多得㗎。喂 ，hello， 大家好。大家唔開心啊！而家喺呢度喺啊 Tower 啊。哦，咁啊，應該係走啊，應該係走啊。走啊！ 我對面用鏡頭就俾人淋水，係睇到啊，睇住啊，淋水啊，唉，太多，係濕咗嘅嚇，俾人淋水啊！過對面，鏡頭罩，太逼啊呢度。咁啊，俾人用水淋咗個頭髮啦，咁就其實好小事啊。喂 ，hello， 大家好，多謝收睇《癲狗日報》咁啊，呢度係阿卡同阿細同阿威廉啊。我正前方應該有防暴警㗎嚇，係咪呢度係電氣道啊？好，咁啊大批警員嚟緊，咪冇走，冇跑，喂係咁撞，咁啊大批尾嚟到現場係咁跑，影翻鏡頭後邊，係好驚到咁樣嘅真係，唉唔好跑，揸啲人都俾佢撞到個坡一碌啊！警車嚟緊，電氣道啊！
行近啲啦，佢陣間。
對面啦！哎呦，你老味嘅，咁啊警車 B 戶咧就已經係跑到咧一坡一碌咁啊！
咁而家呢個女性咧就現場係已經現場四散㗎。
你唔好人哋咁有仇口啦，自己個眼光。
邊個有仇口啊？我戴個眼鏡，佢一行埋嚟，一手扶咗我個眼鏡。
有時唔覺意，我撥一個頭髮都會整到隔離嗰個人。
而家俾人哋淋我水就係叫。
你睇下你嘅朋友都唔出聲啦，如果你爭得落，佢都會出聲爭你啦，太太，收聲啦，算啦。你唔好算啦。
點樣為之先有咧？
防暴嚟緊為主嘅，根本都講唔掂嘅。算啦。我係你朋友啊，佢見到我。
低頭。
嗱，咁而家市民又一次向後移退，後係咁後，咁防暴咧而家向緊我哋呢方面推進緊嚇。咁啊區議員啊仇海欣同埋另外一位我又唔知係咩名啦。總之喺呢個現場作出一個調停啊，就簡單後邊又追緊嚟，後邊有警車追緊嚟，係高速駛我呢度。嗱又係真係令啲市民周圍跑啊！唉真係好咁啊嚟咗現場。好，咁啊防暴落車，行後少少，威廉後少少，前後亦都係大批防暴去追啊！真係追啊！唉，好咁啊走得好快啊！跟 ，cam 啊！家啲拱我哋啊！睇住，唔使，我要做咪，啊大批防暴追啊！啊爆抄，實伸縮警棍啊！咁啊兩頭抄，警棍後面呢度。跌咗警棍。咁啊圍捕市民啊！關圍捕市民喺雲安道，但係另外一批防暴去咗嗰邊，雲安道另外一邊係德日環街啊！你兩個睇呢邊。哦，咁啊正前方而家係20-30名嘅防暴啊！
咁一路遊街又去到呢個雲安道呢一個位置，咁警方入到去內街係包抄㗎嚇。咁至少30名嘅防暴警員係落車啊，係進行追截㗎。
咁我覺得我要喺後邊兜啦。
咁而家係將附近有個地方係有人捕啊，我哋見到前面有人被捕啊。
前面有人被捕。嗱，有人被捕。哦，有位市民被捕，3名市民被捕，4個後邊一個，3-4名市民被捕啊！港島海逸君爵酒店有幾大批防暴喺我身後嚟緊，有幾名市民被捕啊！咁啊細路仔係傷咗嘅，咁啊女仔咧係傷咗個眼角啊，係流血啊，好明顯係撲到嘅。呢位女仔係流血啊！君爵酒店門外，影個女仔，係眼角受傷啊！咁啊嗰邊亦都係2名市民係細路仔嚟嘅，被捕，做乜要佢除衫？我唔係除衫啊，唔係衫。Hello， 大家好 ，share， 拉啊！咁啊應該有封咗先㗎啦。鞋咪甩咗嘅，呢位女仔係右腳嘅鞋又甩咗嘅。眼角受傷係眼角受傷，好明顯啊！呢有一位市民被捕，係4名市民啊，係3男1女，被捕。
我戴眼鏡先好啦，你見到將現場嘅市民咧即刻驅散開， 咁你個打啤市民亦都相繼嚟。咁啊，亦都有市民咧向水車掟啲雜物嘅。哇！咁我哋都去翻呢邊。咁啊，你見到亦都有示威者咧喺前面架設咗啲路障啦。好啦，咁啊，警方亦都繼續咧發射水炮驅散咧喺現場聚集嘅市民。咁啊，警方咧亦都用水炮咧射向電線喎。咁啊，其實咧我唔知啊，上面咧其實係一啲電車嘅電線嚟噶。咁啱啱水炮車咧就向住電車嘅電線咧就發射水炮。好啦，水炮車咧亦都繼續前進。好啦，咁啊。咁啊，你發出嚟嘅嗰啲胡椒水咧，都好刺激㗎，好刺激到啲呼吸道啊！咁啊，亦都好刺眼嘅。咁啊，水炮車就話希望我哋快啲行開少少啦嚇，因波及我哋。咁啊，水炮車好禮貌啊！咁我哋入翻去呢一段天樂里嘅一段，睇下發生事。好啦，咁有架貨 van 咧就強行衝過咗一個路障，咁啊部車花晒㗎啦，嚇！咁啊，亦都好唔好彩啦嚇！喺嗰架貨車衝過嘅同時咧，個鐵馬咧就勾到另一架私家車嘅。咁架私家亦都，我哋睇一睇私家車受損嘅情況先。咁啊，私家車車門咧側邊咧就花晒㗎啦，已經係。好啦，咁啊見到架車咧就其實已經係花晒㗎啦。咁啊，好彩就唔係後邊嗰架車受到波及啦嚇。頭先嗰個貨人特登炒落去啊！係啊，咁啊。呢個車牌。咁啊，頭先嗰個貨 van 咧亦都 佢咁樣衝過去咧都有成本嘅。咁啊現場有行家咧就影到咧呢架貨 van 咧就強行衝過啦。咁啊佢都有成本嘅，佢架車都花晒，啱啱叫記者見到，亦都見到鐵馬咧佢撞爛咗個鐵馬㗎。哦，咁我哋再入去內街睇一睇先。咁啊，警方亦都喺呢個位作出截查啦，亦都有速龍小隊嘅成員喺度。哇！咁咧，而家呢個位置咧，啱啱截查咗一位戴眼鏡嘅男子啦。咁啊，不如我哋向出邊再睇一睇啦，因為校車。咁啊，亦都係一樣啊。當日警員咧，對於佢當市民有啲對意見、對佢哋嘅行為有啲意見嘅時候咧，佢都係會即刻作出反擊。好啦，咁我哋睇一睇出邊軒尼詩道嘅情況啦。出面軒尼詩道咧，啱啱咧就大批警員由莊士敦道嘅方向咧，就推進到去天樂里呢個位置。現場水炮車嗰啲催淚水嗰啲氣味咧，亦都影響到在場所有人士，因為真係好多人喺度咳。
咁暫時而家警方都冇再推進。
水炮車咧係駛咗入嚟啦，同埋水炮車同埋裝甲車咧都係駛咗入嚟波斯富街同埋羅素街嘅界。做咩啊？唔射啊！咁及住先啦就。我係跟隨水炮車嘅行動。如果包唔到都冇計㗎啦，包唔到你用左手捉住。入邊右手就攝入嚟咁樣咯。撳啦，撳就得㗎嘛。咁樣得，你右手可以攝入去㗎嘛。唔使啦，唔使啦。要你呢度放大唔到啊，你係冇得救。你左手就撳住，右手攝入去，咁就得㗎啦。咁咧，警咧而家係喺羅素街同埋波斯富街嘅交界清理緊路障。咁防暴而家咧就開始係向時代廣場嘅方向咧係。咁並且咧係經由內街咧，經由內街行翻出去軒尼道。搞笑啊！唔使追，唔使追。咩嚟㗎？做咩事啊？拉咗個頭槍。咁啊，本台記者頭先嘅腳就係其中一個本台嘅攝影記者咧，係被警員嘅胡椒球槍射傷咗腳眼嘅位置左右。
咁啊，呢隊防暴就比較脾氣就 冇咁禮貌嘅比較。
喂，生幾多啦？幾多包？我行快啲啊！一場人報失嘅啫，一俾命令你哋立即離開。
咁啊，其實我哋係記者嚟嘅，亦都有記者證。咁啊，今日警員亦都多次咧用呢個形容詞形容我哋着黃色嘅背心嘅市民。
前邊全部轉曬保齡，更加度，嗰度仲有啦，全部轉曬保齡仲有嗰度，唔好再牽嚟先個轉達。一班人要送曬去。家長睇住個電腦，跟住你個行出嚟，叫佢全部全部保齡電腦向後邊走。小朋友車去咗先。
OK。
我其他依家仲喺度嘅，黃小心全部離開，立即離開，一向要後邊，幾要離開。
咁啊，佢警方亦都咧再次咧就要求我哋記者咧就散去啦。咁啊，唔係好明點解咧，我哋記者喺度咧會對佢有啲咩行動上有咩影響嘅？咁究竟咩原因要驅散我哋咧？都係不得而知啊！呢個現場指揮官啊，有機會就問下佢先。咁啊，我哋現場記者都唔會同佢拗啊，因為同佢拗都冇乜意義，佢都唔會聽得明。咁啊，但係就好想知道究竟我哋現場記者喺呢個位置或者前少少位置對佢哋有啲咩影響啦。
隔離嗰個明道同呢個嘅大
咁啊呢一隊嘅PDU 小隊咧嘅指揮官咧，亦都比較點形容佢哋好咧？比較激動啦情緒。咁啊，其實現場我都離開咗啊。亦都睇唔到有啲咩危機對佢哋。咁啊，當佢驅散記者離開嘅同時咧，佢又俾市民行埋去佢哋嘅防線附近嘅喎。咁啊，似乎呢一班嘅防暴警察啊，並未有打算咧再行過去監視嘅方向，再出翻軒尼詩道㗎。
嗱，在場嘅警員咧聽到有一啲嘅喝罵嘅口號之後咧，有指揮官啊就叫咧舉旗嘅旗手起咗藍旗。喺波斯富街呢個位置，警方係舉起咗藍旗，以及咧有人係舉起咗胡椒頭槍。
前面嘅人群，呢個警方都係警告，佢哋立即離開波斯富街，唔好走出馬路，走出，警方會用一切武力將你驅散。有警告，喺波斯富街路上走出馬路，一個人立即離開，用啲警方嘅武力將你驅散。
一路向住波街嗰邊推進啦。咁唔係。停！
所有記者朋友唔該你散開，警方行區支持。停！俾票唔輸。
似乎咧係警員啊推進咗一段嘅距離之後咧，開始收翻縮。個別嘅警員咧繼續喺前方啊，就似乎有收緊咁。
前方咧，
推進咗之後咧，而家就
大批警員咧而家係翻轉頭去翻軒尼詩道嘅方向。胡椒頭槍，有人已經開咗胡椒頭槍啦，有警已經係開咗胡椒頭槍。嗱，前方咧我哋見到咧，似乎係未。因為咧，警方啱啱呢一陣嘅推進嘅時候咧，已經係將唔少嘅人群咧嚇怕咗㗎啦。咁但係咧，警方呢幾下回馬槍射咗幾下嘅胡椒頭槍咧，係唔能夠做到預期效果，因為人群已經係離開咗。咁而家咧，佢哋去翻係軒尼詩道嘅波斯富街嘅。呢班嘅防暴警察啦，而家就駐守翻喺軒尼詩道入波斯富街十字路口呢一個嘅天橋底。
麻煩全部推翻上去，推翻上去，唔好再出嚟啦。OK 啊，記者上翻嚟啊，翻嚟。搭車，翻返嚟。所有記者使不上行人路。
剛才警方咧就兩次咧係進入呢個波斯富街啦，並且進入近住前個嗰條西航街咧嘅巷仔咧，試圖係征服一啲嘅示威者，但係就冇少係面臨衝突。咁而且水炮車同埋警方嘅車咧，早前咧就已經係
司都同我講話咩？我有人向緊灣仔方向。我成日影咗望咗天黑，佢唔係想我落定。
我哋一路會喺英皇道行去天后嗰個位置㗎，咁會一路同大家直播住最新情況。
現場越嚟越多人係跟住唱呢個嘅《願榮光歸香港》啦。咁啊，喺另外一邊鵝頸橋嗰邊都有啲人係高呼緊光復香港時代革命。咁啊，見到啦，而家遊行人士係一路沿住羅素街行出去波斯富街嘅地段啦。沿途都有當中一啲嘅遊行人士係高舉起。
咁睇嚟佢哋係會被
當中今日據消息指咧，至少係有7名嘅市民咧係因為港版國安法而被捕啦。咁至少30名嘅市民係非法集結而被捕。180升到。開始180啦。我所謂新聞更正啊，係180，對唔住啊。被捕，對唔住。咁可能國安法先係30。國安法應該冇30。去笑啦，如果咁樣。咁去到前方咧嘅市民咧，都係高舉佢嘅雨傘啦，經呢個嘅時代廣場、羅素街行出去波斯富街，咁唔排除可能會行翻出去軒尼詩道。 咁暫時嚟講，我哋見到現場嘅市民呢，都係和平而有秩序去進行呢個嘅示威啦。咁但係我哋見到咧喺呢度咧，波斯富街至羅素街交界咧，係有人咧喺現場咧係放置咧落地下咧係設起路障㗎係。咁佢哋而家咧就喺現場呢度咧係 set 緊路障。咁一啲嘅示威者啦，就將磚頭咧係拋出去馬路嘅中心。咁係有示威者將磚頭拋出去個馬路嘅波斯富街中心啦。咁然後咧就暫時嚟講，我哋都未知警員會唔會有下一步嘅行動咧。但係啱嘅早15分鐘之前，警員係由波斯富街撤翻去軒尼詩道附近。咁一啲現場人士都有係舉起佢嘅雨傘啦。
市民咧就 set 喺路。
咁咧，而家暫時嚟講咧，佢哋就不斷陸陸續續將更加多嘅搬頭，唔係更加多嘅磚頭咧，係搬運到嚟羅素街同埋波斯富街交界呢一度嘅。咁啊，見到咧係更加多嘅磚頭，而家係被拋出呢個路面啦。淨係影磚頭或者係少少遮。好，而家咧更加多嘅市民嚟到現場咧，係幫手擔遮住咗記者嘅鏡頭啦。咁我見到咧，其實咧就喺羅素街同埋交界嘅地面咧，其實都有好多磚係被示威者掘起咗啦。咁佢哋就將啲掘起嘅，sorry，唔好意思，就我覺得地面嘅磚頭都係被掘起啦，而家係。咁唔排除警方好快就會嚟呢度附近進行一啲行動㗎啦。喺現場咧係 set 起一啲嘅U 型嘅磚頭嘅路障啦。咁啊，亦都係有示威者係掘起羅素街同埋軒尼詩道中間嘅即係地面嘅磚，去拋出去嗰個馬路中心嗰度。咁暫時嚟講呢，佢哋係繼續將更加多嘅磚頭係整出嚟波斯富街呢度啦。 呢度咪羅素街，呢條羅素街，羅素街同波斯富街中間。咁咧而家有據消息指咧，就可能有警員咧可能會嚟呢度有行動噶啦。咁啊，見到路面上好多嘅磚頭都係被掘起㗎。示威者所係掘起咗啦，咁就而家佢哋就會將呢啲嘅磚頭咧就拋出嚟波斯富街同羅素街中心嘅路邊，咁啊喺呢度 set 起咗路障。咁呢啲嘅示威者已經係沿住波斯富街向翻禮頓道同埋利舞台嗰邊去㗎。而家暫時現場嚟講呢，警方係冇到場呢度去執法嘅。咁遊行人士或示威者一路沿住波斯富街向翻禮頓道同埋利舞台嗰邊係出發。咁睇翻呢，其實現場呢，路上呢都係有零零星星嘅磚頭啊、遮同埋雜物係被一啲嘅示威者或者人士呢就放喺波斯富街近利舞台方向嘅出邊，就作為路障。咁暫時嚟講呢，警方呢早前喺呢度曾經都係發射過催淚彈同埋要求槍解喺個零鐘之前。咁但係暫時未有指咧，警方會唔會翻嚟呢度現場再去驅散市民？咁我哋望翻咧喺頭先係富明街同埋波斯富街嘅交界，亦都係有市民咧喺現場咧係 set 起咗路障嘅。咁我哋見到呢個路障入邊咧，都係由一啲嘅鐵欄啦、雜物啊、紙皮同埋膠凳等等嘅一啲嘅雜物咧所組成。做咩啊？就係由一啲嘅鐵車、鐵欄、木梯、膠凳、燈柱、紙皮等等嘅雜物咧、垃圾等等咧係組成嘅。影完就 OK 啦。咁我哋而家沿住去睇翻利舞台嗰邊啦，而家就。咁你一聽到一啲嘅哨聲啦，咁原來咧係有現場人士都係落荒而逃，咁原來可能係有警方會嚟呢度啦。我睇下佢前啲，係啦，咁暫時嚟講咧，一啲嘅人咧就由波斯富街近禮頓道嗰邊跑翻過去羅素街嗰邊嘅。咁暫時我而家望到喺利舞台安全呢個情況係。咁咧，原來速龍警員咧就喺禮頓道嗰邊咧係嚟到波斯富街啦，已經係而家就喺利舞台嘅出邊。zoom 啦，要清路波。咁咧，而家咧速龍警員咧就係喺波斯富街同埋禮頓道嘅交界度咧係清理早前咧即係5分鐘之前啦，由示威者所築成嘅路障。咁而家咧就係清理緊呢啲嘅物，當中嘅雜物包括係有縱火啦。咁警方係用水淋式嗰啲嘅火啦，咁啱啱呢度有人縱火啦， 咁係包括係有啲嘅紙皮雜物同埋一啲嘅膠雜物、一啲嘅垃圾咁樣啦。係啦。咁啱啱呢度咧，我哋聞到個燶味啦。咁頭先見到係有少少火光，咁相信頭先係有人喺度縱火啦。咁然後警方而家就用水淋熄咗嗰啲火，然後清理呢啲嘅路障。咁一啲嘅市民同埋示威者亦都係波斯富街向翻羅素街嗰方面係退後，咁就暫時就雙方係冇衝突嘅，暫時。咁警員咧其實都冇話特別清得好細緻嘅，都係將啲嘅紙皮咧就係就咁劈翻喺路邊，咁就草草了事㗎啦。係啦，就主要個目的都係淋熄翻個嘅火種咁樣啦。
警方而家就喺呢一度，咁就拉起咗封鎖線。
呢啲嘅速龍警員清完路障，應該就離開咗利舞台出邊嘅，應該係。係啦，咁就上翻車離開啦。咁有機會架車係衝翻入去。喂，佢架車可能開咗路之後，佢就衝過嚟。會啊。嚇，正常都係咁啦，玩慣咗。係咪有印象啊？幾個月前就係咁。咁唔排除警方清除咗呢啲路障之後，就會用警車飆翻過嚟羅素街呢邊㗎。咁啊，但係我哋暫時目前所見呢，其實波斯富街呢邊近翻利舞台出邊都好多嘅市民喺。咁如果警方真係貿貿然就衝過嚟嘅話，咁都可能險，或者係人命傷亡啊。走啊！哦，我真係主要我用小人之心度君子腹添。咁啱啱速龍警員所屬嘅嗰架警車就離開咗現場啦。係咪啊？前方嘅雲好有層次感係咪？我哋 zoom 埋去睇下望唔望到？唔係，我講直接望。哦，望落去。係，好幾靚喎呢個。好似。
防暴警員舉起咗藍旗。警員亦都不斷呼籲記者行返上行人路。咁突然間啦，防暴警察咧就行咗上路面，懷疑截查一名男子。警員就用胡椒噴劑不斷對向記者。撳咗個唔該，行人路喺後面嘅啫，10米左右。頭先警員截查一名男子。咁警員就推返啲路障去路面度。
咁啊，附近啦都有一啲警。
警方就頭先警告在場嘅市民，有可能涉及非法集結，亦都話佢哋頭先進行緊破壞社會安寧嘅活動。咁就見到對面嗰位男子就被手袋啦，仲未放行嘅。
防暴咧就係咁追條鏡子。而家呢個位置誒咧得咗一位男士。
防暴警員都不斷驅趕在場嘅記者，就話着黃背心嘅快啲行返去路面。咁有唔少市民啦，都散去咗。現場就係得返少部分嘅市民。咁近鵝頸橋方向呢，都有一大批嘅防暴警員。而家都有唔少嘅防暴警員喺路面度，未知會唔會推進？頭先截查嘅嗰個男子而家仲未放行。見到警員喺裏面拉起咗封鎖線。有一批嘅記者就喺對面。
所以隊員協助之後，就係環住呢個天尼之道，咁就順快去呢個碼頭搭船，乘船離開呢個港島區㗎。先生，你係咪記者嚟㗎？可以留翻個公道俾其他市民睇用可唔可？咁啊就。
咁警方已經收起咗藍旗啦。
咁就已經係即係收起翻㗎啦。咁而其實而家成隊咧就唔係落雨啦，而啱水炮車嘅圍下嘅積水啊。咁就有少少湖都入邊即係都揦嘅。
現場採訪嘅傳媒留意啊，你個位置咧盡量唔好留喺公道中間，留翻條公道俾人哋行啊。
好，而家就見到防暴警員好似推進緊。
對面夾緊人。呢個係 B 仔啊，都出名就都惡㗎啦。咁早前就對本台嘅
咁對面嘅禮貌收起咗啦。
佢放行咗個男仔，即係走晒啲人。但我唔見人俾人帶走喎。睇到。啊！你問下啲行家先。咁我就唔知啱啱被截查嘅人士係被捕定係點啦。我哋就睇唔到啊。
想問頭先嗰個男人有冇放咗？
我都睇唔到 ，sorry。
唔緊要。咁記者都唔清楚頭先嗰個被截查嘅男子拘捕啊，定係放行咗？
自封嘅議員啦，同埋佢嘅議員助理都喺現場㗎。而家對出嘅好似係。
咁現場就係得翻零星嘅市民喺度。記者而家喺灣仔嘅
真係冇強，好啊！
咁記者而家就行翻去警橋前面啦。暫時警方就未有截查任何人。頭先大概15分鐘前就截查咗一名男子，但係唔清楚佢之後有冇俾到。
如果你控
咁見到前面都有好大批嘅防暴警員，周圍都有頭先嘅路障，就俾防暴警員踢返去路邊。
哇！揾到胡椒喎，
哇！我聞到條，係胡椒嚟㗎，有咩？係胡椒嚟㗎。
咁現場都有唔少手啊，懷疑就係頭先水炮車射咗嘅催淚水，係因為有少少胡椒嘅成分喺度啦。咁仍然仲有陣味喺條街度。有唔少市民都喺度咳嗽。
唉！防暴突然之間100邁咁跑咗，去到酒店樓下突然間停落嚟。唉！咁啊撳低咗
一個人，
撳低一名市民嘅，
制服一人，制服一人。
啊！警方剛才喺波士富街咧，突然之間急速咁跑啦，跑嚟酒店樓下咧，制服咗一名市民嘅嚇。哇！跑到氣喘啊，戴住口罩。防暴不斷喺度推啊，喺度喝罵我哋記者要上班行路啊！現場記者係逼到水泄不通嘅。你中意除多個豬仔頭喺度啦。呢度係大家唔好嘈啦。
咩酒店啊？
警方咧係制服咗呢一名嘅人士，然後將佢咧係冷嚟㗎。係啊，男仔嚟嘅，咁就而家將佢攞住個馬鞭啦，而家將佢放車。未清楚啦，車嚟嘅。指出咧就剛才嘅反對分子。
好啊！現場嘅記者聽住，而家嘅警方咧即將係需要而家呢個記者入場，尤其是呢個位置係呢個酒店嘅範圍嘅，所以你要褪翻出嚟酒店頭嗰每日都係酒店頭嗰個唔會話人酒店嘅。好啊！而家簡單實驗去嘗試。
現場銅鑼灣呢個皇冠界酒店啊，咁啊剛才咧早5分鐘前咧，防暴咧突然間波斯富街喺度急速跑咧。
我哋中間呢條台嘅中間唔褪啦，你係有位噶嘛，可以褪噶嘛，係咪啊？
防暴不斷要求我哋褪後嘅嚇，咁記者已經好逼㗎啦，就係咁拱過嚟叫我哋褪後。錄到咯，但係啱。咁啊，剛才有一市民咧，應該係男仔嚟嘅，咁就俾防暴咧就撳咗喺地下上邊，咁啊制服喺地下啦。現場警方話呢名男子咧係設置路障，跟住就俾防暴嘅截停咗嘅。咁啊截停咗咧就係撳喺地下度啦。
嗰名男子而家都見到係我哋呢個朋友都係服得好嘅酒店門口，咁啊雙手上托帶，咁就坐喺地下嘅。你一齊咯，你一齊係好啊！
咁啊，見到呢個男仔咧，被制服男仔咧，好似表情係比較辛苦咁啦。
就係我哋嘅政治法。
喂，球會。警方又要求我哋記者褪後㗎，我唔知要褪到幾後啦嚇。我就可能伸到最盡嘅啦，已經依家。
褪後，你前面啲人向後退，繼續褪後啊！繼續褪後，繼續褪後，無背心嘅人。睇咗嚟隻腳，大家。係啦，記者已經被
講到褪後咗好多啦，咁就好難影到個被捕人士清晰嘅畫面啦。
係一個人啊嘛。所以佢睇到先想繼續
有個男仔俾防暴拘捕咯，有一個男仔。係啦，對早10幾分鐘前呢，就本來防暴咧喺波斯富街，咁行到嚟舞台嘅時候咧，突然之間睇到前方嘅防暴咧好急速咁跑啦，跟住我咧同埋一班記者急速咁啊即刻跟上嚟啦。跟到上嚟嘅時候咧，發覺喺呢個皇冠假日酒店銅鑼灣咧就制服咗一名男仔嘅，咁啊依家啦撳住喺地下上邊啦，頭先睇到個表情係比較痛苦嘅，咁就暫時防暴咧就同阿男仔唔知傾緊偈啊，定係做緊啲乜嘢啦？因為我太遠，警方咧咁啊要求褪後咧，咁啊影唔到清楚好多啦。咁啊暫時應該係一位男士被捕啦。
翻過去嗰邊。我哋影完呢個幾多？
大家好，呢度係 PS6嘅，我係裝甲車為大家喺銅鑼灣現場報道嘅。咁啊，剛才咧早半個鐘前度啦，防暴警察咧係清理緊波斯富街嘅路障嘅。咁行到去利舞台嘅位置咧，突然之間急速咁前啦。咁我哋一班記者朋友咧跟住衝向前邊啦。咁一路追到嚟呢個銅鑼灣嘅皇冠假日酒店咧，就見到防暴啊撳低咗一名市民嘅嚟㗎啦。咁啊，據剛才 PPRB 佢講咧，佢話警方啊見到呢名男士咧話準備設呢個路障啊，跟住啊即刻上前將佢係拘捕嘅。咁啊，暫時咧呢名男子咧就喺地上邊啦。咁啊，俾啲防暴咧問話同埋圍住咗啦，暫時就拘留住先啦。依家就將佢。
皇冠假日酒店係啱啱利舞，唔係啊，球會隔山，係啊。㗎嘛。特登整到咁樣，西球會啊，跑馬地啊，跑入口啊。好，跑馬地入口你知唔知喺邊啊？跑馬地入口就跑馬地入口咯。係啊。OK， 好，明白，好嘅。
PPRB 咧好似係離開咗現場㗎啦，咁就唔知係咪上翻警車。
咁啊，啱咧呢一批嘅市民咧，一批上俾一批咧就係行住嚟嘅防暴警員咧，就係徹查㗎。我呢個警員啊，好唔滿意我哋喺度影喎，做咩？唔係啊，你照我都冇用㗎，屋企個安全島有問題。哇！呢邊鬧得好緊要啊！嗱，呢個咧就係軒尼詩道巴士中心外邊啊，截查幾人咧？睇下先。其實應該4-5個嘅啫啊，大帽嘅年青人啊。咁呢批警員係走音添，唔好意思。呢批警員咧就唔係一直喺度㗎，佢哋係行過嚟㗎，由呢個銅鑼灣嗰邊啊。
行經行人路咧，咁就咁
啊！呢個時候咧，清場嘅隊伍車輛咧又喺軒尼詩道往灣仔方向咧就駛過啊，4架警車啊。咁啊，其實佢哋截查呢個時候咧，市民逼晒行出去馬路嘅，逼行出去馬路。咁剛才警方嗰個嘅清場嘅時候咧，就因為喺呢個位置都有一啲磚頭啊，同埋啲障礙物，咁警員要清理咗佢啦。咁啊，期間呢有位先生啊行快咗少少啊，跑開咗， 爭啲都俾警察咧就係撳低啦。好彩佢，因為佢唔係後生仔啊，佢年紀比較大嘅中年男士啊。咁所以咧就獲得咧就係後尾啲截查之後放行。而家呢啲咧就唔係咁後生啦，咁啊4人。有啲市民咧就行得過啲，咁所以咧派一排警察喺過路嘅市民外邊。至於拍攝嘅記者就喺後邊啊，大家見到啦。咁啊，4名年青人啊，都係戴住帽啊咁樣啦。咁啊，而家呢刻咧，灣仔一帶咧，交通同埋局面都係非常之係冷靜啊。但係銅鑼灣波斯富街嗰邊就有多少少嘅事情發生。大家都可以留意住咧嗰邊嘅直播啊！我哋呢邊就截停搜查，咁啊亦都暫時都其實少咗好多人啊市民咧行出嚟喺灣仔區啦。咁啊，其實今日我哋都睇過好多次停搜查，唔少嘅搜查結果最尾都係會拉人嘅，咁所以就都係要去留意住啦嚇。咁啊，今日啊，其實警方嘅水炮車。哇！個行家真係射低咗，陰公嗰啲特約記者。行家我俾水炮車射低啦，有人中胡椒球彈啦，我哋中胡椒噴霧啦，都係對記者係相當唔識講嘅字眼我都。咁當然我哋出嚟做嘢唔期望會完全冇事嘅。咁啊嗰邊咧就。
我哋見到速龍咧，就叫我哋上返行人路嘅。
你前邊你手機。
OK。我哋見到。
我明白你想影相嘅，不過你睇到我。
警方係攞個身遮住咗我哋嘅。
呢條衫。多謝啦，後身啲好冇？後啲先啊，嚟啊，後啲啊，嚟啊喂，後啲啊。
警方亦都喺面前，我哋面前封起咗橙帶啦。剛才被捕嘅少年係被帶走咗嘅，係去咗對面啦。
就後邊有人咧就有可能
我哋就聽到佢大叫，其實自己個名叫做周浩傑嘅。喺度 亦都有見到有警員喺度執緊一啲嘅背囊啦，就睇緊嘅，見到呢位。咁就見到佢對住個背囊喺度抄咯。咁我哋聽到現場有警員就話喺時代廣場嘅人，你哋就進行緊一場參與緊一場嘅非法集結啦。就話如果佢哋再唔離去咧，就會作出一啲嘅拘捕行動啦。我哋可以見到啦，喺現場都係充斥住防暴警員啦，同一啲嘅速龍一啲嘅特警嘅。警方係已經舉起咗藍旗啦，咁就不斷咁叫市民離去嘅。警方係不斷咁呼籲市民離開啦。就話如果唔係嘅話，警方就會喺別無他選嘅情況下咧，市民嘅。我哋係見到都有少量嘅記者依然喺封鎖線入邊啦。呢度其實粗略估計都起碼50-60名嘅警員都有㗎啦。咁我哋見到啦，警方喺呢一邊就舉起藍旗啦。咁我哋就睇翻佢哋嘅對面，咁其實都係封鎖線內嘅地方嚟嘅，而就都冇咩㗎啦，其實嗰一邊。好，警方又再一次舉起咗藍旗嘅。咁就喺剛才大約5到10分鐘前啦，咁就有大量嘅警員就由嗰條嘅後巷啦，就進入咗時代廣場嘅範圍內嘅，就對幾名嘅市民咧就可以見到佢哋依家其實就坐咗喺呢度後面嘅，喺英皇珠寶嘅門口外啦，咁坐咗喺度。我哋見到前面呢一批嘅警員啦，好多其實都配備咗一啲嘅胡椒球槍啦，甚至乎係一啲嘅催淚彈槍嘅，其實都比較多㗎。我哋見到好多速龍手上咧，其實幾乎每人都有一支咁滯啦，亦都有啲係揸住警棍同埋盾嘅。 我哋亦都見到啦，有速龍警員咧係行緊呢個馬路就翻嚟呢邊啦，就對行人路上嘅記者啦就開咗呢個強光燈啦。
咁喺呢一班視窗速龍咧就嚟到時代廣場呢個位置咧，就
即係叫做呢個突擊之中啦，咁好快好迅速地咧將呢班示威人士咧
大概分家附近啦，見到有一堆嘅
疏散去呢個。
冒出一啲煙又未至於係濃煙嘅，警方咧隨即咧就嚟到呢個現場。咁咧而家咧暫時咧啲煙咧就已經係散晒啦，或者咧可以講咧係有煙出嘅時間咧係大約咧只有係20秒到嘅。而家咧一班防暴啦，咁咧就用電筒喺度照住嗰個紙盒㗎，咁咧就未見到有其他嘅紙盒。隔離另外都有同時咧都係有一個紙盒，但係記者咧就冇辦法影到係咪兩個紙盒都有啦？咁咧，警方咧就近距離啦，就係影低咗喺嗰個紙盒嗰度影低咗。
紙盒我見到。
係紙盒。呢一個嗰兩個紙盒其中一個或者兩個，就應該係嗰個發生一個小型嘅爆炸。咁啲煙冒出嚟咧，重複下啲煙咧。係冒出嚟咧，大約係10至20秒咧就已經停咗㗎啦。咁記者聽到咧係有一聲咧，嘣一聲咧，類似係爆胎嘅聲音啊。當時記者都唔察覺啊，跟住咧隔咗啦，大約係半分鐘到啦，先見到嗰邊係有煙係冒出嘅。嗱，可以見到咧，警方咧又同現場嘅傳媒咧係發生一啲口角啦。咁睇翻啦，咁暫時啦，警方咧都係上翻警車啦，準備離開嘅。係啦，警方咧係準備上翻警車離開現場嘅。咁相信咧，嗱，以記者所見咧，就現場咧就並冇任何人係受傷。
冇事。
唔關，相信係嗰一個咯。我諗佢會解封，我哋可以舉行。相信係一個。唔係，係。入邊都有燈喺度都唔俾過。出個淨係有一下一聲咯，咁樣。後面都聽到喎。係咯，就係聽到一啵一聲咁樣咯。嗱，咁警方咧而家咧就係話嗰度係有可疑物品，應該係可能係煙霧病，即都冇真爆嗰個。有，但係好即係10秒到，跟住就已經冇咗咯。咁咧，而家咧嗰個位置咧係有一名男士咧係打算出嚟嘅。 咁啊，警方暫時咧就冇拉起封鎖線嘅。咁啊，平時咧就對於呢啲懷疑爆炸品嘅冇拉起封鎖線啦。高自備，告翻自己犯國安法啦。咁咧
好啊，因為我呢度手緊身，可能要係啦。好 ，thank you 你，
咁同時咧，其實喺搜身嘅期間咧，警方咧都係攞起咗佢哋嘅錄機，咁咧就影低晒成個嘅截查過程同埋搜身過程嘅。咁基本上而家有搜身嘅話咧，咁好多時候咧，警方咧都係將會利用攝錄機咧攝錄低你嘅身份證資料啦，同埋一啲嘅即係你嘅樣貌同埋成個截查過程㗎啦。
師兄小心啊！係咪嚟？呢度有一班咧就被制服。咁喺呢個時代廣場個底啊，佢係間屋嗰度，咁就有一堆嘅一群嘅市民咧就被制服嘅，咁啊現場都係好大陣嘅胡椒味。哇！現場好大陣胡椒味，好大陣胡椒味，好大陣。
咁警員就係胡椒黃子彈球，咁胡椒彈球嘅咁嚟到依家唔到場。入邊係會拉咗唔少人嘅，但係暫時未睇清楚。
咁咧呢度我見到咧嗰個情況就係呢度咧就係有一啲應該係女市民，咁而呢邊就係一啲市民。 度影多一陣先啦，我會。
For Hong Kong. This is a grave endeavour. We've carefully assessed the legislation. In particular, we've considered its impact on the rights, freedoms, and critically, the high degree of autonomy bestowed on Hong Kong under China's basic law for Hong Kong, as well as under the joint declaration, which, as the House will know, is the treaty agreed between China and the UK in 1984. So, Mr. Speaker, today I have the depressing but necessary duty to report to the House that the enactment of this legislation imposed by the authorities in Beijing on the people of Hong Kong constitutes a clear and serious breach of the joint declaration. Grounds for this sobering conclusion. First, Mr. Speaker, the legislation violates a high degree of autonomy, executive and legislative powers, and independent judicial authority provided for in paragraph 3 of the joint declaration. The imposition of this legislation by the government in Beijing, rather than it being left to Hong Kong's own institutions, is also, it should be noted, in direct conflict with Article 23 of China's own basic law for Hong Kong, which affirms that Hong Kong should bring forward its own national security legislation. In fact, the basic law elaborates on this and only allows Beijing to directly impose law in a very limited number of cases, such as for the purposes of defence, foreign affairs, or in exceptional circumstances in which the National People's Congress declares a state of war or a state of emergency. None of those exceptions apply here. Has the National People's Congress sought to justify this law on any such ground? Second, Mr. Speaker, the national security legislation contains a slew of measures that directly threaten the freedoms and rights protected by the joint declaration. In this respect, the House will be particularly concerned by the potentially wide-ranging ability of the mainland authorities to take jurisdiction over certain cases without any independent oversight and to try the cases in Chinese courts. This measure violates paragraph 3, subparagraph 3 and 5 of the Joint Declaration and directly threatens the rights contained in the UN International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which under the Joint Declaration are to be protected in Hong Kong. And I think in particular it's worth saying that those measures represent a flagrant assault on freedom of speech and freedom of peaceful protest for the people of Hong Kong. Third, Mr. Speaker, the legislation provides that Hong Kong's chief executive, rather than the Chief Justice, will appoint judges to hear national security cases, a move that clearly risks undermining the independence of Hong Kong's judiciary, again which is protected by paragraph 3, subparagraph 3 of the Joint Declaration. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, the legislation provides for the establishment by the Chinese government of a new Office for Safeguarding National Security in Hong Kong, run by and reporting to the mainland authorities. That is particularly worrying, Mr. Speaker, because that office is given wide-ranging powers, directly intruding on the responsibility of the Hong Kong authorities to maintain public order. Again, direct breach of the Joint Declaration, this time paragraph 3, subparagraph 11. Mr. Speaker, the authorities in Hong Kong have already started to enforce this legislation, reports of arrests by the police, and official notices warning the people of Hong Kong against waving flags or chanting. In sum, Mr. Speaker, this legislation has been enacted, as I said, in clear and serious breach of the Joint Declaration. China has broken its promise to the people of Hong Kong under its own laws. China has breached its international obligations to the United Kingdom under the Joint Declaration. And it's also worth saying, Mr. Speaker, that having committed to apply the UN's International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights to the people of Hong Kong, China has now written into law wide-ranging exemptions which cannot credibly be reconciled with its international obligations or indeed its responsibilities as a leading member of the international community. Mr. Speaker, we want a positive relationship with China. We recognise its growth, its stature, and the powerful role it can play in the world. I would say it is precisely because we respect China as a leading member of the international community that we expect the Chinese government to meet its international obligations, to live up to its international responsibilities. It has failed to do so with respect to Hong Kong by enacting legislation which violates its autonomy and threatens the strangulation of its freedoms. For the people of Hong Kong, and one which can only undermine international trust in the Chinese government's willingness to keep its word and live up to its promises. For our part, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the government are crystal clear. The United Kingdom will keep its word. We will live up to our responsibilities to the people of Hong Kong. And I can tell the House that after further detailed discussions with my right honourable friend the Home Secretary, I can now confirm we will proceed to honour our commitment to change the arrangements for those holding BNO status. And I can update honourable members that we have worked with ministers right across Whitehall, and we have now developed proposals for a bespoke immigration route for BNOs and their dependents. We will grant BNOs 5 years limited leave to remain with the right to work or study. After these 5 years, they'll be able to apply for settled status. And after a further 12 months with settled status, they are able to apply for citizenship. This is a special, bespoke set of arrangements developed for the unique circumstances we faced and in light of our historic commitment to the people of Hong Kong. All of those with BNO status will be eligible, as will their family dependents who are usually resident in Hong Kong, and the Home Office will put in place a simple, streamlined application process, and I can reassure honourable members there will be no quotas on numbers. I want to pay tribute to the Home Secretary and her excellent team at the Home Office for their work and help in preparing, let's face it, for a moment that we all dearly hoped would not arrive. And the Home Secretary will set out further details of our approach in due course. Mr. Speaker, in addition to changing the arrangements for BNOs, the UK will continue to work with our international partners to consider what other action we should responsibly take next. And I can tell the House that yesterday in the United Nations Human Rights Council, the UK made a formal joint statement expressing our deep concern about the human rights situation in both Hong Kong and Xinjiang. Mr. Speaker, 26 other nations joined that statement, and this was the first time a formal statement has been made at the Human Rights Council on this issue, and it was delivered through our diplomatic leadership. We will continue to work with our partners in the G7, partners in the EU, and our partners across the region. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd say again that we want a positive relationship with China, but we will not look the other way when it comes to Hong Kong, and we will not duck our historic responsibilities to its people. We will continue to bring together our international partners, to stand up for the people of Hong Kong, to call out the violations of their freedoms, to hold China to its international obligations freely assumed under international law, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy.
The new security law is deeply shocking, and the arrests overnight have stunned the world. This will have a chilling effect on democracy. It fundamentally undermines the commitments made by the Chinese government to the United Kingdom, and in turn the commitments that we made to the people of Hong Kong when we signed the joint declaration. I pressed the Foreign Secretary yesterday not to waver in his commitment to the people of Hong Kong, and I'm grateful to him for coming to the House today to make this statement, for advance sight of it, and most of all to honour the promise that he made on the 2nd of June. He is right to do so, and he has our support. Can he tell us when the Home Secretary will provide details of the scheme for BNO passport holders and dependents, and has he made an assessment of likely take-up? Will salary thresholds apply? We are concerned that this must not become a scheme simply for wealthy Hong Kongers to abandon the city and leave others behind. Under national security law, the government can extract money from those they believe to be involved in criminality or guilty of offences. In some cases, the people of Hong Kong will not be able to take sums of money out of the city. They could have their bank accounts frozen. So what recourse to public funds will apply, and will he ensure that dependents will be treated as home students for the purpose of tuition fees? Mr. Speaker, his commitment to BNO passport holders is welcome, but it does not resolve the problem. I was deeply moved to see the young activists who bravely took to the streets to protest against this law at considerable personal risk. The majority of them will not be covered by this scheme. They must not be abandoned. The loss of many highly skilled workers will be a blow to Hong Kong as well as to China. That is why we need additional measures. We've been waiting in this House for Magnitsky legislation for 2 years now. He must give us a date when that will be brought forward before the summer recess so that targeted sanctions can be applied to those who breach human rights in Hong Kong. Overnight, Mr. Speaker, pepper spray and water cannons were used against the pro-democracy protesters. It is now time for Britain to lead on an inquiry into police brutality. Can I welcome the cross-regional statement that our ambassador coordinated and place on record my thanks to him for his efforts? But will the Foreign Secretary now lead the charge for the appointment of a UN Special Rapporteur on Hong Kong, the provisions in national security law that encourage people to confess and disclose others' so-called criminal behaviour have raised serious concerns about the prospect of torture. We must not turn away. What conversations has he had with Carrie Lam about the provision for the Chief Executive to handpick judges? And given the comments by the former Hong Kong Chief Justice Andrew Lee that this will fundamentally undermine the independence of the judiciary, what assessment has he made of the continuing role of British judges in the court system? Mr. Speaker, I wrote to him some time ago to ask him to address the direct challenge made by British companies like HSBC and Standard Chartered to the UK's stance by supporting this law. We cannot allow British businesses to become complicit in undermining the international rules-based order that they themselves rely on. Yesterday, he spoke up in defence of press freedom in this place. What discussions is he having with UK news agencies to defend their ability to continue to report freely on the situation on the ground, and with NGOs who will be deeply concerned that this law applies anywhere in the world? Mr. Speaker, the government has taken a step forward today with the announcement of new rights for BNO passport holders and a statement at the United Nations. But this is no substitute for ongoing and sustained international leadership. I urge him to bring forward a comprehensive, detailed and serious package of measures with international partners, as I have outlined. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the government must now develop a much more strategic approach to its engagement with the Chinese government. We support his view that a constructive relationship remains essential. But it is also clear that the UK needs far greater strategic independence in order to speak from and act from a position of values. Will he provide an updated assessment of the implications for national security of the involvement of network? And will he make a similar assessment in relation to the planned nuclear projects involving CGN, Bradwell in particular? I remain deeply concerned, Mr. Speaker, that while this announcement is to be welcomed, his counterparts at the Treasury see Chinese investment as a central plank of the UK's recovery, and that the government's approach remains deeply confused. For too long in relation to China, we have had no strategy at home and no strategy abroad. I hope he can give us a commitment today that this marks the start of a very different era.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her support for the action that we're taking on Hong Kong and indeed the measures that we are introducing in relation to BNOs. She made a number of points and lamented the lack of a comprehensive. Always be welcome to hear any particular suggestions she's got. I didn't hear any specific suggestions that weren't covered in my statement, but I'm happy to keep engaging with her. She asked about the details of the B&O offer. Of course, the Home Secretary will come forward and in due course, as appropriate, and set out all of those details before the House of Commons. Obviously, there will be all sorts of regulatory arrangements we need to put in place, but the contours of the offer are very clear. We welcome B&Os to come to this country. We say that we've got a specific historic responsibility to them, and there won't be any quota. We are in relation to her question about numbers, we of course constantly assess the likely take-up. I think in reality, a large number of those that might be eligible will want to stay in Hong Kong. Others may go to countries in the region, but we've got a historic responsibility and therefore we're making our position clear. And I've also had a number of conversations with our international partners, particularly those with with specific and close relationships with Hong Kong and who have large members of that community in their countries. And I would expect others to be looking very carefully at what they do. She asked about the Magnitsky legislation, said it was promised 2 years ago. It was in the manifesto in the 2019 election. I've been very clear we'll come to the House before recess, not just with the legislation, but the first designations. She also asked about Carrie Lam and representations that have been made to her. Our Consul General in Hong Kong spoke to her in the last 24 hours. Our objections to the new legislation. The Foreign Office's Permanent Secretary will also summon the Chinese ambassador to reiterate the points that I've made before the House. I can tell the House that I spoke to Foreign Minister Wang Yi for a considerable period of time on the 8th of June, obviously trying to make clear in advance in order to try and avert this outcome our strong objections to the nature of the legislation. The Honourable Lady also mentioned extraterritoriality. It is a fact to note in this legislation. It's not entirely clear how that will be applied in practice, but it is another sobering cause for concern, and I'm joining with her in expressing that. Finally, she asked about Huawei. She will know that the National Cybersecurity Centre are reviewing the situation in relation to Huawei and 5G in light of US sanctions and will report in due course, and I'm sure that the House will be updated as soon as that review is finalised and concluded. But above all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to you that it's an important moment across the House on the strategic point that we all wish to make, which is that there has been a clear and serious violation of the Joint Declaration, that we must honour our obligations to BNOs, and also that we must work with our international partners to build the widest caucus and coalition of like-minded countries that say not just on the issue of Hong Kong, but also the wider question of trust that China must live up to its international responsibilities.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first of all welcome the bipartisan nature of this discussion and the fact that both sides so clearly agree that this is a violation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration. May I also welcome hugely not only my right honourable friend who's here, but my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary's decision to open BNO status immigration rights. This is, as he will know, supported by about 2/3 of the UK people, according to a China Research Group poll which was published this morning. Can I also, however, state that the nature of extraterritoriality that he speaks about has direct implications on our own university sector and on freedom of speech within our own academic institutions, as Chinese students have already been influenced to silence debate and change outcomes here in the UK. Now, this also raises consideration about our own legal system, because as he knows, and as the Shadow Foreign Secretary raised, British judges sit in judgment in Hong Kong. How can they do that? How can they defend civil rights and commercial rights if they are being violated by the very law they are sent to uphold? Now, at the same time, we are watching this spread to other parts. We're already seeing Taiwan is under increasing pressure, as my right honourable friend, the former Foreign Secretary and former Health Secretary, pointed out a little while ago. The removal of the word peaceful for the bringing together of China that was spoken about by the time the Communist Party is 100 years old. And as one final point, would he join with me and the chairs of the select committees of Australia, Canada and New Zealand and call not just to make a statement at the UN Human Rights Council, but to ask that same council to send a special rapporteur to Hong Kong. In Hong Kong matters to the whole world.
Can I thank my honourable friend, Chair of the Select Committee, pay tribute to his assiduous work on this issue. He's right to pay tribute to the Home Office. They've done an excellent job with the Foreign Office in working through this issue. I think he's absolutely right to say that we shouldn't just be standing up for freedom of expression in Hong Kong, but also within British universities. I've raised this issue, discussed it with across government, including with the Education Secretary. I think it is something that we need to be very acutely aware of and make sure that we have every safeguard that we need in place. More generally, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat, we will look out, and I pay heed to the various points that he made. Sorry, I should also add, he's right to say that we need to work with the UN. I note the point he makes about the special envoy. I hope he would be, I think, reassured by the fact that we have delivered this unprecedented statement in the Human Rights Council with in total 27 international partners. It's not been done before. That is a testament to the leadership of the Foreign Office and our diplomatic network. We must continue to do it, because one of the things that we're increasingly seeing is China trying to not just on occasion violate international obligations, but undermine the rules-based international system. It is incredibly important that we work with our partners right around the world, obviously Five Eyes, European partners, to avoid that happening and to firm up the international rule of law.
We're heading and dropping in on Alan Smith, the SNP spokesperson in Stirling. Alan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd also the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement, and as far as it goes, I agree with also. The joint declaration was signed by Margaret Thatcher on the 19th of December 1984. A couple of years before that, the then Foreign Secretary, Lord Carrington, after the invasion unilaterally by Argentina of the Falkland Islands, resigned, describing the action as a humiliating affront. The UK is a guarantor, not just a party to this agreement. The UK is a guarantor of the right of Hong Kongers, a guarantor of one's party, two systems. And Beijing has ripped this treaty up in the Foreign Secretary's face, in full view of the international community. No amount of shiny new planes can disguise the fact that this is a humiliating affront for global Britain and for the Foreign Secretary personally. Now, on the substance of his statement, the one point of note about accelerating BNO passport holder status, I agree with that and I support that. But I would point out that the West Berlin people were threatened by the USSR. The international community didn't offer them safe pass out. The international community worked a bit harder. And it's good that the European Parliament, at least, has been active in its defence of international law, passing just on last Friday a very strong motion urging that the EU should lodge an action in the International Court of Justice against China to hold it to account for its breach of international law. It is remarkable that the European Union is rather more active in this than the UK has been. So on concrete points, will the Foreign Secretary commit to join this action in the International Court? And I welcome his words on the Magnitsky legislation, but it has been a long time coming. Will he now finally open active consideration of targeted sanctions against China and Chinese companies active within the EU? Quite obvious only internationally concerted action will bring China to account, and it's quite clear they pay global Britain no heed whatsoever.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? It's always a pleasure to be lectured by the SNP on Margaret Thatcher. But we actually, amidst all the differences that we may have, I think agree on the fundamental points of principle at stake in relation to our commitment to BNOs and the people of Hong Kong. He said that the EU would be more active than the United Kingdom. It's just nonsense. But we do welcome the fact that the EU, its member states in relation to China and the specific issue of Hong Kong, are being more active. I was recently to meet with my French and German opposite numbers, and one of the issues that they're on, including within the G7, is making a clear on Hong Kong as made. We will continue to work on that. It's incredibly important that it's not just a small minority of Western states making this point, because that is what China will seek to ignore, and that is why we've tried to expand as broadly as we can, as we did in the Human Rights Council just yesterday. I wasn't entirely clear what beyond proposals the government has already indicated it will take he is actually suggesting, but if he does in due course want to come back with something specific, I'd be very happy to consider it. In relation to Magnitsky, these were proposals of the Conservative Party in our manifesto, and just back in December we will be passing the relevant SI before summer recess with the first designations. I won't speculate or preempt what will be in those designations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada today has updated its Hong Kong travel advice to their citizens. You may be at increased risk of arbitrary detention on national security grounds and possible exile mainland China. Will the Foreign Office be changing our advice, and can he assure me that we, along with our international partners, will continue to speak out against this violation of Hong Kong's autonomy?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady and welcome all the work that she's done on human rights. I think she's right to draw attention to the specific issue of extraterritoriality. It's not clear, given the opaque way in which it's drawn national security legislation, how that is intended to be applied. We will take a very close look at it. We keep our travel advice under constant review, and I hope she's had the positive reassurance, given the statement made by 27 members in the UN Human Rights Council, that we are working actively, energetically with all of our international partners, very clear that China must live up to its international obligations when it comes to the people of Hong Kong.
Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. The Foreign Secretary's statement will have been heard not just in this House, but in Beijing also. And I hope that in hearing that statement, they understand that the analysis that the Foreign Secretary has laid before the House today is not just the analysis of the government, but of this House as a whole. When you see reports of young Hong Kongers as young as 15 already being victims of this law, he must surely understand the importance of making sure that no Hong Konger is left behind in relation to the BNO punishments. I very much share the disappointment and frustration of the Foreign Secretary that things have reached this point. But surely all countries and all institutions understand that this is a moment where we have to pick a side. Either you can be on the side and stand with Hong Kong in the joint declaration, or else you choose to stand with the Chinese Communist Party. And in that regard, what will he do to urge the Hong Kong-Shanghai Banking Corporation and also Standard Chartered Bank to reconsider the decision they took in relation to taking the sides?
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his, I think, very judicious remarks, and I certainly welcome the substantive points he made. He talked about the importance of this House, not just the government, speaking with a united voice, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've had today on the key issue at stake, and I welcome his contribution to that. I also agree with him. It's heartbreaking to see the scenes in Hong Kong just hours after the enactment of this national security legislation. We are counselling the Hong Kong authorities and Beijing to step back, but it's clear, having enacted this legislation, that they wish to proceed. We will need to wait to see the precise application and enforcement of this action before deciding some of the measures that we might take next, but these are under active consideration, including with our international partners. I took the point he made about BNOs. The full details will be set before the House by the Home Secretary, but we're very clear with our commitment to provide a path for citizenship to all BNO, eligible BNO status holders, that we will do the right thing by all of them. Mr. Speaker, on HSBC and banks, I thank the Honourable Gentleman. I've been very clear, and I will say the same thing in relation to all of the banks. The rights and the freedoms and our responsibilities in this country to the people of Hong Kong should not be sacrificed on the altar of bankers' bonuses.
To Bernard Gentry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome every word of my Right Honourable Friend's statement and the bipartisan nature of these exchanges? Can I invite my Right Honourable Friend to take up his appeal for a long-term strategic approach to China? What can we learn from the disastrous mistake of the government just a few years ago, who thought we were embarking on some new golden era with this dictatorship? Can I draw attention to my Right Honourable Friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy's comments at the weekend, in which he said, foreign policy making is often weakened by the lack of deep knowledge of the language, culture and history of the nations whom we seek to influence. Why is the case, and what can we learn from it, and how will the government now embark upon a big, comprehensive, sustainable strategic review on our relations with China, involving not just people within the government, but people beyond the government and other nations?
I thank my Right Honourable Friend and the Chairman of the Select Committee. He makes important points. I would just say on Chinese expertise, I don't think the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster was referring to the Foreign Office. In any event, reassure him that we have some of the finest Mandarin-speaking diplomats around the world, and we are exceptionally well represented in Beijing by Her Majesty's Ambassador, Dame Barbara Woodward. We are increasingly across government looking at all aspects of our relationship with China. Obviously, the House is interested and will know about Huawei. The Honourable Gentleman referred, the chairman of the Select Committee, I think he's not in his place anymore, referred to the situation in universities, and he rightly raised the question, as did in fairness the Honourable Lady, about an integrated strategy. Clearly, as we bring forward the integrated review, China's role in the world and our relationship with China will be an absolutely essential element of that, and that's work that's already underway.
We're heading to Scotland to visit Dr. Philippa Whitford. Dr. Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. China's national security law completely undermines previous agreements on the status of Hong Kong and those who live there. It is a threat to judicial independence and freedom of the press, as well as political, civil, and human rights. With Huawei's ties to the Chinese state, instead of a long, tedious review of the 5G contract, will the government not take a stand now and cancel it?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? I certainly share her views on our responsibilities to the people of Hong Kong and our concern about their treatment. In relation to Huawei, as I've already said to the House, given US sanctions, it is currently on the Cyber Security Centre. We'll come forward with our response in due course.
Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I read an English translation of this disgraceful law, and I see in Article 38 that it extends the law to any offences committed outside Hong Kong. So further to my honourable friend's point, can my honourable friend press the point with China that UK visitors to Hong Kong and China will not be facing prosecution for acts that they may have done while in the UK?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We are concerned about that provision. It's not entirely clear how it would be applied. It has already been raised with Carrie Lam by the Consul General in recent over the last 24 hours. We will be expressing our concern, and of course that is something that the entire international community and tourists and visitors from all over the world will be concerned about, which is why it is so vital, not just to Hong Kong, not just to the international community, but off.
Heading to South Yorkshire to visit Sarah Champion. Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK has benefited from Hong Kong for 155 years. We have a legal and moral duty towards them. It just can't be right that a Hong Konger protesting peacefully for rights that we bestowed now end up in jail for life. I really welcome what he has said about BNO passport holders, but can he speak a little about what he would do for the human rights of all Hong Kongers in Hong Kong, not least because last year his department funded China £500,000 from foreign aid, specifically on human rights?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady, Chair of the Select Committee, and share with her concern about what's going on in Hong Kong, but also welcome her support for the position the government's taken, and she joins members from all sides of this House in doing so. We're also about all aspects of this national security legislation, and we'll do everything we can to encourage the Chinese government to think again. I think we need to be realistic about it. In relation to BNOs, clearly, as you will know, there are close to 3 million eligible BNOs and over 300,000. I think the offer we've made is right, given the responsibilities that we've made. Clearly, we're concerned more broadly about the residents of Hong Kong, and that's a conversation that we rightly are having with our wider international partners.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement and the decisive action being taken. Unfortunately, this follows a catalogue of actions being taken by the Chinese government to undermine international law. So could he confirm, when the Chinese ambassador is summoned to office, we'll be bringing up not just this awful legislation, but also that catalogue of actions, and making clear to the Chinese government that it can no longer be business as usual? Hear, hear.
Well, can I thank the, I think he's absolutely right that we will raise our concerns in relation to the national security legislation right across the board. The Permanent Secretary will do that with the Ambassador. Our Consul General has done it with the Chief Executive. I had close to an hour with Wang Yi, Minister. I think it was the 8th of June, as I previously said to the House. And of course, we talk about the full range of our relationship. We want to posit all sorts of opportunities there in relation not just to trade, but also climate change. And COP26 coming up. But what we cannot do, whether it's in relation to our national security or our values, is look the other way just because of its asymmetric power, think that we have to kowtow or have to duck or bow. We will not do that. We will not do that on the issue of Hong Kong, and we will not do that wherever else our vital interests are at stake.
Let us go and visit Geraint Davis in Swansea West. Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, as the Foreign Secretary knows, the European Parliament decided to call for the Magnitsky sanctions on officials who abuse human rights to be applied, to call for China to be brought before the International Court of Justice, and for the United Nations envoy to Hong Kong. Will he now take the lead in these issues, bringing with us European nations, Asian and the United States? Or is he content to sit on the sidelines when we have a special interest in championing the democracy, the human rights, and Hong Kong?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think he's a bit confused. The European Parliament doesn't have, and the EU doesn't have, an autonomous human rights sanctions regime. The United Kingdom will do our first designations. We would certainly, and we're engaged in a conversation with our European partners. The honourable gentleman is shaking his head. He's just not right about that. But we are engaged with our European colleagues to encourage them to follow suit and take this step. He raised a range of other issues, which we were, of course, very happy to look at. But I brought his attention to the statement in the United Nations Human Rights Council, an unprecedented statement with 27 states signing up to make clear our concerns in relation to human rights on Hong Kong, but also on Xinjiang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I salute the outstanding leadership being shown by my right honourable friend on this issue, and in being shown by Dame Barbara Woodward as our ambassador in Beijing, one of our most difficult, lucky to be led by a diplomat of such calibre there. The basic difference is that we believe that freedom of expression and peaceful protest supports social stability, whereas the Chinese government thinks it undermines social stability. When you look at what's happening in the rest of the world, it has never been more important to stand up for those values. So could my right honourable friend tell the House what other steps the Foreign Office is taking to support freedom of expression and media freedom across the world?
Can I thank my right honourable friend and pay tribute to his work on the issue of media freedoms, but also in relation to China and Hong Kong. This has been a long time coming, and we've tried to prepare for the best, but we've hoped for that, but we've been prepared for the worst. He's right to pay tribute to Dame Barbara. It is a difficult posting. She's performed exceptionally well. And he asked in particular about media freedoms. He will know that, because it was established under his tenure rather than mine, that we have a media freedom campaign which we lead along with the Canadians. We are swelling the ranks of that. It deals with support for countries that want to protect media freedoms, but it also provides support for journalists. We have also a campaign to protect free religious belief, and the third element of this will be the Magnitsky sanctions regime, which I'll bring before the House with the first designations before the summer recess.
Heading to Scotland again with Margaret Furry. Margaret Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Foreign Secretary tell the House what discussions the Foreign Office has had with those operating in Hong Kong who will likely be targeted as a result of this new national security law?
I thank the Honourable Lady. Look, we obviously have contacts with civil society on the ground through our missions and posts, but also through direct contracts here in London. They are deeply concerned, and they fear that they will be subject to this law, and they will bear the brunt of this law in the harshest terms conceivable. We are deeply concerned for them, which is why we've taken the action we are.
Now comes the gallant member for Beckenham, Bob Stewart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I served in Hong Kong as an army officer, but the great thing about Hong Kong is it's got one foot in China, other foot in the West. And when you're looking at financial services, huge advantage to the people of Hong Kong. Now we have a situation where this law will put this position where many people will consider withdrawing money out of the Hong Kong money markets and the financial services there, possibly to Tokyo or Singapore, or maybe to Shanghai. I wonder if this is also a little gambit by the Chinese authorities to reduce the money-making influence of Hong Kong in the world.
Can I thank my honourable friend? The reality is that Hong Kong has long been regarded as the jewel in the financial crown. Of course, its relative economic importance has ebbed over time as China has economically developed. But the reality is steps that have been taken are clearly counterproductive, by China's own self-interest in economic terms. And what we are clearly seeing is China put the political imperative to control Hong Kong and other so-called restive provinces of China over the economic interest that it has. In any event, frankly, regardless of the financial circumstances, there is a point of principle at stake here, based on their freedoms, their autonomy, and the commitments under international law that China has signed up to. It must, if it wants to be a leading member of the international, live up to the international responsibilities it undertakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That action is announced for BNO passport holders is welcome, but actually does nothing to bring China to boot. The reality is global Britain is so weak regards China because it's reliant on CGN for nuclear, it's reliant on Huawei for 5G. If he wants to prove me wrong, will he rule out any future deals with CGN for nuclear power stations?
I say to the honourable gentleman that the open investment culture that we have in this country constantly needs to be kept under review. We've seen it with Huawei, and of course we'll look at it in other areas. But the reality is it is also a source of this country's strength. So I do not accept for a second his suggestion that Britain, being an open and outward-looking country welcoming investment, is somehow the reason for what's happened in Hong Kong. And he shouldn't let China off the hook. It is China's, and he said sedentary position, Brexit. I mean, it's ludicrous to blame what's happening in Hong Kong on Brexit. The honourable gentleman should not let China off the hook. It is China's failure to live up to its responsibilities that is at fault here and is at stake here. And it's important that we've got unanimity across this House on this critical point. Otherwise, the truth is, we just weaken our message in Beijing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I also welcome to the Foreign Secretary's statement and his decisive action, and to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Right Honourable Member for Wigan, and I fully endorse her idea of a UN Special Rapporteur as a way forward in tackling with Hong Kong, because the people of Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Torquay were shocked by the actions of China upon Hong Kong. And so I would like to ask, does my Right Honourable friend agree that now is not the time to allow the Chinese government-funded Huawei to have access to our mobile networks, and instead we should be and regional solutions here at home, such as the Staffordshire 5G connected growth deal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take many of the points he makes. I share the concern of his constituents. I think the issue we've got in 5G is, frankly, a longer-term issue where we have failed to provide the diversification of supplies to rely on high-trust vendors rather than high-risk vendors. That matter is now, as he knows, in light of US sanctions, currently under further review by the National Centre for Cyber Security, and will come to the House when that's thoroughly been looked at.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I saw reports this morning that the prominent young activist Joshua Wong is now removing himself from politics, taking a step back. What assurances can the Secretary of State give us that this government will be doing everything it can to protect young activists in Hong Kong like Joshua from being arrested and disappearing?
And I thank the Honourable Lady. It is very sad to see his movement be disbanded for fear of the consequences. I share her concern about that, and I welcome her support. We've obviously taken the step on BNO because that gives us the opportunity to provide sanctuary to those that feel that they cannot stay in Hong Kong. Many will choose to stay, and we will work with our international partners to convey as effectively as we possibly can to China and consider all the potential actions that we might take.
Dr. Leopold. Mr. Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for both the content and the tone of the statement today, because it's a cause of great sadness that we have just witnessed the death of one country, two systems, with all the implications that that will have internationally. Something that Hong Kong is still the entry point for much of China's inward investment. Has my right honourable had the chance to assess what the disregard for international treaty law that we've seen today will have for the security of international investments in Hong Kong, which are still necessary for the social stability and prosperity of the Chinese people?
Can I thank my right honourable friend and agree entirely with his sentiments as well as the specific points he made. And of course, I think as well as the people of Hong Kong, but investors and other people who might wish to visit Hong Kong and who ordinarily would have done, will be looking very carefully, not least given the extraterritorial elements of this law, as to what it will mean. At the very above all the points that have been made in the chamber today, it will risk a further range of uncertainty for businesses and for finance into Hong Kong. And as I said, that must be counterproductive, not just for the people of Hong Kong, not just for those investors, but for China itself.
Heading up to Yorkshire with Barry Sherman. Barry Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I recall my first visit to Hong Kong to the Secretary of State when I was part of the parliamentary delegation, to our shame, that went to Hong Kong and assured the Hong Kong people that the Chinese would stick to the agreement. I'm very angry about this morning, but could I remind him, what I've learned about China over the years, it is a ruthless communist dictatorship. It despises and hates democracy, and it is worldwide busy undermining these democracies. And like all dictatorships, it cannot be appeased. And if we don't take action in trade, in investment, and really hit them where it hurts, we will not be able to stop this tiger growing more and more ferocious.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I agree with him on the concerns he's expressed? I don't think he should feel personally bad about the commitments he made. We all share that hope that China would live up to those responsibilities. What we're making clear is that even if China fails up to its responsibilities, we, one United Kingdom, including the Honourable Gentleman, will live up to our responsibility to those B&O passport holders. I take his point about China, of course, given its size, its economic asymmetry. I think we need to think very carefully with all of our international partners how we proceed. We do not want to have a poor relationship with China. We want a positive relationship with China. One thing is clear, though, we will not duck issues like human rights or our values or issues that touch on our vital national interests.
As the Chair of the Select Committee referred to earlier, a recent poll by the China Research Group expressed strong support for extending the rights of B&O passport holders to come to the UK, and I welcome his statement with that regard. They also expressed very strong support for sanctions. 80% of the people who expressed a preference felt there should be travel bans and asset freezes for Chinese officials who are responsible for this legislation. Is that something that's under consideration?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for the points he's made. It is right that the public support this, and on the scale that the public support, given the issue, I think it is remarkable, a tribute to the open-heartedness of the British people and the sense of history and responsibility. He raised a range of other issues, clearly trying to tempt me down, giving him a foresight into what may be in the Magnitsky legislation, which is coming. He'll have to wait a little longer, but it will come before summer recess.
We're now heading up to Scotland. Let's go with Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've already seen dozens of individuals arrested since the passing of the law, many if not all of whom solely for their political opinions. Is the government aware of any BN passport holders having been arrested? If so, how many have been? And has it made specific representations to the Chinese authorities on their behalf, given that many of them could face life in prison simply for their opinions?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. I don't have a detailed breakdown of how many either B&O passport holders or B&O status holders have been arrested at this point in time. Of course, the legislation has only been in place for a day, but we have made representations more generally on the national security legislation, and of course the features even before the changes that we make of being passport holders that we can exercise consular protection on their behalf in third countries. But I think the most important thing at this stage is to proceed with the changes that we've made and to be very clear that the United Kingdom will be able to offer sanctuary through by means of a route to citizenship in the country.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I very much welcome what my right honourable friend said about the Magnitsky proposals upon which he and I worked together in the past, and also very much welcome what he said about the new rights for B&Os. In dealing with China, we should always champion our values, never trim on that. But will he make clear to the Chinese regime, and will he reinforce with them, that wherever possible we seek cooperation and not confrontation?
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend? He's absolutely right, and he has long-standing experience, of course, when he was Deputy Secretary of State on the relationship with China. It is double-edged. There are opportunities as well as risks, not just on trade. He will have known, given the strong development angle. I think he's absolutely right to say that we want a positive relationship. We do not want it to deteriorate or to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. We're very clear in our approach to China on this, but equally when it comes to issues of values, human rights and international obligations, which go to trust and confidence, not just in the United Kingdom having trust and confidence in China, but in the world community having trust and confidence in China. China must live up to its word. China must keep its obligations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The offer to BNO passport holders and to those eligible is the right, decent and thoroughly British thing to do. But those people and the Chinese government must be convinced that this offer is not theoretical, it is absolutely real. So I wonder if the Foreign Secretary would set out practical steps that he will take to make sure that those who arrive in the UK are welcomed in our society and in our wider communities.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman and the right honourable gentleman and say that I totally agree with the sentiments. It's all very well to put the processes in place. I've set out the framework for it. But we need to be very clear that we will embrace any BNOs that come to this country. We understand the ordeal that they've been through, and frankly, the Chinese and the Hong Kong residents that live in this country make an incredible contribution already, and I know that any that come do so.
Speaker. Can I join with others in strongly welcoming the decisive action of the Foreign Secretary today in creating a bespoke route to citizenship of those people from Hong Kong for the BNOs and their dependents? But will the Secretary of State reassure me that he will continue to take our unique responsibility to those in Hong Kong deeply seriously? He will continue to stand on the side of all of those who are seeking democracy and freedom.
Hear, hear. Can I thank my honourable friend? Absolutely share. I absolutely agree with the point she's made. As I said, not just taking this up with the authorities in Hong Kong, but also with China. I spoke to Wang Yi on the 8th of June for a considerable period of time, and we raised this in the Human Rights Council. More generally, the three pillars of our approach to media freedoms and freedom more generally are media freedoms that we're taking forward in leadership with Canada, the freedom of religious belief, which has now an international caucus that we're trying to swell the ranks of actively, and the Magnitsky legislation, which is the third pillar, and where we will be bringing forward the legislation before the summer recess.
Let's go and visit Dave Dugan in Angus. Dave Dugan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We heard yesterday from the Minister for the Middle East and North Africa that the UK government has made it clear to Israel that they oppose annexation and the UK regards it as contrary to international law, yet the Israeli government pays no heed to the UK in this matter. So how does the UK government intend to be less ineffectual in its protest with the Chinese government over Hong Kong? And can the Home Secretary confirm what steps will the UK take with international partners to coordinate an international and collective response to this indisputable and flagrant breach with international partners to coordinate an international and collective response to this indisputable and flagrant breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration?
Honourable gentleman, I didn't hear a specific proposal of what he would like us to do, and that in addition to all of the things that we're doing that I've set out before this House, working with our international partners. He will, if he looks, he will have seen that in the G7 Foreign Minister statement that we've previously put out, in the Five Eyes statement that we put out when the decision was taken to proceed to enact the law, and in the statement made in the UN, led by the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What has happened to
different states proposed and led by the United Kingdom?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What has happened to the people of Hong Kong is chilling. In one sinister moment, their rights and freedoms have been swept away. These are right fend to the hilt. So will my right honourable friend reassure the people of Hong Kong that it is not only the British Parliament that stands alongside them, but who stand alongside them? And will he therefore make it very clear that Britain will do whatever it takes to make the Chinese understand they cannot behave in this way without consequences?
Secretary.
Honourable friend, and he's absolutely right. It feels to me that from the various interventions and the points that have been made in relation to the polling that's been done on this, that we send out today a very clear message to people of Hong Kong. We stand with you as a government, as a House and as a country.
And returning to Scotland with Owen Thompson. Owen Thompson.
Anyone who cares about freedom of speech must be gravely concerned about the criminalising
that this security law represents. And concerns are also heightened by growing evidence of the appalling atrocities being committed by the Chinese regime against the Uyghur population. Does the Secretary agree that now is the time for an independent investigation and to support the creation of a UN Special Envoy or Rapporteur for Hong Kong and also the people of Xinjiang, who will have a special responsibility for monitoring the human rights situation on the ground?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I certainly share sentiments, and he will have seen that the statement that I referred to various times in relation to Human Rights Council over the last 20 hours was in relation to Hong Kong and Xinjiang. I think he needs to be, if I may say so, realistic about the likelihood of China ever accepting an international investigation being allowed into that area to monitor the facts and the situation on the ground in the way he describes. But that shouldn't deter us for a moment from keeping the international pressure up, and I welcome Dayton in that regard.
Fielder Bruce.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for his on this issue and his very clear focus on human rights, which is, if I may say, after some years of expressing concerns about this as chair of the Conservative Party Human Rights Commission, welcomely refreshing. Can I ask, is he aware that over 50 UN spurs have this week called for a special rapporteur or envoy on Hong Kong? Would respond to the many calls within this chamber for the UK to take a lead on that in the Human Rights Council?
I thank my honourable friend and pay tribute to her work in promoting freedom of religious belief all around the world. We've worked in the United Nations, we've raised the issue in the United Nations Security Council as well as in the Human Rights Council. We'll do everything we can, and I'm very open to the idea of a UN Special Envoy. I think we need to be realistic about what that alone might achieve, but I think as part of an approach which keeps every lever of pressure available on the Chinese government to think again, I think it's something important that we should look at.
29 withdrawn, so we'll go to Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I very much welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement today and very much thank him and the Home Secretary for their action on BNO. This action by the Chinese government has been roundly condemned. Does the Foreign Secretary share my view that this is the time for all countries who are committed to peace, freedom and democracy to come together and make clear to the Chinese government that this action is likely to prove counterproductive in the advancements of their own international interests?
I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. And one of the challenges we've got as China exerts all of its economic and diplomatic leverage to sway those to either support it or to stay quiet on these issues is to make sure that people understand and other countries understand quite what is at stake, which is why in the way I framed this, it's important not just to talk about the human rights, the autonomy of the people of Hong Kong, but this quintessential issue of trust. Trust in China's ability to keep its word when it has freely given it, as it did through the joint declaration.
Newlands.
Mr. Speaker, John Major said before the handover, if there were any suggestion of a breach of the joint declaration, we would have a duty to pursue every legal and other avenue available to us. So, can the Secretary of State tell the House what avenues the government is pursuing to respond to the national security law, which dismantles the One Country, Two Systems law, and will it consider lodging a case as a signatory to the signing British declaration to the International Court of Justice?
Can I thank the Honourable Member, and he's not the first person to raise this issue of the ICJ, but as Honourable Members may or may not know, you cannot submit a case to the court unless it's under the compulsory jurisdiction of the court without the consent of the other side. It's very clear that China would not accept it. I did raise the issue of third-party adjudication with my Chinese opposite number. It's very clear that they will not accept that. So there is not an easy adjudicative route, but I hopefully give him the reassurance that we have already looked at that very carefully.
Shreen Duncan-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my right friend for his statement and for his clear leadership and even his leadership in the UN and particularly on the Magnitsky arrangements that he intends to bring forward. Can I, however, remind him and others that for China think that Hong Kong is collateral damage that they can happily sweep to one side. The truth is they see themselves in an ideological battle about how government should be formed, and they dismiss the rules-based order of the West. They've made that very clear and they have a strategic view on this. So does he not agree with me? It's time, therefore, for us to bring the free world together, to say to them not just to complain, not just to get rapporteurs, but also to say it's time to hit them in the one place that China worries about, which is its economy. We have run to China to buy goods and to invest. It's time for us now to review every single programme here in the UK and around the free world. We learnt a lesson 80 years ago about appeasement of dictators. Maybe that should be applied today.
Can I thank my right honourable friend and grateful for his generous remarks. He's absolutely right to point to the importance of shoring up the values that we hold dear to the United Nations in the multilateral system. And I think it is right to say that what is at threat here is not just individual obligations in relation to the people of Hong Kong, but a wider question of China trying to recraft the rules of the international system. And it will only take concerted effort with our international allies, Europe, North America, actually much more broadly than that, which is why the G7 statement in support on Hong Kong was so important, to make sure that we can shore up the multilateral system and the international rule of law.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also thank the Secretary of State for his statement. I fully understand and appreciate his deep concerns. The Minister is well aware of the Chinese systematic suppression of religious beliefs and human rights towards communities such as the Christians, the Uyghur Muslims and Falun Gong. Indeed, just this week here, China has initiated the sterilisation of Uyghur mothers to prevent them having children. Does the Minister share my concern that this will allow these abuses to take place in Hong Kong, and how can we prevent this from happening?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I share entirely his outrage, frankly, at the reports that we've seen and what's happening in Xinjiang and indeed in Hong Kong. The reality is, given China's economic size and indeed its military size, is that what we've got to do is focus, as my right honourable friend mentioned, on an international caucus of like-minded countries who understand what is at stake here. It's not just the issue of Hong Kong, as important as that is, but it's the rules-based international system and the values represented within it.
Dr. James Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that if China is to be treated as a leading member of the international community, it must adhere to international law?
Can I thank my honourable friend? It's exactly the issue at stake here. We recognise China's economic strength, potential growth, and also the opportunities for China to be a force for good in the world on things like, with that status, that role as a P5 member of the Security Council, it must show leadership, and that means living up to its international responsibilities, and that means adhering to the international commitments it made, in particular in relation to the Joint Declaration.
I'll go to Lewisham, to Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been contacted by a number of constituents who are worried about the safety of loved ones in Hong Kong. What guidance is the UK Foreign Office offering to British nationals living overseas in Hong Kong? And when does the Foreign Secretary expect the BNO passport holder visa rights extension to be implemented? Now, more than ever, the UK must fulfil its commitment to the Hong Kong.
I thank the Honourable Lady and say that the full detail by the Home Secretary in due course. We've set out the parameters of the offer, the bespoke offer that we're making to the BNOs in relation to any of her constituents in Hong Kong or family members that may be worried. I would urge her to look at the Foreign Office travel advice, which we keep constantly under review.
We now go to Bexley Heath, to Sir David Evanet.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly support and welcome my right honourable friend's statement today. This is really a sad day for Hong Kong and all of its people. Does my right honourable friend agree that the new national security law, of course, is hugely detrimental to the people of Hong Kong, but will also do great damage to China and its reputation? Continue to be robust in our responses on behalf of the people of Hong Kong, as he has outlined.
Can I thank my honourable friend and just say that I totally agree with him. It is a deeply sorrowful day when we look back at the opportunity, the potential, the success of the vibrant community, business and social in Hong Kong, to see it come to this. He's right that it should inspire us to redouble our efforts to work with the international community to try and safeguard the rights of the people of Hong Kong, and in any event to make sure that they can come to the United Kingdom through the new offer that we're making to BNO passport holders.
And now we go to Glenrothes, Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While it is clearly tempting to look at the potential financial benefits of increased trade and investment with China, as the Honourable Member for Strangford reminded us a few minutes ago, this is a regime that is committing acts of brutal violence against its own people, including credible accusations of genocide against its own citizens. Does the Foreign Secretary accept that the desire to increase the profits of British businesses and to increase the wealth of British citizens cannot be allowed to overcome our revulsion at the evils being committed on our fellow human beings by the Chinese regime right now?
Share that sentiment, and that's exactly the policy and the measures that we've set out in the statement I've made today.
Now we go to the Isle of Wight, to Bob Seeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary for their their very welcome support for BNOs. Would the Foreign Secretary agree that this dreadful law is proof that China has changed? And I hope he sees the clear agreement in the House that we need a new strategic approach to dictatorship and not just the naive hope that China will change into what we want it to be. We were slow to prepare for the new authoritarianism in Russia and now China. Will he take the feelings and the sentiment that he's heard today from the House on Huawei, on other issues, on board? Thank you.
I certainly always pay very close interest to the remarks he makes on China. He follows it very closely. He's right, we've got special responsibilities to the BNOs. We look at the relationship right across the board, every aspect of it, through the National Security Council, in the Foreign Office, and more broadly across Whitehall. I personally do not agree with the Cold War analogy that he has provided. I think both the opportunities but also the challenges that China presents in the 21st century are different. They're different partly as a result of technology and things like cyber, and partly just the unique nature of China as a country. We want a positive relationship. I do not want, and the government does not want, a bad relationship to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. But what is equally clear, and I can reassure the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, is that we will not do anything that imperils our vital interests, and we will not lie down and sacrifice our values for the purposes of trade, commerce, or anything like that.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I also welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement, and indeed the thoughtful manner in which he is responding to questions this afternoon. It is a very British characteristic to make the Hong Kongers welcome when they come to the UK. Part of the welcome will be adequate housing, adequate health services, and all sorts of other issues that are devolved to the devolved administrations. Can I seek reassurance from the Foreign Secretary that Her Majesty's Government will consult and discuss fully with the devolved administrations how these Hong Kongers can be given the most welcome, best welcome possible?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. I totally agree with it. We obviously need to consult with the DAs on any significant measure like this which comes into force. We will do that. I know the Home Secretary will do that. I also think one of the things that will give a fillip to the people of Hong Kong in a very dark day will be the statements of support right across this House from all parties that we stand with them. And they will know when they come here, if they come here, when they come here, that we support them, we value them, and that we understand the plight that they're fleeing.
And finally, Sarah Dines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. As we have heard, the first arrests have already been made under Beijing's sweeping new powers for offences all us here consider to be basic freedoms. Those arrested face life imprisonment, sham trials, no jury and an executive-appointed illegitimate judiciary. I thank my right honourable friend for all the work he has done. I ask for his assurance that he will continue to keep us updated here about what he's doing at the Human Rights Council and about false imprisonments and the poor sentences and the numbers of arrests, so we can really lead the international way in this field.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will certainly update the House as regularly and as consistently as we can, based on the data that we can reliably glean from what's going on the ground in Hong Kong. Our Consul General, as well as Her Majesty's Ambassador in Beijing, our Consul General in Hong Kong, is doing an exceptional job, quite difficult circumstances. The number one thing, though, is that we will need to work with our international partners to try and alleviate the situation as best we can. And that is why, that come what may, we need to make this direct, clear, unequivocal offer to the BNOs, which is what we're doing today.
Thank you.
喂，hi，新東幾個候選人嚟㗎。哦，係，好啊。名單入邊2、3、4喎。好，唔該。話聲你知。好，唔該你。喂好咁咧，剛才咧有一名嘅沙田區議員咧，就向我表示咧，就話咧，啊樓喎。喂，唔該曬，實景到架車走啦，唔該。哦。哇！呢度真係好難影啊，其實真係好難影。呢度佢想點咩㗎？佢真係好難影呢度，真係。同埋佢呢度有利舞台封咗咧，後邊都封埋利舞台，想行嘅都。好啦，得啦，好，呢度停一停。頭啊，應該旅遊巴都聽咗，邊度去邊？冇喎，話咁大架真係好難要聽。冇得要聽喎呢度。係咯，係啦，咁呢度咧就話運送被捕人士嘅大巴咧就離開。我跟同事可以翻後，條沙帶拉翻後面啦。咁咧呢度有防暴警員咧就指示咧，其他嘅同事咧就可以翻去頭先大巴個位。仲有3個區議員同埋1個議員在入邊。明白，好啊。現場消息指咧，仲有一啲區議員同埋議員助理喺入邊。咁同埋頭先有另外一名嘅沙田區議員就同我講咧，就話劉永康新東民主派初選參選人劉永康名單嘅其中3名人士都係被捕嘅。頭先有1名沙田區議員咁樣同我講，咁但係呢個要再 fact check 先知道。Hello, how are you?
It's the most ridiculous thing. I want to ask where the people that will be taken to the police station, and they go, oh, you know, watch the news. I will just ask it.
咁啊，今日都幾多外媒嚟到嘅。咁啊，離舞台出邊警員都俾繼續捉起封鎖線。咁啊，另外一架大巴嚟到。咁啊，另外一架旅遊巴翻嚟啦。
準備拉近齊子咧，係啊！
價係咪諗住講埋啲？唔係啊，你哋日常生活嘅，知道咁
哦，呢度有一啲啦，係啊。係喎。人哋嗰啲俾捉都唔知咩事，可能係街食嘅。放過嚟，放緊度。放緊度。
冇啦，800噸。好地價呢個好多價。順到啦，我話你計用多嘢，我中意上鏡。嗰個裝飾嘅。後尾300。嗰隻。
咁啊，另外一批被捕人士就上大巴。
沙田區議員。趙柱邦、李棠。
咁啊，呢度仲有另外一批嘅。
好似冇晒啦。
咁如果我冇聽錯咧，話去灣仔，頭先有警員聽到話去灣仔，但我唔係好肯定啊，因為現場。
呢
Michael 就唔知 Michael 揾唔揾到 Michael 數。哦，OK， 得啦，得啦。我頭先打俾一年，佢話佢哋搞乜嘢咧？我就喺我哋隔離，我都灣仔係氣氛㗎。就現場見到被還是新一批咧，就已經上晒大巴。翻人路啊！你翻人路咧，就我哋亦都係被趕翻人路啦。上去啊！好好好好好。上人路啊！上人路啊！各位行人路啊，對面左邊嘅行人路。係啦，係啊，我對面啦，我對面啦，呢個要清減少少人啊，係逼喺呢度，係逼，我對面影啊，我對面影啊。翻行路啊，記者。得嘅，大巴係側玻璃，全黑。冇啦，冇反㗎啦，冇反㗎啦，冇反㗎啦，冇啦，走晒㗎啦嚇。個警員又話冇反啦，走晒啦。係啊。咁多口真係仆街啊！咁咧就嗰個產大嘅解封，咁啊現場亦都下起雨，咁啊紅磡門啊走避啦，包括都要走避，搞唔掂。揼到我唔緊要，揼到器材有大問題。避走先，整理下先。避走。你幾個冇份，走咗去。呢個圍好多啊！好浪漫。俾避雨先，落雨即刻收兩，去呢度先。哇！呢陣雨都幾大喎。走廊。擔凳仔嘅可以。環遊世界咩？雖然我有意俾翻嚟。咁啊？咦？點解啊？唔係我掹咗你嘅。唔關啲啦，啲。點解你又？真係唔可以犧牲我頭啦！你又冇嚟。係啦。我梗係唔可以犧牲我頭啦，犧牲你嘅帽咪算咯。你都可以將你帽講出嚟。咁簡單。簡。點解你唔戴頭盔啊？掹唔切，掹唔切就掹得切。喂，你有帽喎，你戴埋行出啦！你出嘅我出，你出嘅我出。係相機你。師兄可唔可以幫我扶30秒？唔該啊。我出嘅係咪你出啦？頭盔啦，你個張頭盔啦。好咯。我唔到有機喎。 喂，電你。好，咁啊現場下起大雨啦，咁我抄翻嚟行下先。好，開支行下先，睇下啲景真係收隊嗰啲各樣味先。OK， 行得。不過一浸嘅啫喎，而家好似冇乜雨咯喎，而家好似一浸嘅啫喎，一浸嘅啫喎。咁睇下呢邊係咪真係正如嗰個防暴警所講咧，就話佢哋先嗰個就話冇反嘅啦，走晒㗎啦。咁睇下而家呢度咩境況先？佢有啲截查定係點咧？呢度係有啲截查喎，應該係咪咧？停咗雨啦，一浸嘅啫。好。呢個好細喎，呢度有個好細喎。sorry。係啊，試下。後啲啊，佢再後啲啊，唔該。喂，向後褪啦，向後褪啦，向後褪啦，幾歲喺度做緊嘢？向後褪。向後褪啦，向後褪。唔使咯，好條線稍短喎，同埋攞住個袋不太好啊，自己孭好啲。哦，係啊。哦，喂，係啊。你 OK 嘛？嗰個僆仔唔係拉㗎，哦，唔係拉又啊。第一站我去睇，灣仔快車，灣仔得啦。
警方講翻頭先嗰個小朋友就唔係被捕啊嚇，因為年紀幾太細嚇，警方話帶佢翻警署 inquiry 先嘅。好，咁啊嗰個小朋友啦嚇，頭先我同事都有講啊。13歲，因為警員話俾我哋聽㗎嚇，嗰個男孩子啊13歲，着住白恤衫、深藍色西褲，好似校服咁樣嘅。咁啊，警員就話呢個唔係拉嘅，唔係反嚟嘅咁樣。佢話我哋打音上嚟，唔使幫你攞啲嘢。唔使咯 ，OK 㗎啦。頭先落雨嗰3分走咗，好快停。落雨3分鐘。哇！你留喺度啊，我留喺度啦，好啊，我留喺度，好。OK， 好。
咁頭先你哋有冇係如果睇直播見佢有個好似着校服咁樣？哇！呢邊有嚟啊？定係點樣咧？有聲喎呢邊。喂，我腳打個底勾到自己。呢度嘈緊乜嘢？呢度係時代廣場保安問題。OK。死啦老啊！明白明白。咁咧有市民啦，於時代廣場啊，有警員入嚟等等嘅處理咧，就好不滿嘅嚇。你入呢度定係夠遠？咁啊，你聽到我身後啦，有一啲即係鬧聲啊嚇，鬧聲。呢個我走㗎，食屎啦！佢警員就好不滿，唔係啲市民就好不滿啦。咁啊，因為有職員啦，就喺呢度咧處理緊嗰個電梯嗰個問題啊，咁所以有市民就不滿就喺度鬧上去嘅，就鬧上去嘅。
美國國會呢會對於港版國安法的一個立法之後，召開一個特發的一個聽證會，然後可能會邀請除了這個聽證會以外，這個對於中共的武漢肺炎的一個追究的邀請了一个批次实验室，还有这个文物处理的实验室记录，在武汉实验室里面，然后还有一个香港第三实验室的一个其中2位的听证会的一个证人到现场去发表这个2位的听证会。然后呢，我现在还没有办法去看，因为1个小时都是跟朋友是会开场的听证会，所以说呢，
好咁啊！啲時代廣場嗰啲保安就入翻去啦嚇，入翻去一個我哋影唔到、市民睇唔到啦，咁所以就呢度就過一段落先嘅。時代廣場比較多人，咁啊對於保安嗰個行徑就好不滿。咁但係就保安員就行開咗啊！呢一刻就喺現場有啲熱議咁啦。咁啊後邊有啲市民有啲熱議啦。咁但係就我諗呢度都過一段落先㗎啦。
咁啊，行翻出嚟啦，羅素街呢度啦嚇。咁啊，好平靜啊，羅素街呢度已經。羅素街一帶平靜啊！哦，咁啊，時代一帶咧就平靜嘅呢一刻。喂，唔使啦，有啦，夠啦，夠啦 ，thank you， 真係 ，thank you。
What's the question? 係可以用即係
The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point, and all members will have 5 days to submit statements, extraneous materials, and questions for the record, subject to the length limitations in the rules. To insert something in the record, please have your staff email the previously mentioned address or contact the full committee staff. I see that we have a quorum, and before I go forward, the House, Ms. Pelosi will be stopping by this hearing, and I ask unanimous consent that she participate at any point she arrives during the hearing. So ordered. And there she is. Madam Speaker, would you like to make some remarks?
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherman. I thank you and Mr. McCall and Mr. Elliott Engel for having this hearing today. It is with great sadness that I come here because we had such optimism and such hope. The U.S. Congress has always spoken in a bipartisan House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, with one voice in defense of those who are oppressed by Beijing and in support of freedom, justice, and real autonomy for the people of Hong Kong. We continue to urge President Trump to hold Chinese officials accountable for abuses, including taking steps under the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act. We must consider all tools available, including visa limitations and economic penalties. But here today, I'm very honored to join Chung-Kyung Lee, General Secretary, Hong Kong Confederation of Trade Unions, Carol Peterson, Professor of Law, University of Hawaii, Brian Leung, a PhD university candidate, University of Washington, and virtually, electronically, Nathan Law, a legislative council, former member, Ledge Council of Hong Kong, and former chairman, Demosisto. For years, the world has watched in horror as Beijing has accelerated its campaign to dismantle the rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong. From its brutal response to peaceful protests to the introduction of the horrific extradition law that we condemned. So many times, this committee, Mr. McCall, Mr. Elliott Engel, the Senate, Marco Rubio, Mr. Cardin, and others have put now Chris Van Hollen, Mr. Toomey, over there, Democrats and Republicans have put the bright spotlight on what is happening. The Executive Commission on China, chaired by Mr. McGovern and co-chaired by Chris Smith, Vice Chair Chris Smith, have worked very hard with hearings, et cetera, as has this committee, to call attention to all of this. The Lantos Commission on Human Rights, a former chair of this committee, in a bipartisan way, has called attention to all of this over the years, since Tiananmen Square, and then in terms of Hong Kong, more specifically, leading up to 1987 and including that. And what's so sad about it is that the Chinese regime just thinks that they can act with impunity in repressing the spirit of democracy. 2 million people turned out against the extradition law. 2 million people, that's a big crowd in the United States. But we understand it was 25% of the population of Hong Kong. It's just almost anybody who could go out against what the Chinese regime was going to do. And what they want the most horrible form of horror, I just keep using the same word, for someone who was imprisoned because it is for the regime to say, nobody cares, they're not even paying attention to what you're doing. Nobody remembers you, that you're in prison, or why you're even there. Well, we know why they're there, something deep in the soul, all of us, something that the young people commemorated in Tiananmen Square, having the goddess of democracy as their symbol, something that we have led the way on and that we cannot turn our backs on. When Beijing announced its intention to pass the so-called national security law, so-called, we were concerned. It was frightening. It is nothing short of an all-out effort to negate the rights of the people of Hong Kong in violation of the agreements made under the one country, two systems. We were concerned of what it might be, and it exceeds even those horrors. The law is a brutal, sweeping crackdown against the people of Hong Kong intended to destroy the freedoms they were promised. Thanks to the committee for holding this hearing, which asks the question, is this the end of the one country, two systems? It seems as it is. As I have stated, Beijing's so-called national security passed on the eve of the 23rd anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong from the UK to China signals the death of the one country, two systems principle. The purpose of this law is to frighten, intimidate, and suppress the people of Hong Kong who are peacefully demanding the freedoms they have long been owed. All freedom-loving people must come together to condemn the law, which accelerates Beijing's years-long assault on Hong Kong's political and economic freedoms. Many of us have been working for, Mr. Smith and I have been working for 3 generations, Martin Lee, another generation now, Nathan Law and Joshua, to see the courage of these people speaking out as they have done, and to see it matters just getting worse in terms of the regime. Of course, right now we're also concerned about the Uyghurs in China. The list goes on. But in terms of the Uyghurs, what we're finding out this morning is not only are they putting Uyghurs in concentration camps, they are, by social media and the rest, tracking Uyghurs throughout the world and what their communication is with people inside. So this reaches into our own country. Again, I'll say all freedom-loving people must come together to condemn this law. We must work together in a multilateral way to monitor the implementation of this law and hold Beijing accountable for its violations of the Joint Declaration and the basic law. As I've said this over and over again, if we do not speak out for human rights and democratic freedoms in China, let's just talk about human rights. If we for human rights and religious freedom in China, we lose all moral authority to speak out any place if our silence is because of commerce. We refuse to speak out on human rights in China because of commercial and lose all moral authority to speak out for human rights any place. Again, Mr. Chairman, Acting Chairman, Mr. Sherman, thank you for the recognition. Thank you to Mr. McCall and to the members for the opportunity with unanimous consent, to express some of the views which I hold to be bipartisan, bicameral, in support of the people of China in this case. I yield back. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your decades of fighting for human rights, particularly for the people of China. And your presence here underlines for the world the importance that America puts on the subject of this hearing. So thank you, Dutch, and thank you for mentioning the Uyghurs as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As a reminder, staff and all others physically present in the room, per the guidance of the office, masks must be worn at all times during today's proceedings and are strongly advised when a member is speaking from their microphone. Please also sanitize your seating area. The Chair views these measures as a safety issue and therefore an important matter of order and decorum of this proceeding. Please keep your video function on at all times if you are participating remotely, even when you are not recognized by the Chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves, and please remember to mute yourself after you finish speaking. Just a few minutes before the hearing was scheduled to begin, I learned that our distinguished Chair, Elliot Engel, could not attend, or at least could not attend for the first portion of this hearing. He has done an outstanding job of chairing hearings year after year, fill in for him here today. I'm scurrying around trying to put together an opening statement, and so I will first recognize the ranking member to deliver his opening statement, after which I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for being here today. That shows how important this hearing is. I've been a steadfast champion of human rights and democracy around the world, and if we don't, you're right, if we don't have moral authority here, we have it nowhere. And it means a lot to us on both sides of the aisle that you have taken the time from your busy day to be here and to be in our presence. Today is the 23rd anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong to the Chinese Communist Party. Under the Sino-British Treaty that set up this handover, the people of Hong Kong were promised one country, two systems, where they could be allowed some level of autonomy. The one country, two systems approach worked well for many years. But recently, the CCP began to rapidly erode the system by peeling away the rights and freedoms guaranteed to the people of Hong Kong. And then yesterday, the CCP took a sledgehammer to one country systems by passing sweeping so-called national security legislation that strips away the autonomy of Hong Kongers, violating the terms of the Sino-British Treaty. They view democracy, individual liberty, and free markets as a threat and have declared. Unfortunately, this wasn't the CCP's only act of brutal suppression we learned about this week. On Monday, the world was made aware the Chinese Communist Party is using forced sterilization, forced abortion, and coercive family planning against ethnic minorities, including the Uyghur Muslims. It is clear the CCP does not care about the people of China. They only care about preserving their own power. And by brutally suppressing democracy in Hong Kong, the CCP is challenging the underlying assumptions that have guided the world since the end of the Cold War. We sit here, as the Speaker said, not as Democrats, but as Americans, united in our strong support for Hong Kong. This is a battle between democracy and dictatorship, between liberty and tyranny, and between freedom and oppression. And it is a battle to win. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak directly to the people of Hong Kong. America stands with you, and America will always support you. Last year, when we heard you sing our national anthem, and when we saw you carrying our American flag, we knew and we know that you were telling us we are not two people but one, both united in our belief in freedom and democracy for all. Today is not just the anniversary of the first handover of Hong Kong to the CCP, it's also the one-year anniversary of a heroic act by one of our witnesses here today, Brian Leong. 1 year ago today, during demonstration, Mr. Leong gave a moving speech where he revealed his identity, subjecting himself to significant prosecution. I've met another one of our witnesses, Nathan Law. Last year, when we passed the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, he is an incredible young man who, along with other democracy activists like Joshua Wong, are risking their safety and security every day to fight for freedom. They are all commendable, and I'm grateful to have them with us here today. As Chairman Engel and I said in a letter earlier this year, quote, it is critical that the United States use the available tools under the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act and other authorities to Beijing that its violations of international commitments and its commitments to the people of Hong Kong will have consequences. And I urge the administration to issue the sanctions authorized by this Congress. And with this hearing today, we have this opportunity. American stand in solidarity with the freedom-loving people of Hong Kong and will continue to be a beacon of hope for all those fighting for democracy around the world. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you. Consistent with House Resolution 965 and the accompanying regulations, staff will only mute members and witnesses as appropriate when they are not under recognition, and they will do that for the purpose of eliminating background noise. Pursuant to notice, we meet today to discuss the new national security law that the Chinese government has forced on the people of Hong Kong on the 23rd anniversary of the handover. This is the latest and most aggressive challenge to Hong Kong's. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes as an opening statement. It is important to know how we got here. In 1997, we had the adoption of the one country, two systems arrangement that guaranteed 50 years of relative autonomy to Hong Kong, freedom of expression, independent judiciary, strong democratic systems. And over the past 2 decades, Hong Kong's unique status has allowed it to flourish, to prosper. Human capital, privileged financial position as a gateway to China with a trusted common law system of law and courts have turned Hong Kong into a hub of finance and trade. Historically, in Hong Kong, corruption is low, contracts are honored, judges can rule fairly and independently, journalists and academics enjoy freedom of expression, and human rights are generally respected. Hong Kong has seen its success create a vibrant society. This is a glaring embarrassment to the Chinese mainland. One country, two systems is an embarrassment if the smaller system is working much better. Now, this does not mean that Hong Kong was perfectly free or that the system it had in place last year was perfectly democratic. But compared to the government in Beijing, it shows the people of China what can be done by moving in the direction of freedom. In December, as chair of the subcommittee, I hosted a hearing titled Authoritarianism with Chinese Characteristical and Religious Human Rights Challenges China. And that hearing featured the Vice President of the City University of Hong Kong Students Union, Joey Siu. The committee passed a resolution at my unanimous consent last year supporting the right of Hong Kongers to protest. No one should face life in prison for going to the street to voice their opposition, not in this country, not in Hong Kong, not anywhere. The one country, two systems was designed to safeguard Hong Kong's role in as a thriving financial center. Now Hong Kongers are fleeing Hong Kong out of fear for their safety, and we should support their right to do so. Though the right we really want to support is the right of all Hong Kongers to the level of autonomy promised in the one country, two systems agreement. We have witnesses in the last 24 hours terrifying events in Hong Kong. We need to reject this Chinese violation of China's own international commitments and the commitments they have made to their own people. The peoples of Hong Kong expected China to honor the commitment under the two systems part of the agreement, but over the past few years, Beijing has chipped away at Hong Kong's freedoms. 2014, when officials in Beijing curtailed voting rights for the people of Hong Kong, a generation of democracy activists under the banner of the umbrella movement came to the forefront. Year after year, injustice after injustice, a broadening coalition of Hong Kongers from all walks of life have taken to the streets to protest their rights. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping has launched an unprecedented attack against Hong Kong. Beijing's national security law undermines the very essence of Hong Kong's autonomy by introducing a new range of offenses and punishments for so-called crimes against the state. The legislation will compromise Hong Kong's independent judiciary and severely curtail freedom of expression and criminalize dissent. So why is China willing to break these commitments? Unfortunately, when we look down Pennsylvania Avenue, we see an administration willing to, in effect, tell China that its obligations to human rights, whether it's Hong Kong or whether it be the Uyghur people, will simply not catch the attention of the American administration. We have squandered months without speaking out at the executive level. Hong Kong's been on the back burner in an effort to sell soybeans, and we haven't even sold the soybeans. President Trump spent January and February of this year praising Xi personally for how he handled the coronavirus. Now, he is the exact opposite approach. We need consistency in the White House, and we need a consistent adherence to our own standards of human rights. I'm grateful to our witnesses for the insight and experience they bring us, and I will now move toward introducing the witnesses. Our first witness is Mr. Lee Chuk Yan, a former member of the Hong Kong Legislative Council. He is the General Secretary of the Hong Kong Confederation of Trade Unions and Vice Chairman of the Hong Kong Labour Party. Why don't we hear from...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Smith would like to make a few opening remarks, if that would be acceptable.
Were your opening remarks less than 5 minutes, Mr. McCall?
I wasn't keeping time, but it was three minutes.
I think that would open it up to everyone here. Is there...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I ask unanimous consent that Mr. Smith be recognized for 3 minutes.
Seeing unanimous consent, I want to hear from a champion of human rights, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. McCall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my good friend from Virginia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your eloquent statement, and we have worked together for well over 3 decades on combating human rights abuse by China during the Tiananmen Square, during the MFN battles, and in a very, very bipartisan way. Frank Wolf, you might recall, Tom Lantos, all of us speaking very aggressively against aiding and abetting this horrific dictatorship, which has only got Xi Jinping. So thank you for your leadership. Mr. Chairman, the great and loving people of Hong Kong have just had another draconian, anti-democratic law imposed upon them, and that is called the so-called national security law. It severely penalizes democracy activists, and even terms like collusion are outlined in the new law, and it defines that any contact with external actors like human rights organizations, journalists, members of Congress, those great people like Joshua Wong and others who have come here and said, all that we're asking Xi Jinping is for freedom. That's it. And to live up to your own promises made in the basic law and in the joint communique between Hong Kong and China, which facilitated the transfer of the conveyance of Hong Kong to China. They have broken their word. You know, words matter. It is a matter of international law that they committed for at least 50 years to having these 2 Chinas, 2 systems, 1 China. And now they're breaking it with impunity. Let's not forget that Xi Jinping continues to commit pervasive human rights abuse against these people, including the use of torture, which has been documented over and again on tours for the United Nations, forced abortion, forced sterilization. Mr. McCall rightly pointed out that they're using those tools of repression as a means of genocide to eliminate the Muslims in the Xinjiang region. 10 million, they're going after them to destroy their children, to destroy their families, and of course, 1 to 2 million are in concentration camps. The crushing of the Tibetan people continues unabated, and of course, and under Xi Jinping, under what he calls synchronization, there's an all-out effort to end all religious practice unless it comports with Marxist principles, and it is going from bad to worse. The Hong Kong Human Rights Act, and I was the House sponsor of it. It was a bipartisan bill. Obviously, Mr. Swazi was our principal co-sponsor, 130 co-sponsors or so, backed by everybody on this committee. That is now law, and the President did sign it, and pursuant to that law, on schedule, he did make that the loss of autonomy has happened. So we need to unite now. Democrats, Republicans, we've done it before. We've got to do it with the President, and the world needs to unite against this pervasive human rights abuser, Xi Jinping, and this draconian law that they... Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you for those comments and for decades of dedication to human rights. I'm going to introduce all the witnesses and then call on them in turn. Our second witness is going to be Professor Carol J. Peterson, Professor of Law at the William S. Richardson School of Law and Graduate Chair in the Sparks M. Matsuaga Institute of Peace at the University of Hawaii. Next, we will have Mr. Nathan Law, the founding chairman of the Pro-Democracy Demosito, and the elected lawmaker when he won a seat on the Hong Kong Legislative Council in 2016. Last, we will have Brian Leung Kai-ping, a Hong Kong democracy activist known for reading a statement on behalf of the protesters at the Legislative Council that crystallized the 5 demands for the 2019 anti-extradition movement. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today. I will recognize each witness for 5 minutes, and without objection, your record. I will first call upon Mr. Yan for his testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the invitation to talk about the situation of Hong Kong at this very, very critical moment. The passing of the National Security Law by the National People's Congress yesterday has sounded the death knell for one country, two systems. The people of Hong Kong was not shown any wordings of the law when it was seeing the contempt of the Chinese Communist Party for the people of Hong Kong. This represents the second handover for Hong Kong, and for me personally, my third handover. On July 1st, 1997, Hong Kong was handed over to China by the British government under the promise of one country, two systems, guaranteed by the Basic Law. The imposition of national security law on Hong Kong represents the second handover with the promise of high autonomy for 50 years, all broken. And Hong Kong was handed over back to China as one country, one system. For me, personally, it is my third handover. Why is that? I was arrested on June 5th, 1989, just after the Tiananmen Square massacre, for bringing support to the democracy movement in Tiananmen Square, the support of the people of Hong Kong. Thanks to a strong outcry in Hong Kong, I was released after 3 days. And since that day, I devote my lifetime to work toward democratic changes in China, in the Hong Kong Alliance, in support of patriotic democratic movement in China. After the passing of national security law, be tried in Hong Kong or hand over to China for trial because of our condemnation of Tiananmen Square massacre in our candlelight vigil every year, or the setting up of June 4th, and our continued support for human rights in China. Would there be a fourth handover awaiting me? The new law just promulgated 11 p.m. 30th of June 2020 is a complete
complex foreign policy issues. The idea of government for the people, by the people was and remains important and was unique. We're always striving for a more perfect union. We don't get it right every day, but we try to improve, and we use our unmatched power to protect rights at home and abroad. Happy early 4th of July to you all and to your families. Now turning to the substance of my remarks today, and I want to talk about one of the world's most unfree countries. Yesterday, the Chinese Communist Party implemented its draconian national security law on Hong Kong in violation of commitments that it made to the people and to the United Kingdom in a UN-registered treaty and in contravention of Hong Kongers' human rights and fundamental freedoms. And I want to talk about one of the world's most unfree countries. Yesterday, the Chinese Communist Party implemented its draconian national security law on Hong Kong, commitments that it made to the Hong Kong people and to the United Kingdom in a UN-registered treaty and in contravention of Hong Kongers' human rights and fundamental freedoms. Free Hong Kong was one of the world's most stable, prosperous. Now it will be just another communist-run city where its people will be subject to the party elite's whims. Indeed, this is already happening. Security forces are already rounding up Hong Kongers for daring to speak and think freely. The rule of law has been eviscerated, and as always, the Chinese Communist Party fears its own people more than anything else. The United States is deeply concerned about the law's sweeping provisions and the safety of everyone living in the territory, including Americans. Article 38 of the new law also purports to apply to offenses committed outside of Hong Kong by non-residents of Hong Kong, and this likely includes Americans. This is outrageous and an affront to all nations. On Friday, we implemented visa restrictions on those responsible for the Hong Kong crackdown. On Monday, we announced that we would end defense equipment and dual-use technology exports of U.S. origin going to the territory. We will continue to implement President Trump's directive to end Hong Kong's special status. Other federal agencies are involved as well. I applaud FCC Chairman Ajit Pai's for designating Huawei and ZTE as national security risks. We're also continuing to take action to build on President Trump's signing of the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act. Today, the United States Department of State, along with Treasury, Commerce, and DHS, are issuing a business advisory to companies with supply chain links to entities complicit in forced labor and other human rights abuses in Xinjiang and throughout China. CEOs should read this notice closely and be aware of the reputational, economic, and legal risks of supporting such assaults on human dignity. I call attention to recent credible and deeply disturbing new reports that the Chinese Communist Party is imposing forced sterilization and abortions on Uyghurs and other minorities in Western China. This shocking news is consistent with the CCP's decades-long callous disregard for the sanctity of human life. I call on all nations, women's advocates, religious groups, and human rights organizations to stand up for the Chinese people's basic human dignity. Look, the Chinese Communist Party's brutality affects the rest of the world too. We welcome India's ban on certain mobile apps that can serve as an appendages of the CCP's surveillance state. India's clean app approach will boost India's sovereignty. It will also boost India's integrity and national security, as the Indian government itself has stated. Today, Canada's National Day celebrations are dimmed by the CCP's recent decision to bring trumped-up espionage charges against Michael Korvig and Michael Spavor. The CCP's propagandists have implied that these two Canadian citizens are hostages held in retaliation for Canada's lawful arrest of Huawei's executive. She is charged by the Department of Justice with bank fraud, wire fraud, and conspiracy to commit bank wire fraud. I commend the Canadian government for standing firm and backing their independent legal system. Hostage-taking for political gains puts China in league with the Irans and Venezuelas of the world. The two Mikes need to come home now. In the Middle East, at the Forced Brussels Conference on Syria yesterday, the United States announced almost $700 million in humanitarian assistance to support Syrians inside the country and displaced abroad, bringing our total funding to just over $11.3 billion since the conflict began more than 9 years ago. In Iraq, I want to commend the government for bringing all armed groups under its control, including those firing rockets at Iraqi government facilities. The presence of these lawless actors remains the single biggest obstacle to additional assistance or economic investment for the country. For the world to help Iraq, Iraq must first help itself. Baghdad's actions are a step in the right direction, and we applaud them. I want to note 3 brutal honor killings that have taken place in Iran. 14-year-old Romina Ashrafi, 19-year-old Fatima Barhi, and 22-year-old Rohani Amri. 2 were beheaded and 1 was beaten to death with an iron bar at the hands of relatives. For 40 years, corrupt Iranian leaders have condoned murder, dehumanized women, and ignored cries for justice. When will they stop this unspeakable, wicked assault on human dignity? Staying on Iran, as many of you saw yesterday, I spoke to the UN Security Council, urging them to retain the 13-year-old arms embargo on Iran. These restrictions, as a result of the failed JCPOA, are set to expire in October. If Iran is allowed to buy weapons from the likes of China and Russia, more civilians in the Middle East will die at the hands of the regime and its proxies. It's that straightforward. Tehran will become an arms dealer for the Maduros and Assads of the world. Sworn enemies of Israel, like Hamas and Hezbollah, will be better armed. European nations will be put at risk. Our team has put together a short video that explains why this is so important. I'd like to show it to you now. So when you all hear about legal niceties and complexities and international fighting about what the right course of action is, remind yourself about what happens to the world if this arms embargo is lifted. In the end, that's what matters. In the end, it's what the UN Security Council has the capacity to ensure does not take place. I remind you to go back and look at remarks from the previous administration about the fact that the United States has the unambiguous right, without the consent of any other nation, to ensure that this arms embargo stays in place. This administration can do everything we can to make sure that that happens, to keep not only American people safe, but to reduce instability in the Middle East. A little north of Iran, we applaud this week's constitutional reform in the Republic of Georgia. We call on Georgia's parliament to honor the will of the Georgian people and pledges of Georgian officials through the passage and implementation of internationally recommended election reforms. Good on them. And yesterday, for the third time in less than a year, I met with my counterparts from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan in the C5+1 format. We share many goals, including peace in Afghanistan, strengthening regional trade, energy and security ties, and building resilient economies for each of those countries. As a sign of America's focus on building genuine partnerships, our Development Finance Corporation CEO, Adam Bowler, is today accompanying Ambassador Khalilzad to the region to scout out investment opportunities where American businesses can be successful and help these countries be sovereign and independent as well. Congratulations are in order for the Democratic Republic of Congo. In an unprecedented ruling, President Tshisekedi's chief of staff was convicted for corruption. No one, however high in office, should be above the law. And last week, the people of Malawi elected Lazarus Chakwera as their next president. This is only the second time that a court, in Africa rather, that a court has overturned a presidential election tainted by irregularities, and the only time that a re-election process has resulted in an election of an opposite party candidate. Truly a historic opportunity for the people of that country. This past week, the United States and Russia held the first round of nuclear arms control talks. Our two sides met in Vienna. They had positive, detailed discussions on a wide range of topics, including China's secretive buildup. Beijing regrettably boycotted the talks, record of secrecy, and rejection of multilateralism. And on Monday, the Bureau of Energy Resources led an interagency working group as part of the U.S.-Greece strategic dialogue, where we're working together to diversify energy sources in Southeast Europe, develop resources together, and promote regional energy security. And finally, to our hemisphere, all 21 OAS member states voted last week to condemn the Maduro regime's attempts to suppress independent political parties in Venezuela. Our region has categorically rejected the attempts to create a phony Maduro-friendly opposition. The United States also congratulates the people of Suriname in their elections and a peaceful transition of power to a new National Assembly. We look forward to working with that new government. In contrast, it's now been 4 months since Guyana's election, long past due for a peaceful transition of power. CARICOM and the OAS have certified the recount results. They should get on with it. I've instructed my department to ensure those who undermine Guyana's democracy are held accountable. Also today, the USMCA comes into effect. It will open up new opportunities for U.S., Mexico, and Canadian business and consumers. Good news. Finally, I'll bookend my remarks by marking another anniversary. July 1st marks the 70th anniversary of the Fulbright, Thailand. America educational programs and cultural programs, the world like this underscore America's respect for freedom, democracy, decency, the respect for human rights. And with that, I'm happy to take questions from y'all this morning.
Adam? Thank you, Morgan. I had two for you on Iran, if I may. One on the arms embargo. I was curious if the U.S. is willing to extension to potentially get Russia, China to go along with it. I was hoping you could get into the specifics of what terms are acceptable. And on the larger nuclear violations that the U.S. and now the IAEA have identified, are we looking at a menu of options for repercussions for this? And specifically, might snapback be one of those options on the menu? I was hoping you could touch on that specifically, because it seems some are making the argument that snapback accounts for the arms embargo and, of course, all other restrictions. So I was hoping you could talk about that a bit.
So first of all, our objective is not to extend the arms embargo for another short period of time. That's how we got into this mess, right? The arms embargo should be lifted when the Islamic Republic of Iran begins to behave in a way that is consistent with the ability to move arms around the world, to purchase, to act in a way that's consistent with the way normal nations act. So it's not a time-limited matter, it's a conditions-based matter, and our objective is to make sure that the lifting of that arms embargo is conditions-based. And when the time is right, it'll happen tomorrow. But extending it for 6 months or a year or 2 years fundamentally falls into the same trap that the previous administration fell into. I know there's a bit of a strong argument. What if you got 20 years? What if you got 50 years? What if you got 100 years? I don't want to talk about anything specific, but our objective is very clearly to say that the lifting of that arms embargo is not appropriate until that these folks won't use those weapon systems, or the money that flows from the sale of those weapon systems for malign purposes. As for the other EA, make sure everybody's up to speed. The IAEA filed a report that made very clear that the Iranians have failed to allow access to 2 sites that are suspected of potentially having engaged in nuclear activity related to their previous programs that predate the JCPOA. The Iranians continue to deny access to the IAEA. This is not about the JCPOA. This is about the NPT framework, the safeguards provisions that every nuclear power signs up for and that the Iranians have agreed to. This is outside and separate from the JCPOA. It's never been the case before that a regime has denied access to the IAEA. And so yes, in terms of how we're thinking about responding, we hope the world will see that this is a serious risk to the entire non-proliferation regime, and the United States is prepared to lead to come up with responses to this which would be appropriate and consistent with protecting and preserving that regime against Iranian intransigence that is entirely inappropriate. I hope the Iranians will change their mind. They'll allow full IAEA, unfettered, repeated, consistent access. To date, they've chosen not to do so.
Secretary Nirmal Ghosh from Straits Times. And in remarks about a week ago at the Brussels Forum, you mentioned a review of American risk postures and so forth, reordering. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, and specifically, does the Indo-Pacific and Asia in particular figure in that?
So I'll leave specifics about force posture to Secretary Esper, but there's important foreign policy ramifications of how we think about resource allocation, how we secure American freedom. And so this is something that's been going on, frankly, since the national security strategy was laid down at roughly the beginning, outset of the administration. And so we have consistently been looking for not only how we deploy our forces, Department of Defense, but all of the assets that we have. How do we think about our cyber capability? How do we think about where our embassies ought to be? So the State Department's undergone a parallel process of thinking about how do we engage diplomatically, where do we need to be, where do we need to devote our resources as well. So this has been a broad national security strategic review that's thinking about how do we focus on the threats that challenge us today and not those that challenge us 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. And then, as your question suggested, we have certainly raised our game with respect to thinking about the threat that the Chinese Communist Party poses to the United States of America, and you will see that resources and strategy will be the result of the objective that President Trump laid out.
Okay, Hiba, go ahead. Mr. Secretary, yesterday, following your speech at the Security Council, the German representative said the U.S. has no standing in this meeting to invoke UN sanctions, and by doing so, you will be violating the international law. How do you comment on that? And to what extent would the snapback be efficient if it is not supported by your allies, by your European allies?
So 2 things. That I don't want to get into the legal analysis, which you're suggesting. We have the full authority to go as a participant in UN Security Council Resolution 2231. We are highly confident that we have the right to exercise that. It is not our first objective. We hope that the UN Security Council, the Chinese, the Russians, every partner there will see that it is in their best interest to deny Iran this benefit that comes when they've not changed their behavior one lick. And so we're hopeful that we'll be able to do this without having to go through a complex, difficult process at the UN. So that's certainly our objective. We think we'll prevail. We think as we get closer, the world will see. If you're a citizen living in Brussels or you're someone in Athens, do you really want the Iranian regime to have Chinese fighter planes? I don't think so. I think the government of Greece will conclude the same thing. If you're sitting in Finland and you're trying to sort your way through about whether it's a good idea for the Russians to be able to have another partner who they sell weapons to, I think each nation will conclude this is a bad idea. They will regret that the JCPOA allowed this to expire, and they'll join us in this. It is certainly a full-fledged diplomatic effort that we're engaged in to convince the world that this is the right outcome, not just for the United States, but go talk to our partners in Saudi Arabia or the Emirates and Kuwait. They know too that if Iran is allowed to become an arms merchant again, stability in the Middle East will flow.
John, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary,
yes, sir.
On this bounty issue, you had some conversations with senior Russian officials after your aides were told about evidence of the Russian bounties. Did you use those opportunities to tell Moscow not to endanger U.S. troops in that manner?
So let's back up. A lot of what you said suggests knowledge that I don't think you actually have. I don't want to comment on the intelligence statement. The DNI has put out a statement. But I can tell you the intelligence community handled this incredibly well. We see threats in intelligence reporting to our soldiers stationed all over the world every single day. And so I can assure you that whatever reporting it is that you're referring, that we responded in precisely the correct way with respect to making sure that our forces were postured appropriately, that they were aware of the level of the threat, the credibility of the threat, and that we were there. Second, the fact that the Russians are engaged in Afghanistan in a way that's adverse to the United States is nothing new. By the way, some members of Congress are out there today suggesting that they are shocked and appalled by this. They saw the same intelligence that we saw. So it would be interesting to ask them what they did when they saw whatever intelligence is that they are referring to. They would have had access to this information as well. Not just the intelligence committees, by the way, even more broadly than that. We took this seriously. We handle it appropriately. The Russians have been selling small arms that have put Americans at risk there for 10 years. We've objected to it. Russian counterparts, I talk with them about this each time. Stop this. We think we have a not perfect but somewhat overlapping objective in Afghanistan. It's on their doorstep. We know they were routed in Afghanistan, right? So they have an objective there too, to reduce the risk of terrorism there. So yes, maybe not every time. But with great frequency, when I speak to my Russian counterparts, talk about Afghanistan, we talk about the fact that we don't want them engaged in this, but it's just so everybody can be level set. Money flowing to Afghanistan to support the Taliban has been going on since we went to Afghanistan, now almost 2 decades ago. It's not just the Russians. Indeed, probably not the majority of the Russians. Money's flowed from lots of places. From Iran, even today, the Iranians continue to undermine what we're trying to accomplish in terms of peace and reconciliation in Afghanistan. It's incredibly important that you take in context how it is this reporting is developed and how it is the United States has responded to this. We do everything we can, and this president has been vicious in securing American freedom and protecting American soldiers. Last point, there's some suggested somehow that there was an appropriate response taken because this was Russia. If you 20 minutes, I will read to you what this administration has done with respect to Russia, but instead I'll just provide it to you for the record. But it starts with a $700 billion allocation of resources to the Department of Defense. It continues with withdrawal from the INF, something the Russians remain unhappy with. We've done in Syria to push back against them, including against the Wagner Group. This administration has taken seriously the threat from Russia. I only wish we had not had so much to clean up from the previous administration's work to allow Russia to get on the ground in Syria, make enormous gains, interfere in elections in the United States of America under the previous administration's watch. We've had a lot to clean up, and President Trump is serious about responding to this in a way that protects America, keeps Americans safe, and every day working diligently to make sure that we keep our soldiers safe wherever any threat, whether that's from Russia or otherwise, presents itself.
Mr. Secretary, the U.S. has viewed Russia as a bad actor, but wouldn't the bounties be an escalation?
Can we let Elaine go next, and then we'll try to get some more.
Wouldn't the bounties be an escalation?
Elaine, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My question is, you just mentioned about the report written by Dr. Adrian Zenz regarding the forced sterilization, abortion of the Uyghur population, thereby China assimilating the Uyghur people. In the report, actually, Dr. Zenz he presented compelling evidence that the Chinese government's severe human rights violation of the Uyghur people meet the criteria of genocide as defined by the UN Convention on the Genocide. And also former Hong Kong Governor Chris Patten, China's policy toward the Uyghurs is also genocide. In addition to that, European Parliament Chair Reinhard Bütikofer and his first Vice Chair Evan Gebhardt in their joint statement yesterday also said the report further corroborate the assessment that we may be.
就喺即係港島北區啦。
Also issued a statement regarding this report. So, do you believe China is committing genocide towards Uyghur people?
The United States has taken the strongest action of any nation in the world to protect the human rights of all Chinese people, including the Uyghur people. We'll continue to do that. I hope our European allies in the region will take this seriously. We hope other Muslim nations will take this seriously as well and respond in a way that has the opportunity to protect those people's human rights. We'll evaluate how we think about the Chinese actions and what it is we ought to call them. We've worked closely with Congress to pass legislation that, if I recall correctly, passed nearly unanimously on Capitol Hill. The President signed that legislation. The United States takes seriously our obligations to preserve human rights of the people in China. We'll continue to do that. We're constantly evaluating those legal norms and standards for the world.
Abby, go ahead.
Given all that you just laid out about the threat from Russia, is now the time to be bringing Russia into the G7? And if I may, on Hong Kong, obviously China has passed the national security law, and the punitive measures that have been taken so far don't appear to have prevented them from taking these actions. So how far is the U.S. willing to go? And are you willing to take the mandatory actions laid out, or mandatory sanctions laid out in the Hong Kong Atomic Act?
Well, if they're mandatory, we'll do it. We always comply with the law here at the State Department, right? That's what we do. And so we will absolutely implement those laws, both consistent with the letter and the spirit of what those statutes require. So we will certainly do that. And there is more work to do for sure. But in the end, General Secretary Xi gets to make he wants to move his nation closer to something that is disconnected from the world in the most fundamental ways. They talk about, when I was in Honolulu, they talk about wanting to be good stewards, international players that comply with multilateral obligations. But when you're violating citizens' most fundamental freedoms, we should look to your actions, not to your words. And so that's what we will continue to do. We'll continue to do all the things that we can. And importantly, we will continue to build out a global coalition that understands the challenge that the Chinese Communist Party threat places on freedom and peoples all across the world. This isn't a U.S.-China challenge. This is a challenge that is between freedom and authoritarianism. And so long as we keep that foremost in our minds, I'm confident that the freedom-loving peoples of the world will prevail. With respect to Russia and the G7, when they were in this, they were causing problems. They're out of it, and they still continue to present risk to us. We need to talk to the Russians. And so the president gets to decide if he wants them to come to summits or not. That's his decision. I'll certainly leave that to him. But I do believe it is absolutely important that we have more frequent engagement with the Russians. You saw we had 2 days in Vienna last week to talk about really critical strategic dialogue about nuclear weapon systems proliferating around the world. I think it is wholly important and appropriate for the United States to continue to have dialogue with the Russians to convince them to change some of the activities that are inconsistent with what it is the United States needs to do to preserve security and freedom for its own people.
Kylie,
Hi, Mr. Secretary.
Kylie, good morning.
I understand you don't want to get into the specifics of this intelligence, but now that it has been...
No, it's not that I don't want to. I won't, because I'm not going to further jeopardize intelligence capabilities. I'm not going to put at risk the young men and women of Afghanistan in the same way that some news organizations have done. I just simply won't engage in that, Kylie. It's inappropriate, it is dangerous, and you ought not be part of that.
As a former CIA director and soldier, however, do you feel that the president should have been told about the Russian bounty being offered to the Taliban to kill U.S. troops, even if that was not fully verified intelligence?
You have 6 things in your question there that are just, I'm not going to go there. You've got assumptions about things that just don't reflect what it is that we've actually seen and done. With respect to this idea, This administration has been, and when I was CIA director, I was directly involved in this and making sure that the president had the relevant information he needed to make important strategic decisions. You should know that threats, I'll give you an example of threats to our embassy. Every morning I get a briefing. It's the second thing I do every day about challenges that we have, threats to our embassy. I don't share that with the president every day. These are Americans. These are State Department diplomats who are at risk. What we do is we do hard work. We put our team on the ground. We make sure we have the security posture right. If necessary, I call my counterpart at the department and make sure that his forces are properly positioned if the threat is a verifiable enough and of a sufficient threat. We do this every day. We make those judgments. That's my responsibility to do that, to do it well. When the threat is sufficiently serious, the scale of the threat is of such importance that there's an action that I think the president needs to be aware of, and the information that I've seen is sufficiently credible, then we make sure that the president is aware of that. The president has been consistently aware of the challenges that Russia presents to us. And he is aware of the risk in Afghanistan. It's why we have spent so much time over this past year at the president's direction to reduce risk to our forces in Afghanistan in a way no previous administration has done. We've set about a peace and reconciliation plan inside of that. And by the way, as part of that, we've talked to the Russians about how we can reduce the risk of violence from the Taliban to Americans on the ground in Afghanistan. Now, we've taken the threat, and the president's taken the threat to our forces in Afghanistan incredibly serious throughout the entire duration of this administration.
So it's your opinion that the president
Somebody else have a question?
didn't need to know about intelligence?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
My question is on Lebanon. The Lebanese judge who issued a ruling banning local and foreign journalists from interviewing the U.S. ambassador to Beirut submitted his resignation yesterday after he was referred to judicial inspection over the ruling. Is the U.S. satisfied with that? And are you concerned of any military escalation between Israel and Hezbollah in the near future?
Well, we're always concerned about the space between Hezbollah and Israel, but related to this incident with our ambassador and her ability to speak freely there, that doesn't raise my concerns greatly. I don't think that greatly increases the risk of conflict between the two. As for this judge no longer being the judge, one fewer Hezbollah judge is always a good thing.
Tracy, go ahead. Mr. Secretary, you just mentioned, you talked about having talked to the Russians about reducing threats to American service people from the Taliban, and yet
Not just for the Taliban. Not just for the Taliban.
Okay, from various. But you know, if indeed the Russians were offering bounties to kill.
If indeed.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
You know,
you all are going places that I'm not going to go, because we have work that is important to keep our soldiers safe, and I'm not going to allow you to lay down questions with facts that are certain and say, oh, he didn't refute what I said in my question, therefore it must be true. I'm not going to go down that path with you.
Okay, but this would seem a major escalation, and you've talked about Iran. Anytime Iran would attack American troops through proxies, there would be consequences to pay. And so I'm just wondering, that same kind of warning should not be given to the Russians.
I can absolutely assure you that when we see serious, credible threats from the Russians, whether they are Russians engaged in threatening activity in Ukraine, Russians engaged in threatening activity in Syria, Russian threatening activity, they're now in Libya, their actions in Venezuela, the list is long. When we see credible that suggests that the Russians are putting American lives at risk, we're responding in a way that is serious. And you said, do we warn them? Do we talk to them? I think the answer is, of course we do.
Okay, Rich?
Hey, Mr. Secretary.
Hi.
On Hong Kong, in your opening remarks, you called it now, after the security law was imposed, just another city subjected to the CCP's whims. Is Hong Kong lost, and how far is this administration willing to go to try to prevent that, or to try to bring a situation back to where it once was?
Well, whether it's lost or not is entirely dependent upon the decisions that General Secretary Xi makes. And when you say lost, you mean has it lost its freedoms? Is it no longer an autonomous place? I signed a certification a couple weeks back now that suggested that it was not. I suppose these things are always reversible. The actions of the last 48 hours suggest that the Chinese government, at least at this point, the Chinese Communist Party has no intention of reversing that trend. And as for how far go, I'll just repeat what the president said. He wants to ensure, with a handful of Hong Kong is treated just like mainland China, because that's the way that General Secretary Xi has chosen to treat as well. With that, thank you all. I've got to head on today. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Increased use of hostage diplomacy, such as the case of the 2 impeached Canadians, far-reaching implications for anyone visiting Hong Kong, including U.S. persons who are studying, doing business, or working as government officials or diplomats. So how safe should I or any other American feel about visiting Hong Kong in the future? Many are talking about. Okay, so let me have the witnesses respond, if anyone would care to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can respond to that. It is true that China intends to apply this law extraterritorially, and I don't think anyone should feel particularly safe, particularly not if you have been involved at all in any sort of campaign for sanctions or other actions against the Chinese government or against Hong Kong. Because when you combine the provisions, Articles 36 to 39, together with Article 29, the definition of collusion with foreign forces, it creates an incredibly broad legal liability. So while I would have said up till a few years ago that Hong Kong is one of the safest places in the world to visit, because I lived there for 17 years and I always felt very safe, I don't think it's so safe for you to visit now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Engel. And I also would like to add on that, Article 38 stipulates very clearly that even if you have no Hong Kong residency and your conduct is conducted in places outside of Hong Kong, you will still be subject to the law. And I think it adds a lot of pressure and violation of human rights for journalists, academics, INGOs who might have criticized Chinese abuse of human rights before. And if they come to Hong Kong for international conference or their daily operation, they could be subject to that law. So I think it's extremely draconian, sweeping, and I think the international community should be very concerned about this law.
One more point to come in. I'm Lee Chuk-Yan. As Carol and Taiping had already mentioned about that law applied to persons who is not a permanent resident of the region. And I would want to also point out that apart from, foreigner, if mainland Chinese support Hong Kong, which in the past, from the umbrella movement to the process movement, there are some mainland Chinese who are already aggressive inside China. But now, with this law passing, also the national security law would apply to, mainland Chinese who try to support human rights in Hong Kong. So it is not just applying to, of course, foreigner. So it's really catching on. Today, of course, our last governor, Chris Patten, had made some very good statement about the national security law. And I was wondering, actually, as the last governor of Hong Kong, can he come back to Hong Kong to visit us? So maybe he would be, labeled as, foreign collusion with foreign power, and then in breach of the national security law. So once he comes, then he may have a problem, and so this is really wise, application of law to anyone in the world, or so anyone in the world can be caught by this law. This is that. It's this, you can see the attitude of the Chinese Communist Party wanting to catch everyone.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you another question. Many are mentioning risks to personal safety for those who have been involved in the Hong Kong democracy movement from the days of handover until now. Several of you speaking to us today has repeatedly put yourselves at great personal risk. You're very courageous, and I really take my hat off to you. We've seen announcements from the United Kingdom and from Taiwan regarding safe haven for Hong Kongers. So my question is, what can states do best to ensure that we're doing our part to welcome those in Hong Kong who face persecution under these new laws?
Well, thank you for your question, Chairman Engel. And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude that I understand that the U.S. government has also proposed a safeguard plan for a lot of human rights defenders in Hong Kong, including those who could have been indicted or have criminal records regarding the protesters. So I think this is indeed a great way to support Hong Kong protesters on the ground. For Hong Kong people, well, one thing I would like to mention is that after the day implementing the national security law, today there were more than 100,000 people marching down to the street, facing extremely high risk and police brutality, and also the risk of being imprisonment for more than 10 years on the street, and then to chant the slogan in support of freedom and democracy. I think this fearless attitudes towards is very admirable. And I think not only offering safe vote plan for these people, but also the international community should join hands to implement more and more mechanisms to hold China accountable, so that we could let those people on the ground feel more safe, and let the Chinese government more scared to implement more draconian execution of these laws again.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may speak on the issue, in addition to Nathan, I think it's a reality that we have to face. Some of the best and brightest Hong Kong protester intellectuals, academics have to flee the city because of involvement in the democracy movement since 2019. It's very saddening, and it's unfortunate that many people are forced to seek refuge elsewhere, but it's a reality that we have to face. Many of my friends, myself included, have to make that same tough decision. So I know that in America now, two bills have been proposed. It's Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act. Another one is Hong Kong Freedom and Choice Act. Those will provide the immediate refugee favorable policy to Hong Kong people. I think those will be a very good mechanism to ensure the safety of those who are really in danger and in great need. So I think those acts, I hope that they will be passed soon and would, create much more discussion around the human rights situation in Hong Kong. Think about Hong Kong as an international financial city that produced a generation of exiles, a generation of political refugees. This is unacceptable, but we need to help them.
Thank you very much. Anyone else care to answer the question? If not, then we'll go to Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling this important and extraordinarily timely hearing. Thank you to all of our witnesses, and thank you, Mr. Lee and Mr. Nathan Law, for the tremendous sacrifices you have made years to date, and the risk that you face now. Just a couple of points. Unless Xi Jinping reverses course, I think everyone has to be on notice in the world that every treaty obligation, including those with the WTO, that China has added its name to, its voice, its signature, are worthless. They made solemn obligations, freely entered into, and now they are breaking it with impunity. We often talk about the rule of law. In China, it's the rule of unjust law. And I would say to Ms. Peterson, and I thank you for your testimony, your point on the retroactive, because I was thinking that as well. I think that is a technical omission in the law. Nothing precludes this dictatorship from looking back and holding people to account. It is just their way. Let me just ask a couple of questions. One, do you have the world will unite, particularly world leaders? There needs to be, I think, a very serious sanctions regime. Mention was made about the Secretary of State. He did on May 27th, pursuant to the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act language. He made a very strong statement that the Hong Kong does not continue to warrant treatment under U.S. law in the same manner as before its handover. Of course, that's because of the autonomy issue as well as human rights. He stated that the administration would eliminate different and special treatment for Hong Kong, including export controls on dual-use technologies and more. And then a month later, on June 26th, Secretary Pompeo announced the imposition of visa restrictions, which we all were calling for those Chinese officials who are undermining the high degree of autonomy as guaranteed in the '84 Sino-British Joint Declaration. Obviously, more now has to be done, that they have pulled the trigger. My hope is that they will revisit it. Maybe our witnesses could speak to whether or not they think there's any possibility of that. But I would hope that the people around Xi Jinping realize that he is dishonoring the Communist Party. He is dishonoring the government of China. When all the world can see in the light of day that they give their word and they break it with impunity, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. I would also ask our witnesses, maybe they want to speak to corporations. Obviously, the reach of this law is far beyond just people physically residing in Hong Kong. They have put language in the decree, this law, that reaches beyond that. And let me just say there are a lot of members of this House and Senate. I'm among them. I was briefed by the FBI. I'm a target. That's what they put this out, and I'm a target, whatever that means. And I think this campaign of intimidation against the world, people, especially the Hong Kongers, we need to meet this as never before. We didn't do it after Tiananmen Square. Herbert Walker Bush didn't do it, nor did Bill Clinton. We acquiesced, and they took note of that and said, well, give it a little time, and people will just let it go. And I think, as the speaker pointed out before, there are a whole lot of us on both sides of the aisle who really realize the nefarious nature of this dictatorship, really draw that line, and hopefully there are some people within the Xi Jinping government who will say, wait a minute, time out. You've gone too far, President Xi. You're doing it with genocide against the Uyghurs, as we've all talked about, and now you're doing it here. So if any of the witnesses would like to speak to any of those points. And let me just say to Nathan Law, you said don't look away. We will not look away. We'll further engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I think first, again, we have talked about the Article 38 that is, explicitly an intimidation against the global community for speaking up for Hong Kong. That's the first. And the second one, I think it's important to recognize CCP strategy of political control is always about compartmentalizing politics. That, assuring the business community you should not concern yourselves with politics, you will not be affected by the new law. But just recently, HSBC and Standard Chartered, two biggest banks in Hong Kong, were forced to kowtow explicitly to the national security law. It showed the division between business and politics is only a political agency in the eyes of China, and it can always dissolve and force the business community to obey or to align themselves with the party interests. So I think it's really important to send a message that we should not fall into the divide and conquer tactic by CCP. So that's why I think not only U.S. has to take a much tougher position, we also have to unite different nations in the world, such as the EU, which is the biggest exporter of China, such as the United Nations, different platform that Professor Peterson mentioned. So I think we have to come up with a counter-united front to Chinese own united front that want to conquer and divide the world.
Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, on May 29th, Trump announced that there'd be targeted sanctions against Chinese and Hong Kong officials, but he didn't provide any names or lists. They're just an illusion at this point. As you may be aware, I, along with the ranking member of the Asia Subcommittee, Mr. Yoho, introduced a House version of the Hong Kong Autonomy Act, introduced in the Senate by Senators Toomey and Holland, to impose mandatory sanctions on entities that violate China's obligations to Hong Kong under the Joint Declaration and the Basic Law, and also the banks that do business with them. What are Hong Kongers' positions on the U.S. implementing targeted sanctions particularly targeted visa bans in light of the national security law decision? Mr. Lee?
Yeah, thank you. I will fall into the article on the collusion of foreign power. I will fall into that definitely for this question. I think this is the problem now. With that law in place, when you read through the law, and anything, saying anything to the international community, maybe, sort of catch you as collusion of foreign power. And one of the things that's very specifically targeted at is to sort of, there's an article on it inviting sanctions. I think that is exactly, what they really had in witness of what have happened in the past, and they would try to, stop people of Hong Kong or anyone in the world of the Chinese Communist Party. So I think I have to be, I leave it to your wisdom to how to, go about in the future to support Hong Kong. But one thing is that when you look at the special United Nations mechanism, recently there's a very powerful United Nations 50 special rapporteurs had joined together on a joint statement on China and Hong Kong.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. I need to go on to another question.
Special rapporteur on Hong Kong and China.
Thank you. Taiwan, I'll build on the comments of our chair, Mr. Engel, as he points out that Taiwan and the United Kingdom are talking about opening their doors to hundreds of thousands or even millions of Hong Kongers. We want freedom for Hong Kong, not immigration from Hong Kong, but we have to deal with the practical situation as it stands. I'll be joining our colleagues, Mr. Curtis and Mr. Castro, in introducing introducing in the House the Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act to designate Hong Kongers as Priority 2 refugees. This is necessary because Priority 2 allows the individuals to access our refugee system without going through the UNHCR, which doesn't have an office in Hong Kong, and doesn't without a referral from an NGO that China could block. Do Hong Kongers generally support the effort to make it easier for Hong Kongers to be classified as Priority 2 refugees? I wonder if Mr. Law could answer that.
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's important for us to provide a way out, not only for the ordinary protesters, but for those who have been heavily targeted, and especially under the national security law, that people who may face lifelong imprisonment, these politically targeted individuals, they are likely, the assistance for them are likely needed. So I think for now, yeah, indeed, if there are more countries offering helping hands to them, that would be a better result for them. And they are not necessarily leaving, but at least they are offered choices for them to make, and for them that will ease a lot of their pressure.
I would point out that political activists from China dedicated to freedom have had a major and positive impact on the world, including, of course, Mr. Sun Yat-sen. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank our guests. The first question I think I have is for people that are unfamiliar with maybe the specific tenets and the text of the agreement. What are, since obviously the Communist Party in Beijing have decided that they're not going to honor any of the commitments in the agreement, what are, if any, the remedies? And before you answer, before anybody answers, I just remind everybody that's listening, watching, that breathes a breath, this is the reason that you don't make agreements with nations or criminal organizations that have no intent on maintaining their side of the bargain, that are known liars. Organizations and countries like North Korea, like Iran, like China, like Russia. This is why you don't make agreements with them. You demand action, and then you have a reaction to their action. But with that, what are the remedies?
May I come in? Yeah, the question about the Sino-British Joint Declaration, I think in that particular declaration, it was registered with the United Nations. But one problem with the whole joint declaration is that they don't have any so-called remedy clause for violation. Though recently, the European Parliament resolution, when you read through the text, there's one particular text that say that encourage the member states to go to the International Court of Justice and to seek remedy over the breaching of the Sino-British Joint Declaration. But of course, this is a suggestion, but whether legally you can do that, we still do not know. And of course, I think the UK government had the responsibility to make sure that the Sino-British Joint Declaration that they agree on should be respected. And now when it's a breach, they should be the one that really, go to the United Nations and ask for a respect of the Joint Declaration. But we hope that we will see something in the future about the Sino-British Joint Declaration.
Could I add something to that? Mr. Lee is correct that there's no clause in the Sino-British Joint Declaration providing for a dispute resolution. But the General Assembly of the United Nations can always seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice. And there's nothing that China could do to prevent them seeking that non-binding advisory opinion as long as a majority of the General Assembly. Just recently, in 2019, the ICJ issued an advisory opinion on whether decolonization was lawfully completed with respect to the Chagos Islands. And although the UK wasn't very happy that that request was made, it was made because a majority of the General Assembly voted for it. Now, even though advisory opinions are non-binding, they can be very influential. And I think even a campaign to seek a vote to seek that advisory opinion would put some pressure on the Chinese government to be a little more careful about living up to the letter of the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Thank you.
Hey, I sure appreciate your comments, and I got a news flash for everybody. Public pressure and opinion, et cetera, have, as you can see, little effect on the Communist Chinese Party. So that's all just tilting at windmills, in my opinion. But let me ask this question. With the advent of this the security law in Hong Kong, what are the ramifications of this for, what do you see the ramifications for Taiwan?
Obviously, first, I thank you for the question. Obviously, the law actually applies to non-Hong Kong residents, including Taiwanese. And they're, on the one hand, they have been very active in supporting for Hong Kong. Their own pursuit for democracy is also branded as subversion of the state power, right? So I think it also be a very good signal about how China treats Taiwan, given Taiwan will one day to be succumb to the so-called one country, two system, right? So I think it shows how ambitious China will be one day once you fall into their agreement that they would not honor, as you point out. And I think, it obviously shift the discussion, what's happening is in Hong Kong shift tremendously the discussion in Taiwan, that they know that the CCP is not trustworthy and their so-called high degree of autonomy, et cetera, are mere lie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you very much. Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The national security law that Beijing drafted in secrecy and imposed on Hong Kongers will be swiftly used to suppress. Fact of the matter, it's already happening. I woke up this morning to reports that the police in Hong Kong have made at least one arrest today of a demonstrator for, quote, violating the national security law. As I read the testimony of our witnesses this morning, I felt a deep connection to democracy described. I would be remiss if I didn't say right here in America, I am part of the continued struggle of Black Americans to realize the promise of democracy in this great nation. And I can identify with the lifelong nature of this kind of struggle. It is because of the history and present challenges for my community in America that I know we must care deeply about what happens in Hong Kong. History has shown us that the push for freedom, equality, and human rights is always connected anywhere it exists. It reminds me of the words of Dr. King when he said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And while I thank this committee and the House of Representatives for standing up, I am so deeply disappointed of the White House when it comes to its U.S. global standing. This is a moment for strong U.S. leadership, but it's also a moment where the president's geopolitical failures are emboldening China and other nations that now seek to press their agenda unchecked. It is no coincidence that China has chosen this point in time to blatantly disregard commitments to grant Hong Kong a high degree of autonomy. Congress has given the Trump administration the tools to address Chinese human rights violations. We have shown strong bipartisan support for Hong Kong and the resolve to hold China accountable. Instead of using these authorities, the President of the United States chose early on to praise Beijing's handling of protests in Hong Kong and did worse than nothing as the Chinese government vigorously oppressed the Uyghurs. As I have traveled to meet with world leaders since the 45th President of the United States took office, I've heard resounding concern about the increasingly erratic nature of American foreign policy. Our closest allies continue to see this as a problem, but others see it as an opportunity. China has emboldened to take the actions it has in Hong Kong, just as it's similarly emboldened on its borders with India, in the South China Sea, and increasingly to Prussia, Taiwan. So with that, I ask Peterson, in what ways can the United States redeem its credibility and work with the global community to get China to honor its international commitments? And what role, if any, can multilateral organizations play in this inflection point, at this inflection point? Ms. Peterson.
Thank you very much for that question. We could start by becoming more active in the UN human rights monitoring mechanisms, particularly the UN Human Rights Council. Because it has ceased to be active in that council, China has gained more influence on the council. And it's now served 3 terms on the Human Rights Council, and it recently secured an appointment to a very influential panel, plays a role in nominating independent UN human rights experts. So the United States needs to become active again in the UN Human Rights Council. The UN Human Rights Council has been asked by a group of independent human rights experts to establish a special rapporteur on human rights in China. And it would be nice if the United States would play a more active role in that campaign. The United States could also ratify more human rights treaties, because that would mean that we would be able to elect members, independent experts, to sit on those monitoring committees. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I have a concern in regards to Hong Kong's status as a financial hub, and I'm concerned with the lack of strategic thinking by the administration that could limit Hong Kong's access to American dollars and markets. I'm wondering, Mr. Leung, do you anticipate any slippage in Hong Kong's financial system and trade standing, and what might that effect of that slippage be on the one country, two systems doctrine?
Thank you, Congressman. China has always taken advantage of Hong Kong's special economic status that is globally recognized, that is treated separately from China. But that recognition is conditional upon the fact that Hong Kong is sufficiently autonomous. So I think in future, the discussion around sanction is actually not so much about sanction. It's about withdrawing the privilege that the international community confer upon China, given it has honored its side of promises. Now it has completely ruined its side of promises and do not want to allow Hong Kong to enjoy high autonomy nor civic freedom. So I think withdrawing their privileges and negotiating until China is willing to honor its promises, I think we have to think about, that economic privileges. Does that warrant the international recognition that China enjoys now and keeps benefiting from our special economic status?
Thank you very much. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping have blatantly disregarded the agreement between Great Britain and China. The international agreement to allow for the self-rule and independent governance of Hong Kong has been washed away. The rioting going on today in Hong Kong is a direct result of Communist Beijing's lack of respect for rule of law and international agreements. It also shows the Communist Party is intimidated by people with free thought. Chinese communism cannot survive in a free society. Unfortunately, Xi's communists have brought shame to the Chinese people once more as he leads them into their second century of shame. It is agreed that Hong Kong is a province of China. The United Kingdom agreed in 1997 to cede its claim of the territory and return full control to China 50 years into the future, 2047. The Chinese leaders of the time accepted these terms in good faith. The rioting in Hong Kong, approaching a year now, is solely the results of Xi and the Communist Party breaking those agreements and is driven by the lust for authoritarian power and fear, the fear of, again, free-thinking people. In modern civil societies, there must be a mechanism or forum for people to address grievances to their government peacefully without fear of reprisal from the government. This is exactly what people of Hong Kong attempted to do when Carrie Lam, Hong Kong's chief executive officer, introduced the now ill-fated extradition bill last year at the direct China's Communist Party. The people of Hong Kong attempted to peacefully address their concerns, but their concerns fell on deaf ears. We now know why. Chinese communism cannot survive where people have free thought. Their goal, that is of the CCP, is to remove any form of democratic existence near its border. In essence, Beijing has broadcast to the world China and the communists are not to be trusted. The question is, what are international businesses operating in Hong Kong going to do? Will they put profit above international agreements? Will they place the concerns of their board members over human rights? Will year-end dividends and stock reports justify their operations, investments, and manufacturing to overlook actions approaching the atrocities of the Nazi regime inflicted upon millions of Jews, Czechs, Poles, and others? Let's hope not. Is China's assault on its province of Hong Kong a prelude to misguided actions against the sovereign nation of Taiwan? This fight in Hong Kong is not between China and the United States. It is a continual sad loop of human endeavors, a fight of right versus wrong, good versus evil, freedom against suppression. In the end, freedom will prevail. My questions to the panel: have any of you seen or heard personally any actions of the protesters to secede from China? Or is their concern only to have, of the protesters, to have rule of law with an independent judiciary system restored? Mr. Ling, we'll start with you.
Thank you for the question. I think in the eyes of the Communist Party, everything could be falling under the concepts of national security and secession. Once you go against the state, whether you speak it publicly, whether you demonstrate it, it can be construed in some way as subversion to the state power. When you look into the 2019 anti-extradition bill movement, the consensus is really about implementing the much-needed institutional reform and much-delayed reform in Hong Kong. I grew up in Hong Kong and have witnessed 23 years where we have not made substantive democratization progress in our legislative council, in which half of the seats are actually not democratically elected, not to mention our chief executive, who is the one to blame for the crisis since 2019 and still remain in power. It's staggering to think about a quarter of the population go against a government and that leader can still remain in power for many years. It shows that Chief Executive Carrie Lam now is a total pawn for the CCP to execute agenda rather than reflecting Hong Kong people's will and interests. So again, I think the whole movement up to now, the core consensus is really about initiating the much needed and much delayed institutional reform.
Thank you for your answer. I'm out of time, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sires.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me compliment my colleague from New Jersey for fighting always for human rights all these years and working with the Speaker on some of these issues for many, many years. You know, I worry very much about this whole situation for the people of Hong Kong and for the people of the rest of the world. I worry that if we do not send a strong response to Hong Kong, there are many people, many leaders in the Western Hemisphere that is looking at this and saying, well, if he did it in Hong Kong, I can do it here in Venezuela, I can do it here in Nicaragua, I can do it here in Cuba. So a strong response is very, very important, especially from this country. Going to the United Nations is also very important, but the response to China has to be strong, because we cannot let China set the example that they can do anything and they're going to get away with it. So I worry very much that they play the long game. I worry that they'll say, well, there'll be enough evil in the world now, but we'll get away with this just like we have gotten away with this in the past. I worry about the administration's approach and the president's approach through transitional kind of politics that we are practicing now in this country. And there are many things that can be said that I think that haven't been said. So with that, I ask the panel, does this country now have the credibility to make strong statements on what is going on in Hong Kong? Anyone in the panel?
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think, of course. Hello, sorry. Nathan, you want to go?
Your turn.
Yeah. You know, on the question about you know, credibility, I think it's important that you know actions always speak more than words, and we want to see the support over as I mentioned, in the United Nations and a lot of international community instruments and institutions to support Hong Kong. And I want we in Hong Kong. The other question that has already been asked is, what are we looking for? We are looking for democracy only, and we have been promised democracy. And for 23 years, we have been disappointed after the handover. And the disappointment is now, you know, really stifling the hope of the people of Hong Kong. And we feel very disappointed that over many years, the world has not spoken against the promise of China.
And I'll just add, thank you for the question first. I'll just add, Hong Kong people are actually watching very keenly about what U.S. is doing and has done. So I think action and words coming from U.S. government from now on will be closely watched and will be in the deep interest of Hong Kong people. I think the first step is, as Mr. Lee have said, is to build action, is to speak up Hong Kong whenever there is a critical crisis, and implement concrete policy from now on. So I think that credibility will be built.
Yeah, I think the support from the U.S. to Hong Kong democratic movement and our pursuit of freedom has always been very strong, bipartisan, and well, very vocally since last year. And for me, myself, I studied at Yale University last year, and I felt very encouraged that a lot of my well, fellow students, they came to me and vocally support for my pursuit and a lot of actions in Hong Kong. So it is not only about the government and not only about the bipartisan support in Congress, but for ordinary Americans, we have felt that they really are giving us enormous support, no matter on Twitter or some other platforms. So I think that kind of noise and vocal support is much needed, and I think it will encourage a lot of Hong Kong people when they feel alone and feel helpless when they face this giant authoritarian regime.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, I introduced the bipartisan Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act, along with my partner Castro and other members of this committee, including Representative Sherman, Yoho, Kissinger, Malinowski, and others, and Smith. I want to pause and take note of the bipartisan nature of this bill and the strong bipartisan support. And I hope by doing so, those who are watching this hearing will take notice that we're committed as a Congress, regardless of party, to act on this. This bill would designate Hong Kongers as priority 2 refugees, streamlining the refugee admission process. This bill also sets up an asylum path for those in Hong Kong who are in immediate danger from the CCP, frontline activists, journalists harmed while covering the protest, first aid responders at the protest, anyone who provided legal service to those arrested for the protest, and anyone arrested during the protest since June 9th, 2019. The legislation also instructs the Secretary of State to work with like-minded ally countries to accept refugees from Hong Kong. This bill addressed the immediate humanitarian crisis. The U.S. must act fast. This legislation is needed, and it's needed immediately. I would also like to note that more legislation is in process, and I'd like to point out the good work of others on this committee, Representative Malinowski and others, and note that we have a lot of work to do. I hope the House will act quickly on this legislation. My question to the witnesses is that as I've listened to the propaganda regarding this bill, I frequently hear that it's a passive bill in extreme circumstances, that it won't be exercised as feared. And I'd like their comments on that, and specifically since the law went into effect, I understand there have been arrests since then. And are you seeing any impact already of the bill? And is this passiveness that was promised simply propaganda?
Firstly, I think it's not at all a passive bill. When you look at the way they, framed all the charges and the institution that is going to enforce the bill is really very scary. Firstly, they have a national security supervisory body headed by the Communist Party back in China. And then they have a national security agency stationed in Hong Kong, cooperating with the police, of course, and with police personnel in the whole national security setup. And then the police will have the power to confiscate your computer, freeze your account, confiscate your passport. So all these are put into the law. So it's not at all passive. And they have the whole now create a whole national security agency institution in Hong Kong to enforce the law. So it's at all passive. And now today, just today, 10 people, of course 300 people have been arrested. But out of the 300 arrested, 10 of them was arrested for breaking the national security law. And so it is today already very active in arresting people in the demonstration that we have just today. And add one more point, when you look at the law, they have already made, as I mentioned in my witness statement, a banner already, warning people that you may be arrested with the national security law of secession and subversion. So it's not at all passive, and sadly, they are now already starting to take a very active role, we expect in the future, so that people of Hong Kong will be fearful of standing out for their rights and to be fearful for exercising our freedom.
Yeah, additionally, I think not only about its execution, but its cultural impact towards the Hong Kong as a society is immense. The spokesperson of the Communist Party repeatedly said that there are a lot of incidents with really low thresholds that people could be violating the national security law, like you are saying certain slogans or you are circulating certain rumors that could kind of like create hatred towards the government, which it is really a fixed term. And also in today's 10 arrests, there are cases that individuals carrying banners or stickers without even displaying it when they conduct a stop and search, they were actually arrested by in the names of national security law. So you could see how broad and how shallow the whole execution is. And I think it is not only about really getting people in jail, but also creating a white terror among the crowd to remind us that our rights are all being deprived and we can only listen to whatever Communist Party said.
Thank you. I'm out of time, and I appreciate the witnesses. Mr. Chair, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Connolly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panel for being here, and thank you for your bravery to our Hong Kong friends who are with us today. I want to talk about two things, leverage and impunity. And I think the elephant in this room is the fact that the Trump administration has unilaterally given up leverage that would be profoundly helpful in the situation in Hong Kong. On human rights, the president is almost silent. He misses every opportunity to talk to foreign leaders about it, and in fact, is an enabler. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at Russia. When it comes to international treaties, our moral high ground is compromised by our retreat, whether it be the Paris Climate Accord, whether it be the Iran nuclear agreement, whether it be the INF, or the fact that we still haven't signed the Law of the Seas, meaning we don't have much leverage in that body either, which really matters with respect to China. We talk about Mr. Castro's bill, a good bill to try to provide a relief valve for Hong Kong refugees. But this administration has limited the number of refugees. It cut the number from 110,000 to 20,000, and we're not even going to come close to that this year. It's about to lay off 13,500 people who work for immigration and citizenship services, making it impossible to naturalize or process asylum claims. And then with respect to China, we know from John Bolton, this president pled with President Xi, the man we're trying to influence to do the right thing, to help him with his re-election by buying U.S. goods and agricultural goods especially. Mr. Bolton says in the mass protests a year ago in Hong Kong, President Trump's reaction was, I don't want to get involved. And at one point he even praised President Xi's handling of it. Where's our leverage? Where's our moral high ground? We can say whatever we want here, but actions of this administration speak a lot louder than rhetoric. And then there's impunity, Chinese impunity. Professor Peterson, you talk a lot about international forums and human rights resolutions and using our influence to try to pressure the Chinese, but it seems to me the Chinese have decided it doesn't matter. They're acting with impunity against the agreement with the Hong Kong, against international law, against international pressure on human rights. What is the leverage we've got, I ask you, Professor Peterson, and why the Chinese operate with such clear impunity? And Mr. Law, you may want to comment on that as well.
Yes, thank you for that question. International law is inherently difficult to enforce. That's right. But I don't agree with you, sir, that China doesn't care at all about the human rights norms. And the reason I disagree is that I see the Chinese government investing a great deal of time and resources to become a more active participant in the UN human rights monitoring bodies and to try to shape the norms to a form that suits them. So we do see the Chinese government trying to, for example, intimidate treaty monitoring bodies so that they don't shadow reports that are critical of the Chinese government. We see the Chinese government trying to...
Professor, if I could just interrupt because I don't have a lot of time. I'm not sure that proves your point. I think all that does is prove that China is using its leverage to completely dilute the effect of international law. Look at how they've ignored the ruling, which was decisive on the Philippines' rights before UNCLOS and the law of the seas and the arbitration panel. They've ignored it. They don't care. They've shown no interest in caring about that at all, other than to continue to try to dilute rulings of the body and to isolate those rulings when they don't come in their favor.
I accept your point on the case with the Philippines, but I still don't agree that it's worthless to invest time in the UN. The reason they have more leverage in the UN human rights monitoring system is that the United States has become inactive. And that's where I do agree with you. We have lost our leverage because we are not on that stage as much as we should be. And the truth is the United States has sometimes ignored rulings as well. I mean, we have not always accepted rulings of the International Court of Justice, even when they had jurisdiction in contentious cases. So I think no actor in the international stage is perfect, but if we want to help the people of Hong Kong, one way that we could help, in my opinion, is to be more active in the UN human rights monitoring system.
Mr. Chairman, could Mr. Law just respond to the impunity question? I, of course, yield back my time.
Certainly.
Yeah, I think, well, for decades, the world has been too lenient for China's violation in terms of trade agreement or any terms of international treaty. It is very difficult to find an international mechanism that could really hold them accountable from what we have now. So I think it is important that we recognize how China has been manipulated and treating like issues on China, on Taiwan or Hong Kong, Xinjiang, South China Sea, and also in India even, with huge disrespect for international norm. So I think this is not only about the current mechanism that we could use, but also the attitude of the countries around the world, especially those more liberal ones, how they could join hands to apply pressure and to support those on the ground in these places in regards to China's expansionist nature.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Okay, Ms. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will say for the record, I'm going to miss you and your leadership. You've been a great leader of this committee in the short time I've been here, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And I hope you consider me a friend, because I sure consider you one, brother. And you will be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Chinese officials in Beijing and Hong Kong have said this new secure extremely small number of people. I don't believe anybody believes these officials. We cannot assume that the Chinese Communist Party will stay true to their word. The CCP has shown time and time again they are not to be trusted, and they play by their own set of rules. A few examples of that, I'm going to take my mask off a second. Attempting to cover up the origins of the COVID-19 by destroying forensic evidence, silencing doctors that dared to speak out, and failing to notify the international community over COVID as a whole. And they continue to bully their neighbors in the South jocking, forced abortions, beatings, torture, solitary confinement, and more. It honestly leaves you speechless, Mr. Chairman. But I don't know why we should expect any better of a group of people that are oppressing. They have a history of doing this to their own people. We need to call them out for these acts whenever and wherever they do it. Yesterday, pro-democracy political groups, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Demosisto and 2 other independence groups dissolved with Hong Kong. Is this the point of no return for Hong Kong's democratic movement? And I'll ask our distinguished.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think it is important for us to recognize that any forms of disagreement with Beijing or even in their own term, intrigue hatred towards them could be considered a violation of the national security law. So basically, none of us could speak freely because we can never guess when they will feel, hated. So I think this is especially the case in Hong Kong for all the local political activists. We are basically chained for most of the occasion to face lifelong imprisonment. So I think sometimes this is a white terror that they created. And for us, we really have to attest how their execution would be, how they will implement that law, and to adjust our way of conducting our activism. But I don't think this is the end of our see. There are 3 Hong Kong activists sitting in this panel giving out testimony, and also there were more than 100,000 people marching down to the street. There are a lot of brave Hong Kong people who do not afraid the tyranny, and they still, march down to the street regardless of the intimidation from them. So I think Hong Kong movement is pretty much still alive and with its tenacity. And I think the international community should really treasure and admire this group of brave people that give us back in this darkest time.
Any of the others?
Actually, I'm the chair of the Hong Kong Alliance in support of patriotic movement in China that is founded in '89, and we have been, fighting for democracy for China and of course Hong Kong over the past 31 years. And every day I was asked by the journalists whether we would dissolve our organization because of the national security law. Why they are asking that? Because we have, of course, we have the platform of, bringing justice to those who own the massacre in Tiananmen Square. We have the platform of end of one-party rule and also building a democratic China. So people are only asking us whether the end of one-party rule will be something that will be caught by the national law as undermining the system of China. We do not know, to be honest. But we have told all the journalists, the media, that we will hold on to our principle and we will not retreat. Though we do not know what lies ahead of us, but I think it's very important that we believe in democracy and we should practice our belief. And so we do not know why ahead. And we will, and people also ask me, because we have there's a lot of artifacts inside, whether we will, deliver it out of Hong Kong to somewhere safe. No, we are not going to do that. We will still stay on and practice what we have, all the activity we will continue to conduct as in the past. But as you said, we do not know when we can return victorious to democracy.
Thank you. I've run over time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I hope we continue to support free people everywhere. And I think if we're finally going to take care of this problem, we just got to stop buying Chinese junk, and we got to stop putting up with their garbage. And we got to, and talk is cheap, and we need to put something behind all this talk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I appreciate your friendship, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony, as well as their continued bravery and advocacy and support for the people of Hong Kong. We're grateful to those of you especially who took risks by appearing here today. This national security legislation is just one more example of the political persecution, suppression of human rights and pro-democracy groups and civil rights lawyers and religious groups conducted by the government of China. In Tibet, we've seen cultural genocide to control the desire for Tibetan self-determination. We've seen the cruelty in Xinjiang, where Uyghur Muslims are surveilled, their phones hacked to trace their movements, conversations, and networks both in and out of the country. They're forced to provide blood samples, voice prints, facial scans, and other personal data, all before being thrown into mandatory re-education camps designed to suppress the Uyghur language and culture, transforming Xinjiang into a virtual police state. And just today, Hong Kong police arrested protesters under the new law for crimes yet to be divulged, and we must ask ourselves, what's next? Who is next? The Communist Party in China has grown more ambitious in ways that are anathema to democratic values and rule of law, normalizing and enabling environments for the breakdown of civil rights and liberty. In spite of Beijing's increasing encroachment in freedoms, we stand with the people of Hong Kong for their bravery and their courage to advocate for their freedoms. When the freedom and democracy of future generations are at stake, we have no choice but to speak up and to act. But it cannot come simply from this Congress. There is no doubt that the Speaker of the House, Speaker Pelosi, who chose to spend time with us today, is committed to fighting for human rights. She's been doing it for 30 years, and there is no doubt that my friend, Mr. Smith, has likewise been standing up for human rights everywhere in the globe, and he's been doing it for 30 years. But the leadership also needs to come at the top. And we're having this hearing today, even as we're struggling to understand how the president's former national security advisor wrote of the president stressing the increased Chinese purchases of soybeans and wheat in the electoral outcome and, quote, pleading with Xi to ensure he'd win, close quote. And then also the former national security advisor said that at a G20 meeting in June 2019, Xi had explained to Trump why he was basically building concentration camps in Xinjiang. And according to our interpreter, Mr. Bolton said, Trump said that Xi should go ahead with building the camps, which Trump thought was exactly the right thing to do. The National Security Council's top Asia staffer, Matthew Pottinger, told me that Trump said something very similar during his November 2017 trip to China. That also from the former National Security Advisor, and even on Hong Kong. The president said, after a quarter of the population of Hong Kong turned out for weeks of protests, the president said, I think President Xi of China has acted responsibly, very responsibly. They've been out there protesting for a long time. I hope that President Xi will do the right thing, he said, adding China could stop the protests if they wanted. I want to commend the State Department for its May 28th joint statement with the governments of Australia, Canada, loudly opposing Beijing's imposition of national security law on Hong Kong. But I am so troubled at the way the president has conducted the relationship, his relationship with President Xi in all of the ways that I just laid out that so clearly contradict the great bipartisan commitment to standing up for the human rights of the people of China, and today especially people of Hong Kong, that we've seen exhibited here in this committee. Mr. Law, if I can just ask, the United States clearly has to work with like-minded countries. What more can be done, should be done, with the United States leading the way in a multilateral effort to respond to this new law, the imposition of this new law? What can be done?
Thank you very much, Congressman, for your question. I think for now, as we have pushed forward multiple bills concerning Hong Kong situation, that we indeed need a strong action to implement them and to see what we can do to hold China accountable. Because for the past few years, we've been pushing forward Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, and I'm glad that it was passed last year, end of last year. We've seen a lot of upcoming bills that were going to be passed and will be pending to have effect on them. And I think this is an important process to show the world, even the US or the Western world, when they are dealing with China, they no longer see it as their priority, but for human rights and for the pursuit of freedom. So these like-minded countries, I think, well, adjusting their priority and getting an agenda right is the most important thing that we could expect. And we would definitely feel encouraged if these countries are doing it with, well, a very obvious and obvious action.
Thank you very much, Mr. Law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mrs. Wagner.
I thank the chairman and certainly our witnesses for bringing attention to China's attempt to bully and intimidate Hong Kong into abandoning its rights and freedoms. Hong Kong's success as a free and open city exposes the injustices and hypocrisies of the communist system in China. Congress stands in unity, in bipartisan unity with Hong Kong residents as they fight to protect rule of law and respect for human rights in their city. Yesterday, the Standing Committee of China's National People's Congress formally approved the national security law in time for it to go into effect today on July 1st, the anniversary of Hong Kong's handover to China. This is a significance for pro-democracy advocates in Hong Kong. Ms. Peterson, I think we know how this new law has affected the annual July 1st protests, sadly, but how should they respond to these violent crackdowns on protesters?
Thank you for that question. Well, I think obviously we should be condemning it. We should join multilateral groups at the United Nations to condemn it. We should become more active, which is being asked to set up an independent monitoring mechanism. And I fully agree with everyone who has suggested the Safe Harbor Act, because I think it is a very strong and significant show of support, more than just talk, to tell people that you will provide safe harbor if they're an authoritarian regime. I want to say one brief thing about the statements that this law will only be enforceable. I think that was Carrie Lam's hope, because she really hoped that everyone would be so frightened by this law that everyone would stay at home. And that's one of the reasons the law was brought into force during the COVID restrictions, because it makes it easier for the Hong Kong government to try to persuade everyone to stay home. But clearly that hasn't been the case. I think that there will be far more arrests than perhaps Carrie Lam had predicted. And the big question will be whether the people are tried in Hong Kong, where I do think the judiciary is still independent, or whether the mainland will use Article 55 to bring them to the mainland for trial, which would really be a terrible violation of the sign of British Joint Declaration.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. More than just talk, I think, is the operative word there. The Communist Party's move to impose this national security law on Hong Kong seems to be inspired in part by domestic instability stemming from the party's catastrophic handling, as you just mentioned, Ms. Peterson, of the coronavirus pandemic. And I just came from the China Task Force, where I presented a Compensation for Americans Act piece of legislation that I hope we can move forward. Mr. Lee, do you expect discontent at home could push an unstable Beijing to take even more shocking actions against the people of Hong Kong?
Thank you for the question. We expect that the Communist Party of China will be more high-handed in the way they try to, in a way, suppress the protest. But still, the people come out. I think we all have to appreciate the courage of the people all marching out today during July 1st. And they have actually two, instruments of suppression. One is the national security law, but actually they have used another law that is, which is a draconian law in the British colonial time, and then they changed it during 1997 to make it more harsher. It's a public security ordinance. And I personally was charged for 7 charges for 4 incidents or marches under the public security ordinance, because now they're using the excuse of COVID-19 and saying that they would ban all gatherings. And so when we want to organize, all of you witnessed the 1 million and 2 million marches back in June last year. Now it's totally impossible to do that now.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Real quickly, China seems to have accelerated the timeline for passing and implementing the national security law in order to turn the tide against pro-democracy candidates at September's Hong Kong Legislative Council elections. I don't know if you have time to answer, because my time's about out, Ms. Peterson, but how do you anticipate the national security law will impact the makeup of Hong Kong's Legislative Council? What actions can the international community take to protect the pro-democracy movement?
Thank you for that question. Well, very briefly, I do anticipate that the Beijing and appointed Hong Kong government will try to use this law to disqualify pro-democracy candidates from running for office. I think the democracy movement is being very careful to try not to violate the law, or at least to make sure that there are candidates who can still stand, but it's going to be very difficult. I think they will try to use it as a pretense for disqualifying them.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. My time's expired. I appreciate the indulgence of the chair, and I want to thank Chairman Elliott for his leadership on this committee and here in Congress. It is an honor to serve with you, sir. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Wagner. Very much appreciated those very kind words. Thank you. Mrs. Cellini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our extraordinarily courageous witnesses for being here today for this really important hearing. And while it is comforting to know that there is strong bipartisan support for human rights on the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Congress of the United States, I think we have to recognize that the President's policy toward China has undermined American leadership and called into question, frankly, decades of strong bipartisan support for Hong Kong. And the American policy toward Hong Kong should, of course, be based on advancing the interests of our own country in supporting autonomy and democratic freedoms for Hong Kong. But we know, of course, that just a few months ago, the President wanted a trade deal and couldn't offer President Xi enough praise or deference during those negotiations and subsequent to them. We also know now there's new reporting that the President also sought assistance in his re-election campaign from the Chinese and supported the Chinese government's efforts to continue to put Uyghurs in concentration camps, and actually praised President Xi's handling of earlier protests in Hong Kong. So my first question is, despite strong, clear bipartisan support for democracy and freedom in Hong Kong, how does the President's conduct and his failure to speak out in support of human rights broadly, and then the specific effort to coddle the Chinese president and advance his own political interests, how does that impact what's happening in Hong Kong, how the Chinese government responds to protests in Hong Kong, and any of the witnesses who can provide an answer to that would be helpful. Mr. Law, maybe you can start.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it is important that we have a stable and strong alliance, including the cooperation from Congress and the White House, that when there are resolutions passed in the Congress, then we could swiftly implement it. So I think it is important that we need a more or less volatile government to really handle these cases. But I think sometimes it's strategic, and I think most importantly, the structural direction towards China are more assertive and more an attitude that holds China accountable has already established. So I think for long term, I'm not worried that this kind of consensus between aisles will fade.
Thank you. Mr. Kai-ping, could you speak to how you think the Chinese government will use this new law? Again, it's not a security law. It's a law of repression of dissent. It's a law to destroy democracy in Hong Kong. There was, it's already been reported, the first arrest this morning under this new law for a gentleman holding a Hong Kong independence flag. And so what should we expect to see in terms of use of this new law?
I think on two levels, you can see the impact that is immediate on Hong Kong. First, I think there is a pervasive sense of self-censorship that political parties have to, in advance, disband themselves. Netizens online have to self-censor, and protesters no longer will be able to enjoy the civic freedom to express political beliefs and hanging a political flag or slogans. I think those very pervasive intrusion to civil liberty that we have enjoyed over many decades is now under grave threat. And I think the second level is really about the institutional presence of the CCP in Hong Kong, that their office could now basically is about the law. The operation is not bound by basic law, not bound by Hong Kong government. There's no way to hold them accountable. They could do surveillance, they could intercept information, they could do secretive arrests of protesters and then extradite them to China. So the law is really comprehensive in the sense, and its presence is pervasive in every corner of civil society.
Thank you so much. My final question is, I know that speaking out and condemning this conduct of the Chinese government is something we all will do, and a purpose of this hearing is to shine a light on it. I know many have suggested moving forward with sanctions, which of course is appropriate. But my final question is, are there other things, other actions we should be taking, both as the United States and along with partners around the world, our allies, that will have a meaningful impact on the Chinese government in terms of their efforts to destroy the democracy of Hong Kong? And if so, what are they?
Well, I think at least for now, the problems in Hong Kong is not only about Hong Kong, it's about how China will continue its authoritarian expansion of nature. So I think we could think of something like targeting its Winter Olympics, upcoming Winter Olympics, and also issues not only happening in Hong Kong, but happening elsewhere, like Xinjiang and Taiwan, in order to pile up the pressure and to coordinately apply pressure and let them to be aligned with the international norm and international ruling.
Thank you.
And if I may add to that, I think, do we have time? Sorry.
Sure, as long as the chairman will let you answer.
Yes, yes, certainly.
If I may add, I think the world now has to reckon with a recent China that is economically very powerful. And I think the world has to formulate a very stable, cohesive, and multilateral policy towards China, especially in terms of trade and business conducting. There are still U.S. companies who operate in Xinjiang or Uyghur region, and we have to take into account human rights issue when dealing with China in economic front, especially the issue of Hong Kong.
Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I too want to thank you for your extraordinary leadership of this committee. You've been a mentor from the day that I arrived in Congress and had the privilege of serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I will be forever in your debt, and thank you for your great friendship and your service to our country. And I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cicilline. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panelists for your bravery. The Chinese Communist Party poses a serious threat, not just to the United States, but international interests. This is Chinese government, clearly not the Chinese people. The CPC is problematic, and many Chinese people have immigrated to the United States. They're welcomed, obviously. I'm biased because I married one. But the CCP for decades has been using meticulous and multidimensional strategies to degrade and undermine hegemony and democracies around the world. Chairman Xi has accelerated these efforts, most recently and clearly apparent in CCP's dealings with Hong Kong. Obviously, CCP has violated the promise of one country, two systems by clamping down on Hong Kong, and they have shown a blatant disregard for human rights. The mass detention of millions of Uyghurs, forced sterilization presumably of tens of millions of women over the past 30 years, and not allowing the freedom of speech. Citizens who criticize the government are disappeared. Most recently, we've seen that play out during the coronavirus, where now the world has over 10 million cases and 500,000 deaths. They didn't share life-saving information. They covered up how infectious and dangerous the disease was. They didn't report human-to-human transmission for a month, and they censored anyone trying to warn the world. And let some 5 million people leave Wuhan without screening. They destroyed samples, they hoarded PPE, and they blamed the United States soldiers. So they have not been a good actor with regards to coronavirus and with regards to national and regional disruption economically. They have stolen hundreds of millions of dollars in intellectual property from the United States. They force technology transfer, and they interfere with global supply chains, economics, and international business. So countering the CCP's aggression, a president who will hold the CCP account. An American president, unlike any other in history, will be tough on China. Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has established the China Task Force, spearheaded by this committee's own ranking member, Mike McCall. It's clear that we must steer the U.S. in a direction that is less dependent on China economically and in terms of manufacturing. And so my questions to Mr. Law, who you understand the United States very well. You went to Yale University. I represent Eastern Kansas. What do Kansans need to know about the situation, my constituents?
Well, I think when we talk about human rights and also the human rights violation in Hong Kong, we have to understand that we're actually facing a global fight. We've seen a lot of, well, for example, in the general election in the U.S., there are a lot of, foreign forces getting infiltration and also manipulating a lot of misinformation campaign. And the same happens in Hong Kong. So actually, I think in the U.S. and in Hong Kong, we both share a lot of things that are originated from authoritarian powers like Russia and like China. So I think for me, my greatest target is to educate more U.S. citizens to understand that we are actually in a global fight. We should hold hands together and to suppress these authoritarian expansionists and to let us know that fighting for democracy, especially in Hong Kong, in this foreground, is indeed helping the world to preserve its democracy and its values.
Okay, thank you. To either any panelists, I've been to Hong Kong. I love Hong Kong. How will the future be different in the next 5 or 10 years because of the CCP?
I don't think anyone can, tell the future. Of course, we hope that freedom and democracy will return to Hong Kong, but I think we are into very, very difficult times. And not just us, everyone will, under Xi Jinping authoritarian regime, who only preaches about nationalism without really caring about the people. I think we are into hard times. But I want to also mention one thing about people-to-people exchanges that I just mentioned, educating the American public about the situation in Hong Kong. And one thing that I think the Communist Party also in the national security law also mentioned about foreign NGO, and I think they also want to intervene into how these exchanges go on. But I think we should be it's very important and very encouraging to the people of Hong Kong that these exchanges continue.
If I may just add last word about how do we want to speak to American audience. I think we have to recognize Chinese influence is not only about Hong Kong, it's also about people around the world. We think, let's talk about Zoom, an app that has been used in American campus that explicitly censors Chinese activists. We can talk about disinformation campaign of China on Twitter, on Facebook, social media platform that are owned by China and sensitive information, such as TikTok, which is widely used by Americans. We have to recognize the global influence of China is actually infiltrating to every corner of the world, and every citizen, even in America, will be affected.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the bravery of the panelists. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins, and I'll now recognize myself. The Chinese government is not only violating the rights of Hong Kongers, but also violating an international treaty, the Sino-British Joint Declaration. This again undermines the credibility of the Chinese government when it comes to public pledges and international agreements. The national security law is part of a larger campaign of increased aggression from China in recent months, from its clashes with India and Vietnam to its bullying of Taiwan and increased repression of the Uyghurs. I believe China has been emboldened by the fact no one is minding the shop at the White House. President Trump has consistently failed to hold China accountable on a range of issues and has in fact demonstrated no interest in doing so, specifically on human rights. Last summer, President Trump adopted the Chinese government's language by calling Hong Kong's peaceful protests riots. He also promised President Xi from the beginning that he would not get involved in Hong Kong in a misguided attempt to win concessions on China in trade talks. That strategy, like most of President Trump's, failed and is now costing the folks in Hong Kong. Representative Curtis, in introducing a bipartisan, bicameral bill, the Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act, that would expedite the process for Hong Kongers being persecuted to seek refugee status in the United States. This is a common-sense policy that will protect the protesters who inspired so many of us for their dogged commitment to upholding universal human rights in the face of a very repressive regime. We also must work with our allies, such as the United Kingdom and Taiwan, in protecting Hong Kongers who now face retaliation by mainland Chinese forces. With that, I have a few questions. And as I mentioned, Mr. Curtis and myself, along with other members of this committee, introduced a bill yesterday that would give Hong Kongers who face persecution an easier path to receive refugee status in the United States. Can any of the witnesses speak to whom in Hong Kong is most at risk of being targeted by the Chinese and being persecuted because of the national security law? Should the United States pay special attention to student leaders and other specific groups? And I ask that question of anyone.
Thank you for the question. I think since 2012, I think Hong Kong has seen a wave of youth-led movement. We have Joshua in 2012. We have a group of student leaders coupled with other seniors in civil society who led the umbrella movement. And now the anti-extradition bill movement in 2019 also subsequently involved a lot of young protesters. So I think party leaders, for example, Nathan, Joshua, under pressure by the CCP, I think those political leaders from our generation do need certain protection, but also just other activists who have been first aider, who have been legal consultant, who have been, just reporting news, they would also be under pressure under the national security law.
Okay. Anyone else on the panel?
And I think about the young protesters and all the protesters that have been arrested over the past year, there are already 9,000 arrested and 2,000 of them prosecuted under the law, and many under the law of the crime of so-called crime of riot, and that may end up in 4 years to 6 years or even more years jail term for them. But very often, what happens is not that they have any action in the scene; it's just that they have not left it, and then the police define that as a scene of riots, and then they are caught by the police, and then they may be sent to jail for 4 years. So it's not just a national security law in the future. What I want to say is also the protest movement in the past had already lots of persecution for these draconian laws called the public security ordinance. So I think in the future and the past, these victims of police brutality and police harassment and prosecution, unfair political prosecution should be the one that should be a new bills that are going to be introduced.
All right, thank you. I'm going to keep myself on time here, and thank you for your answers. I'm going to go to Ms. Titus of Nevada.
Oh, there we go. Well, thank you very much. Most of the hearing has focused on just this particular law and the context of the COVID virus. But as you just said in these last two speakers, this really isn't new. It goes back to 2014 with the umbrella movement, with the umbrella against the tear gas when they appointed the first special executive. Then last summer, I was in Hong Kong. We saw the early protests against the extradition law. That was withdrawn, but certainly some of the other demands weren't. But throughout all of that, Carrie Lam said, well, we still have the one country, two systems. That seems to now be out the window. There doesn't seem to be much a pretense that that still exists. So I wish you all would elaborate me on how we should have maybe seen this coming. And then second question, because of my own background, I wonder what the impact of this is going to be on universities, students, academics, professors in Hong Kong, because the way the law is defined where it says subversion of state power, terrorist activity, collusion. Those are very broad terms that can be applied just about any way the regime wants to, and that would certainly target, I would think, professors and students in the social sciences.
Yep. Thank you for the question. If I may just address the second part of your question. I myself is in academia, and a lot of Hong Kong intellectuals, whether they're young or whether they're more senior, are extremely worried about their future. They worry about whether they could conduct independent research, whether their previous work will be scrutinized and used as evidence against themselves. And also not only about local academics, even scholars in America, because the law is so pervasive that it also covers American citizens. Academics who study on China or Hong Kong are very worried about their future. Would they be able to enter Hong Kong safely for future conference or research, or not to mention China, right? So I think academics is under tremendous pressure under this law, and a lot of self-censorship will happen. And lastly, to go back to your first part of the question, that is not a new phenomena. If you look at 2014, Xi Jinping actually issued a white paper on the formulation of one country, two system policy. And it's explicit that the CCP under Xi Jinping's leadership is about total control. It's about party dominance. It's about what they call overall jurisdiction. So we should take into account the historical trajectory of CC changing its formulation of one country, different from the era in Deng Xiaoping, for example, about Hong Kong people ruling Hong Kong. No. Xi Jinping said it's about the party ruling Hong Kong. It's about a party who control every sector of Hong Kong.
Thank you.
Well, do you mind I jump into the second part of the question? Because I think it is important that we have witnessed a lot of suppression and worries from the local community, and a lot of scholars or students. They are really worried that whether they have academic freedom in Hong Kong. So actually, a lot of them are seeking opportunities to study abroad or work overseas. So, well, I had the experience of talking to them, and I think sometimes if we, like, for example, in a school, if they provide scholarship, that they could single out Hong Kong as a region from China and give them separate quotas, then it will facilitate them to be able to get these funds and to study abroad and to continue their career as a scholar. And I think this is important because, well, in the U.S., we've got a lot of, well, speculations about whether there are covert missions from the Chinese students, whether they are guided by their party. And sometimes there are lots of vacancies on the grants which are supposedly given to them, but for now stopped because of political reasons. And these funds could be transferred to Hong Kong students who are like brilliant in every terms, but being suppressed because of their political beliefs. So I think this is one thing that we could support locally, and then to culture them in a free space, and they could, well, kind of like repay back to Hong Kong with their own terms.
Maybe we need to look at that specifically as we think about sanctions or safe harbors, to not forget about that whole student, academic, faculty, researcher population. Anybody else?
Yeah, just one more point. You know, the way the Communist Party, they are having a multi-pronged attack over the civil society, across, including university, academic, and also secondary school teachers. So they will, because they blame everything on the teachers about what the behavior of the the youth. But actually, of course, the youth is leading the movement, not leading the academics. But one thing they will do in the future, in every aspect of Hong Kong life, is they will put political loyalty above anything. Any profession that you may be very, very and outstanding in the profession. But if you are not politically loyal, then they would not, hire you in the academic field, civil servant, every aspect of life. They want only one thing: loyalty to the Communist Party.
All right, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. I'm going to go to Mr. Shabbat of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I unfortunately didn't hear all the questioning here because I'm the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee. So if I repeat anything that others have already asked, I apologize in advance. But I'd open this question up to any of the witnesses who might like to respond. I'm one of the founding co-chairs of the Congressional Taiwan Caucus, and I'm currently co-chair of the caucus as well. So I'd ask that based on the Chinese Communist Party's decisions relative to Hong Kong with the national security law, what should we expect China's next move against Taiwan potentially to be, and what should Taiwan learn from Hong Kong's experience? And I'd again yield to any of the witnesses who might like to respond.
Thank you for the question. Professor Peterson, do you want to jump in?
I would just say very briefly that I think Taiwan already knows that one country, two systems was not going to be fulfilled. It was originally developed for Taiwan, and sometimes people used to say when I first moved to Hong Kong in 1989 that Taiwan was Hong Kong's insurance policy because the Chinese government would want to show Taiwan that it will keep its promises. But clearly that hasn't happened, and I don't even think that China is trying to take any sort of soft diplomatic approach to Taiwan anymore. They're just trying to scare Taiwan.
Thank you very much. Any of the other witnesses want to weigh in?
Thank you for the question. I think in recent years, there has been tremendous interaction and exchange of Hong Kong and Taiwanese civil society. And Taiwanese activists and commoners that I've heard actually learned tremendous deal of how CCP ambitions and ideology about control, how dominant, one country, two systems can be, once implemented in Hong Kong. So I think I agree with Professor Peterson that it shows that one country, two system is a broken promises that could not be implemented in Taiwan. The last year anti-extradition bill movement have helped tremendously to sway the discussion in Taiwan about how should we perceive China. And I think China would not give up the ambitions to Taiwan or Hong Kong. And I think they would try to exert that national security concept to Taiwan via, if not formal legislation, some informal institution and informal channel of influence.
Thank you very much. Let me go to another question. What should the international community, specifically the United States, do to impose real consequences on the CCP for suppressing freedom in Hong Kong while minimizing any blowback or any consequences or any hardships on the people of Hong Kong itself, who we obviously want to help and stand with? We don't want to make their lives any more challenging than they already are. But what's the best way to impose a hardship for the bad behavior of China without harming the people of Hong Kong? And again, to any witness might like to take that.
Thank you for the question. Again, China has used Hong Kong as a conduit to import sensitive technology, to finance its companies who are in tremendous debt, to conduct, let's say, IPOs or their national champions in Hong Kong. So China has benefited tremendously from Hong Kong as a gateway to international finance, to a gateway to international technology, especially from America. So those are spheres where America can exert tangible influence on China. And without a democratized parliament or institution, actually, Hong Kong people have not benefited tremendously from those economic arrangements. So the consensus in Hong Kong now is basically we have to hold China accountable, stop them from abusing our special economic status. So I think the support is actually there, U.S. to implement more tangible sanction on China.
Thank you. And I'll get in one last question if I can. One of Hong Kong's principal strength, obviously, is that it's such a great place to do business. If any of the maybe one of the witnesses could discuss whether this new national security law will have a chilling effect on businesses and their international employees over and above any political activity.
Well, thank you very much. A lot of my friends are professionals, and they are all thinking about leaving Hong Kong. And also, I've talked with some business stakeholders. They are also thinking of stop moving into Hong Kong or stop injecting more funds until Hong Kong is more stable. So I think it is important to realize that we're not the ones who are harming Hong Kong or creating economic difficulties for Hong Kong. But the Chinese Party, they're actually destroying Hong Kong as a city that could embrace different values and different opinions. And this is really vital for business. So I think, yes, indeed, we are suffering much from the implementation of national security law.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I recognize Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for their continued commitment and courage in speaking out on behalf of the people of Hong Kong. We are all aware that we're in a contest with the Chinese Communist Party, a contest of ideas, and unfortunately for the people of Hong Kong, they are playing a role similar to the people of Berlin during the Cold War. This is a battleground in that contest, and we cannot underestimate how important this is and how difficult it is going to be, given the determination of Beijing to crush the freedom of the people of Hong Kong. My focus has been on what can we practically do about it. I strongly support targeted sanctions, but to be frank, I don't think they are going to do much good in terms of deterring the Chinese government from more important, as Mr. I think Long mentioned, is to take action to withdraw some of the privileges that corporations doing business in Hong Kong currently receive. That's a difficult conversation we're going to have to continue to have. We've spoken also a lot here today about the importance of offering safe haven for people from Hong Kong, and I think that's incredibly important. And I want to make sure we're all clear. We have two pieces of legislation that I think are equally important. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Castro, and others have offered a piece of legislation that I have co-sponsored to provide expedited refugee status for activists, for people in Hong Kong who have a credible fear of persecution. That is a lifeline for the people who need it the most. A number of us, including myself, Mr. Curtis as well, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Kinzinger, Mr. McGovern, have offered an additional piece of legislation, the Freedom and Choice Act, which is meant not only as a lifeline but as a warning to Beijing, because in that legislation we also offer admission to the United States to people from Hong Kong with advanced degrees, business owners, those who have completed undergraduate degrees in the United States. The idea here is very simply to say to the Communist Party of China that if you indeed suffocate and crush Hong Kong, you will lose its wealth and talent to the United States. You will lose its wealth and talent to what you consider to be your greatest adversary, and frankly, your loss will be our gain. The point here is, again, not just to provide a lifeline, but a warning in order to try to deter Beijing from doing its worst to Hong Kong. And I wanted to ask the witnesses about this combination of efforts, and particularly whether they think that that warning might have some impact on Beijing's calculations, because after all, they want Hong Kong because of its wealth and talent, and I know they are very worried about the brain drain to the United States, the United Kingdom, to Canada, to Australia. Mr. Long, maybe begin with you. Do you believe that this kind of action might be noticed in Beijing and might actually affect its calculations?
Well, definitely, I think Beijing is under huge pressure, and that's why they wanted to implement the law in order to try to squash the movement in Hong Kong. But in effect, it actually reignites the whole movement. We've got a lot of people coming down to the street to protest, and they are obviously not afraid of the newly implemented national security law. So I think actually Beijing backfired himself, and I think for the international community, we should have a multilateral, comprehensive, cohesive strategy dealing with China issue, not only in Hong Kong, but also, for example, they will have a Winter Olympic really soon, and shall we endorse that? Shall we participate in that? If we are not, then what message could we deliver in order to hold China accountable? And I think this is important that we put this kind of angle, looking at China issue in every respect, in every perspective, including the human rights violation in Xinjiang, the intimidation to Taiwan, the cultural genocide in Tibet. Yes, indeed, China is really pressured, but we have pushed far more than only words. But we need coalition, we need alliance, and we need a multilateral and comprehensive action to them.
Thanks. Anyone else just quickly want to chime in on whether offering admission to the United States?
I want to talk about the business not to succumb to pressure from the Chinese Communist Party in suppressing human rights in China or Hong Kong. And one example, I think Kai-Ping had mentioned about Zoom. Actually, I'm the victim of being blocked. My account was being blocked by Zoom. And afterwards, apart from me, two other activists in America, because of our June 4th involvement and our forum on June 4th, our account was blocked. And then the explanation is that because the Chinese government had unblocked our account. And then the answer to the query of the media is that, okay, in the future, they won't block our account, but they will block all Chinese participants. This is the way that the businessman behavior. The same with the HSBC, willing to sign on to the national security law. So business had to be held also, vote for human rights violation in many parts of the world and not to support a regime that suppresses human rights.
Sure. If I may just add very quickly about the issues of
sure. You want to for about 10 seconds?
Actually adds substantive pressure on China. For example, the UK, when they mentioned about favorable opening of the BNO, actually it was met with severe criticism from the Foreign Affairs Department from Chinese company, from Chinese government. For example, Hong Kong housing market is sustained by Hong Kong people, and they're actually substantively owned by a lot of property developer from China. So when Hong Kong people flee from Hong Kong on a substantive scale, actually it hurt Chinese interests when, for example, our financial market, stock market, our housing market are affected.
I'm gonna have to. I apologize. These are all very engaging question answers, but I want to make sure that all of the members have time to engage with all the witnesses and ask their questions, especially before we have to go vote in just a bit. So with that, thank you, Mr. Malinowski. I'm going to recognize Mr. Phillips now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to each of our witnesses, I celebrate your courage and gratitude on behalf of this entire committee for being with us today. I woke up to two very troubling headlines in the New York Times this morning. One, China's software stalked Uyghurs earlier and more widely, researchers learn. And second, arrests in Hong Kong as security law sends chill over the city, as we see live reports right now, what's happening in the streets of Hong Kong. I have to give President Xi some credit. He has accomplished something that many thought was impossible, and that is unifying Democrats and Republicans right here in the U.S. Congress, citizens of the United States, all in opposition to his oppressive and repressive policies. The foundation of Hong Kong is freedom, and that foundation has been dealt a terribly damaging blow in the past 24 hours. With that said, we talk about sanctions, we talk about condemnations, but I like the notion of invitations, as my colleague, Mr. Malinowski, just spoke to. That is why I'm an original co-sponsor of his bill, the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act, which will protect Hong Kongers who are facing persecution. And I also celebrate Boris Johnson's announcement that the United Kingdom is going to offer 3 million Hong Kong citizens with British national status a path to full citizenship. And I want to take this opportunity to call on the rest of the world to consider extending those same invitations to Hong Kongers who are now being oppressed and repressed. So on the notion of invitations versus sanctions, I would love to hear from our panelists today their perspectives on how effective such policies might be. If we might start with you, Mr. Leung.
Thank you for the question. I myself and many of my close friends have to face a very difficult situation because of decades of possible imprisonment. So having a lifeboat, having a laugh for people who are in immediate danger and in a situation where the court is not independent anymore because the chief executive could actually handpick judges is extremely important. So that's the first. And I think secondly, invitation and sanction are not mutually exclusive. And I would reference the ideology of the movement that has been very popular in Hong Kong, which is be water. I think people in Hong Kong are very flexible in their tactics. If they have to leave immediate danger, they will do so. And they will continue their fight in overseas, for example, in the United States. So I think a combination of those strategies by offering tangible pressure on China and on the other hand, offering a viable option for Hong Kong people are extremely important, well-balanced.
Thank you, sir. Professor Peterson, if you might share some perspective on invitations.
Yes, I would fully support the idea of the Safe Harbor Act and the Freedom of Choice Act. And I would like to also circle back to a point that one of the representatives made about academics and students. And I would just like to suggest that you might look into the network. There's an international network known as Scholars at Risk, and it is a network of universities all around the world that tries to support academics and risk of having their academic freedom and other freedoms violated. And what that needs is some funding to be able to help bring academics on academic visits where they can escape persecution and actually do some research. So I think that would be very productive. And then I would just like to reiterate the importance of the United States being more active in the UN human rights treaty monitoring bodies and ratifying more treaties and getting reactivated when the UN Human Rights Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Law.
Well, I think it is really important for us to realize that not only people they're facing political suppression and some of them are fleeing out, but for those working on the ground, they also need the attention of the world. So I think these combination of strategies are much needed.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lee, if you want to share some perspective, we have about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, thank you. I think invitation is one strategy. And I think people in Hong Kong, those especially who are under immense fear of their future security, can have a safe harbor is very important. But at the same time, you know, we are in for the long haul. I think the resistance in Hong Kong will be in for the long haul, and we need a long-term support, and we hope that we can get it international Hong Kong in the long term, not just during just this moment of necessary law, but it will go on for some time.
Thank you, sir. A good reminder to all of us. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I recognize now Mr. Reschenthaler, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. You know, earlier today, I heard the speaker come in here and say that she studies Chinese history and politics for an hour a day. You know, that's nice, but maybe we should actually take an hour today and actually run the Hong Kong Autonomy Act unanimously in the Senate. And this would actually do something. We would actually sanction the bad actors that are cracking down on Hong Kong. So I hear about the 1 hour a day. It frustrates me because I'm glad people are studying this, but we can actually do something to combat the aggression in Hong Kong. And every day, every hour that we delay this, we allow the CCP to consolidate power. We allow the CCP to arrest more freedom fighters. We allow the CCP to erode and chip away at Hong Kong's autonomy. So how about, instead of studying this issue, like the speaker says she does, how about we actually take an hour each session day and run bills to hold China accountable? How about we take an hour next session day and we do something about the atrocities on the Uyghurs? How about we take an hour and do something about the theft of intellectual property? How about we take an hour at one session day and talk about how the Chinese and the CCP steal innovation from our colleges and universities? How about we take an hour one session day and do something about the Chinese dumping fentanyl in the United States, particularly in my district, where people are actually dying of overdoses? So I'm glad that the speaker says she takes an hour a day to study these issues, but how about instead of studying these issues, we actually do something to hold China accountable? And with all due respect to the witnesses, they're great people. They're doing a great job testifying today, but I don't want to single anybody out. But I've heard about international institutions and how these are the answers. Well, the Chinese have already exploited our international institutions. They've completely taken over the World Health Organization. The WHO has become has just parroted CCP talking points. The international criminal courts I hear being talked about do nothing but single out Americans and Brits and Israelis while doing nothing about transgressions of the PLA. So I hope the air conditioning is nice in your ivory tower, but how about you get out of it and actually take a realistic view of foreign policy? And how about you advocate that the speaker and my colleagues across the aisle actually run an act which is going to do something other than writing a strongly worded letter and actually have sanctions on CCP members that are overrunning Hong Kong. So again, an hour a day could be better spent actually running bills to hold the CCP accountable. Thank you, and yield back my time.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Allred from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the witnesses for appearing before us today and commend you for your incredible bravery. I and many Americans watched in awe as the people of Hong Kong took to the streets to protest the proposed extradition laws nearly a year ago in just amazing numbers. And the bravery of the people of Hong Kong is an inspiration to people around the world. The fight for democracy in Hong Kong is not just a fight for only Hong Kongers. It's a fight for self-determination, human rights, and the advancement of freedom around the world. And as the world's oldest democracy, we must, in a bipartisan way, not only stand with the people of Hong Kong, but we must act. And I agree with my colleagues' statements about the legislation to offer safe harbor and refugee status to Hong Kongers, and the need to not only sign some of our bipartisan legislation, but to also issue sanctions against Chinese officials, while I recognize that that may alone not be enough. The point raised by Mr. Long several times today and by Professor Peterson is one that I want to stress. The way to is not through bluster and unilateral trade restrictions while asking for help with your re-election. The way to stand up to the Chinese is to present a united front of the international community and to engage in the diplomatic mechanisms in the UN and elsewhere to raise and legitimize issues with China. The United States is the only country that can gather the world around these issues. We have to lead. These international treaties and mechanisms are only as strong as the U.S.'s commitment to them. When we withdraw, they don't go away. They're just simply used by the Chinese and others who don't believe in the expansion of democracy, in human rights, in the right of self-determination. And as a member of this committee, meeting for the first time after some pretty big revelations have been issued about this administration, I think we have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that the President of the United States has been accused by his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, of offering his support for concentration camps. Concentration camps. This is such a departure from past U.S. presidents that I can't even really overstate how harmful this is to our status as a leader around the world in human rights. History books will write about this unspeakable breaking of the U.S. commitment to human rights. Now, we have about 2 minutes left in my time. My only question to the witnesses is to offer you a chance to expound upon some of the things you've said today so that the people in my district in Texas and the American people can put a face here in our democratically elected and empowered forum to what's happening in Hong Kong and to ask you how you feel about this law that's been put in place, this repressive law, and how you feel about what you are seeing and not seeing from the United States. And you can go in any order that you want.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will come in first. I think everyone in Hong Kong, when they wake up every day, they have to make a decision now. After the law was being passed, what sort of message they could put on Facebook? Should they come out to march, arrested? Should I teach my children critical thinking because Communist Party want to brainwash my children? These are the things that everyday life of the people of Hong Kong are now being threatened, and they are now living in fear of crossing the red line, so-called. And for me personally, of course, as a political activist, we are also putting ourselves on the line. But I think the people of Hong Kong, as mentioned, we are being order. We try to be innovative in our struggle, and we will continue our fight. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. When I know the fact that I have to be forced to exile and leave my home places and come to America, to resume my graduate study, I've met incredible colleagues who share their story about their Iranian family who fled from their country in the 70s, or European country who are under Nazi rule. So it comforts me in the sense to know that U.S. story is actually composed of many people, me and other freedom fighters who actually have to be forced to leave their country. So I hope the U.S. story will continue to inspire people, and I hope that more Hong Kong people will be able to continue their struggle in this place or other countries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allred. I now go to Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It feels to me like this is the most troubling time for human rights in China since 1989. And I was in Hong Kong in late May of 1989 in what was the biggest demonstration then in the history of Hong Kong, certainly the biggest I'd ever seen. And I was in Chengdu on June 4th, 1989, and witnessed the killing of demonstrators there in numbers that have never really been recorded properly by history. Today, an estimated 1 million Uyghurs, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Hui, and other ethnic minorities are interned in Xinjiang, as Mr. Allred said, in concentration camps. The Tibetan people are denied basic human rights, and the very existence of their culture is threatened. And now the freedom of Hong Kongers hangs in the balance. I wish I could say that the United States has been a champion for the rights of these peoples, but as many of my colleagues have made clear here today, this administration has sent exactly the wrong signals and taken exactly the wrong steps in the case of Xinjiang and Hong Kong and others. Professor Peterson, do you believe that the failure of the United States to be more forceful in its defense of human rights, earlier about Hong Kong, certainly about Xinjiang, has emboldened Xi Jinping?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I do. I think that even though the naming and shaming process may not be a very coercive and important process, it is one process that can be effective, particularly if all of the world's leaders get together and really name abuses of human rights publicly when they see them. And if one very influential country like the United States does not participate actively in the international human rights monitoring system, then we weaken it. So yes, I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last month, the Washington Post published a piece by a Cornell professor named Alan Carlson titled, "What's in Store for Hong Kong? Look at Tibet." Carlson writes, just as China has imposed more rather than less assimilationist policies each time Tibetans protested Chinese misrule, Beijing has now set the table to adopt a much tougher response to Hong Kong's ongoing protest movement, and I'll say add brave protest movement. Professor Peterson, to what extent do you believe the cases of Tibet and Hong Kong are similar in this way?
I think that there are some very important differences, and one is that Hong Kong did have a very independent legal system and a lot of advantages to begin with. And I think that's one of the reasons that many scholars of autonomy and the model of autonomy in international law thought that it could work in Hong Kong, because Hong Kong had the tradition of an independent legal profession, an independent judiciary, a free press, and had all the advantages of being an international financial city.
Right.
The fact that it hasn't worked shows how it makes it all the more disappointing. I think it shows that the repression of the Chinese government is even more extreme than we thought. The fact that they could do this and get away with it so far, even in Hong Kong.
Yeah, well, that seems so right, but let me ask all of you. I mean, I feel like a thread, I've participated in this whole hearing, and a thread throughout it is that the human rights of people anywhere are threatened when the human rights of people elsewhere are undermined. The Chinese government has used advanced surveillance systems in Tibet and Xinjiang and now really everywhere to undermine people's human rights. I feel like it's really a question of all the countries in the world coming together to make a renewed commitment to human rights, and without U.S. leadership, it's hard to see that happening. Thoughts from any of you?
Agreement. I think we need to put values above profit. I think when Xi Jinping go about around the world, you know, people may talk to him about human rights and then sign a agreement on, you know, trade, and then Xi Jinping go away very happy with the profits, the money that he is gaining. But where's the human rights? You know, he would see through hypocrisy, and we need the world to really stick to values and not just looking for the money. I think that is very important.
Thank you. I guess my time's expired, Mr. Chairman, so I'll yield back. Thanks to our tremendous witnesses.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Ms. Bamberger. Need a second? Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congress has consistently demonstrated bipartisan support for the people of Hong Kong, and I'm fortunate enough to have been able to do a lot of work over in Hong Kong and in Asia in general. We've supported Hong Kong, the Uyghurs, the Tibetans, and we've been consistently interested in making sure Chinese officials who are responsible for human rights violations are punished against these populations. Despite this, and many of the authorities in Congress have provided to the Trump administration to hold the Chinese individuals accountable, President Trump has failed to meaningfully act in support of human rights in China, or really anywhere else. John Bolton wrote in his memoir that President Trump did not want to get involved when millions in Hong Kong were taking to the streets last year. President Trump even praised Xi Jinping's handling of the situation. President on imposing sanctions against Chinese officials involved with the mass detention camps, because in doing so, he would have interfered with his trade deal with Beijing. My question to you all is, what message does this send to the people of Hong Kong, to the Uyghurs, to the Tibetans, to those frankly fighting for democracy and rights everywhere? My second question is, given Trump's transactional approach towards foreign policy, how can we ensure that Hong Kong does not become a pawn in the broader U.S.-China strategic competition? And I'll turn my question over to either of the
Well, I'll take a stab at that. It's a very difficult question, and I don't think the people of Hong Kong deserve to be a political football or a strategic chip be played. And so while I very much support any measure that will offer safe harbor to the people of Hong Kong and help to name and shame human rights violations anywhere, I do think it's important that we have a stable foreign policy and that it one based on multilateral actions and multilateral institutions. Thank you.
Do you all have anything else to add to that?
On the second question, I think it's very, we have faith in democracy, and I think any government that are not really sticking to the principles, there will be a check and balance on the part of the legislature and also the people movement. So I think it's very important that the message of supporting Hong Kong human rights and freedom and democracy should not stay on just the level of the politician, but really go to the everyday life of the people of the United States in linking up union with union. I have talked to the AFL-CIO just yesterday night on the situation in Hong Kong, linking university to university, student union to student. So we need really a people-to-people solidarity in order to make sure that all democracy in the world will listen to the people and be on the side of the freedom and democracy.
Thank you. I very much appreciate your time and your testimony, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Vanberger.
I'd like to begin by thanking every one of our witnesses today for speaking with us, particularly given the risks associated with publicly discussing these very sensitive matters. I stand with the people of Hong Kong and their calls for human rights, democracy, and autonomous rule. And during time as a CIA case officer, I saw the impacts of tools that I consider to be part of the dictator's playbook. For example, it is common for authoritarian leaders to use the guise of national security and the flexibility of vague laws to repress opposition and deter democratic progress. Ms. Peterson, how do you expect the Chinese Communist Party to take advantage of the lack of specificity in the new national security law for Hong Kong to curb freedom of expression and consolidate power?
Thank you. Well, that goes back to one of the points that I didn't quite get to in my testimony, which is that there are a number of vague provisions in the new national security law. However, one of the provisions also says that the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, shall continue to be respected and protected in Hong Kong. And that potentially should serve as a guide to interpreting vague clauses. Unless there's a direct contradiction, a vague clause should be interpreted so as to comply with the ICCPR. And the UN Human Rights Committee has repeatedly held that national security cannot be used as a basis to quash peaceful advocacy for multi-party democracy, constitutional change, etc. But we don't know whether the Hong Kong courts will be able to interpret the law because the law is silent on that fact. And we also know that the NPC Standing Committee, in any event, has the overriding power of interpretation. So it's going to be difficult to know until we see actual cases, but there's real danger that the Chinese government will use these overly broad definitions to capture peaceful advocacy and to prosecute people for peaceful advocacy. Thank you.
And in follow-up to the comments that you just gave, so then is it your assessment that it will be the Hong Kong officials who will have the power to interpret and implement the newly released national security law about how these authorities will actually affect Hong Kong's autonomy?
It really depends, first of all, on where the cases are tried. Carrie Lam, the chief executive, has said, and the law does say that the general rule should be that the Hong Kong SAR has jurisdiction. That means tried in Hong Kong courts. And I have to say that Hong Kong judges, I believe, are by and large very independent, and in general, they have done a good job of enforcing the ICCPR and holding both the Hong Kong government and legislation accountable to that, so that if there's a vague clause, they try to interpret it to comply with the ICCPR. Now, the problem, however, is that the law says the power of interpretation of this law rests with the NPC standing conditions. It's silent on whether the courts also get to interpret it. I know my colleagues and I have discussed this, and we believe that the power of interpretation is inherent in the Hong Kong judiciary's power of final adjudication, their inherent power of statutory interpretation. So I'm hopeful that the courts of Hong Kong will be able to interpret the law in the course of trying cases. But I can't predict with any certainty, because if the NPC Standing Committee decides it doesn't want that to happen, it can issue an overriding interpretation which the Hong Kong courts will have to follow. So I can't give you a definite answer. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. That's very helpful. While I am concerned, as are some of my colleagues, that the Trump administration has not been consistently firm in communicating and executing its policy towards China, I do commend the State Department for its very strong May 20th joint statement with the governments of Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom in our clear opposition to Beijing imposing a national security law in Hong Kong. Ms. Peterson, one more question for you. Can you speak a little bit about how the United States can demonstrate continued leadership in multilateral settings that you believe would actually set a strong message, send a strong message to Beijing, and encourage the Chinese government to comply with its international obligations?
Yes, I can. Thank you for that question. First, I think the United States should ratify more multilateral human rights treaties. We've actually ratified fewer than China. That doesn't mean we have a worse human rights record, but it means we're not as active in the treaty monitoring bodies, so we're not as influential. Secondly, we need to become active again in the UN Human Rights Council rather than turning away from it because we might not like everything it does. We should become more active in that council. So I think participating in these multilateral efforts is important and can give the United States more influence and more solidarity with other like-minded countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to all the witnesses who may be experiencing time differences to be with us here this morning, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. All right, well, that concludes questions from members, and I'll move to closing remarks now. I want to thank our witnesses for their insight and expertise, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Hong Kong American community here in the United States. And although he's not at the witness stand today, I wanted to extend special thanks to Samuel Chu and the Hong Kong Democracy Council for their tireless advocacy, help, and support for Hong Kong. To my colleagues, thank you for joining this important conversation. I'm glad that we can convene, in this case across many time zones through video conferencing, to continue our committee's work in these challenging times. And with that, our hearing is adjourned today.
Context by the time vaccine is made available again sometime next year. So for those countries that feel powerless because they don't have high-tech companies or medical companies that work within their borders that are producing the vaccine and have concerns about the extent to which such a vaccine will be made globally available in a relatively fair manner, they're really wanting and looking for powerful countries to lead multilateral response to how such a vaccine would be distributed. And that's certainly one area, if we decide to go back and re-engage the World Health Organization in the middle of a global pandemic, this is one area where these emerging market economies don't feel comfortable with no leadership at the helm, and certainly wouldn't feel comfortable with just China at the helm. They're looking for U.S. leadership to be part of this solution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating. If I could, I'd like to go back to the China-India boundary issues that are taking place right now. And Doctor, if you could, a little deeper dive, how far are these two sides willing to go? What triggers should we be concerned about in the likelihood of escalation?
Thank you, Congressman. The two sides, in my opinion, do not want to go to war. They have in place, and over 20 years from about the early 90s, put in place a whole set of agreements and protocols at the boundary to ensure that while they have frequent standoffs, because both sides patrol these areas that are essentially both men's land, that they have been bumping up against each other during these kind of patrols. And as these standoffs increase, there's been concern that they could escalate. So these agreements were put in place to ensure that they would not escalate to the point of violence. One of the things that makes this particular crisis different, and there have been three other crises of this sort during a while since Xi Jinping has been in office, but this one is different because it has turned violent, which is concerning because it suggests that those agreements and protocols are no longer working. It also tells you what the triggers potentially could be, which is that they were actually supposed to be in the process of disengagement. They had met on June 6th to disengage, and on June 15th, something disengagement process. Both sides accused the other of instigating the clash, but what essentially resulted in deaths, as Chairman Schiff mentioned, for the first time in a number of years. And that suggests that they both first need to get back to the table, which is what they are doing. They're in dialogue at both the military and diplomatic levels to at least disengage. The problem might be, and where the triggers for escalation might be, if either there is a misunderstanding or not respecting the agreements that are reached during these disengagement and de-escalation talks, or frankly, accidents. This is an area that is rough terrain, high altitude, not great weather, and troops from both sides deployed at a fairly high rate and a fairly high number and strength than they have been in decades. And so there's always the potential for accident. But the two sides are at the negotiating table, even as they kept this buildup, and in some cases are increasing it. So I think the situation remains serious. I cannot rule out the potential for escalation. Having said that, they both have clearly shown a desire to at least stem the escalation for now. Whether or not they can actually resolve it in the near term is questionable because the two sides seem to want very different things. The Indians want back to positions as they were in late April. It is not clear that the Chinese would be willing to do that or that urge to make that happen.
I thank you. Your testimony is very helpful.
Thank you.
Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our panelists. If this was playground basketball and we get 4 other countries to pick to counter China, who are the 4 that you would pick? And it sounds like India.
Maybe let me jump in here. I think one of the most striking things to me in the last year or so is the way that China succeeded in alienating. You might say, I mean, these were almost non-aligned countries like Sweden, Canada, India. These are the old classic 1950s non-aligned countries, Australia. I think the landscape is ripe for the picking, if you will, to regather up countries that were in ambiguity or greater ambiguity if there was some American leadership to do it. Now, I know Secretary Pompeo has been talking with the EU, but even in Europe, we just released a report 2 days ago on the state of sort of the atmosphere in Europe. It's radically different now than it was a few months ago in regard to China. So I think that you ask which are the main players. Well, certainly the EU as one player is I think, very ready to re-engage with the United States in some posture towards China. I think definitely Australia, which is in a state of rather high alienation, and India. It's very, very striking what's happened just in a matter of weeks there in terms of their attitude towards China. So it's a moment that's very propitious for the United States. But at the same time that we have that situation, we seem to be focusing on alienating our allies rather than uniting with them.
Thank you for that answer. And Chair, I'll defer to other members so we can get more questions in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Heck.
You actually, Mr. Quigley, asked exactly the question I was bringing. So I pass, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And my thanks to the panelists. Fascinating, provocative, important conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. Mr. Welch.
Sorry, I'm muting. Am I
can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Professor Schell, it's very good to see you again. In your paper, you talked about the implicit, actually explicit premise that guided our policy for years, and that was that if we engage with China, China would change. it turns out they haven't. And the first question I have is, what, a naive assumption, or does the failure of that to materialize really be attributable to the current leader of China?
Well, you know, that's a can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a good question. I think you all can hear me, can't you? Yes, good.
Yes.
Was it naive? My own estimation is that it was not naive. I presume that with some leadership, it was possible to engage China as it emerged from its Maoist revolution and slowly help, you know, guide it in a temperate and patient way into some different form. That was the presumption. And indeed, during the 1980s, there were many, many reasons to believe that that was actually happened, was successful. Then 1989 and the Beijing massacre came, and you all know what happened, and that threw things off track. And yet, the trip that President Clinton made to Beijing in 1998, and it was very striking to see how President Clinton and Jiang Zemin, you know, they were actually friendly and enjoyed each other's company, and we had reforged a relationship. Reform was a hope that was restored. And of course, we had another interim with Hu Jintao, and then you all know Xi Jinping. So I think it wasn't naive. And in fact, we have catalyzed many aspects of China through educational exchange.
I'm going to interrupt just 1 second because I only have 5 minutes, but that I really appreciate. That's very helpful. Sumter, I was interested in all of your testimony, but basically, it's what I understand that the best thing for us now would be to rebuild at home, and it would be to approach countries with whom China is trying to compete with us and basically show up and say, how can we help, with a total focus on the economics, because you've outlined what a savage future is in store as a result of COVID. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
Thank you, Congressman. I would say not a total focus on the economic. What I would say is to balance out our approach so that we're not over-prioritizing national security arguments for government leaders who are consumed with economic recovery and are looking for lifelines to be able to provide for their own people.
Okay, thank you. Professor Medeiros, you mentioned right now we don't want to get into a competition about supply chains that's going to in any way jeopardize our ability to protect our citizens. That makes total sense. But going back to what Mr. Himes asked, do we have to begin strategic decoupling in order to have maximum flexibility to assert U.S. interests and to protect ourselves against Chinese activity?
So, Congressman, thanks for the question. It's a big strategy question because it really comes down to whether or not the American people, American businesses, American political leaders want to pay higher costs for everything. So, sure, if you want to decouple, that's something that the U.S. could start to do, but it would have a major long-term economic impact on the United States, right? There's a reason why there's such economic interdependence, because it serves the economic interests of U.S. businesses, U.S. consumers, and U.S. workers, right? And so the question becomes, you know, from my perspective, you know, at what cost are we really willing to engage this economic decoupling? Is it really in the economic interests of the United States? And my view is where there are national security risks, we need to identify those. And I know there's some studies going right now that there's probably some, you know, limited focused economic decoupling that needs to occur to make sure that we don't rely on suppliers in China for key technologies, key widgets that are necessary for national security. But beyond that, the question becomes, do you want the U.S. government to begin getting involved in shaping international economics in a way that it's not clear really gives us that much leverage? So I think it begins with, what is it the United States wants to accomplish, and how is it that decoupling is the right tool as opposed to other tools?
Thank you very much. I yield back, Chairman.
let me unmute here. We will now go to Mr. Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panel for a fascinating discussion. My question is for Mr. Schell, although others are welcome to answer. I had an opportunity to be in the region right before the pandemic, and one thing that's fascinating is how some of our partners tend to be drifting in the region. We seem to be exploring interesting opportunities with Vietnam. Singapore has become increasingly important to us. The Philippines tend to be had an opportunity to be in Taiwan and to spend some time with Tsai Ing-wen, who seems like a remarkable person and partner, and who very successfully stood up to an onslaught of efforts by the Chinese to undermine her election. Who are our most important partners in the region? And could you say a word about Taiwan, how much threat you see it being under, given what's going on in Hong Kong, the temptation that might exist for President Xi with the U.S. distracted with the pandemic? Could you say a word about partners, and particularly Taiwan, and where they fit in this conversation?
Well, I think with Hong Kong, as of last night, really being moved into the column of being absorbed essentially in new ways into the People's Republic of China, then Taiwan will be the next on Beijing's site. So it's very worrisome, extremely worrisome. And the South China Sea, I think, is also very worrisome, those two flashpoints. You asked who are the logical partners we should pay most attention to. Well, I mean, we do have an alliance with Korea and Japan. Neither want to have to completely move out of China's orbit, nor can they economically. But that takes some very delicate diplomacy to reaffirm that alliance, which is very strong. And what do you do about the Philippines? Well, it's an alliance partner, but still a bit errant at this point. And then there are these other countries like Vietnam, Singapore, India, that are definitely in play. And of course, don't forget Australia, that's an alliance partner too. So we have some very good allies and partners if we treat them well. China has none, doesn't even have a friend, except North Korea that has the obligations with, but that's not much of a friend. So, you know, there's plenty of resources. The question is, does the U.S. have the leadership capacity and the vision to reweave that fabric in a way which is will be in our national interest or not?
Thank you.
Congressman, may I jump in as well?
Please.
Just to align with my colleague Orville's comments, he said China doesn't have friends, and in a sense is true. But if you look at how other countries assess their interests with regard to China, it's a sea of red in terms of disinterest, with the exception of economic growth. And then it's a column of green across the line with these countries who see China as an important economic partner. So on one hand, the United States coming in and saying, you have to choose between us or China, it's just not going to work for these country governments who want to prioritize choice to build economic resiliency when they are in such a fragile economic state. I want to quickly go back to Congressman Swalwell's question about the basketball team. On this, I'm going to take a slightly different take, and that I'm assuming that Japan might be our deputy coach. But I would prioritize countries that are critically important within, and some of them may not be fully aligned with U.S. and Western interests. If they do fully align with U.S. economic and Western interests, that would certainly be to our benefit. And that basketball team, India, Germany, if an individual country, if not the EU, Brazil for Latin America, and then importantly for broader Asia, Indonesia, which is sort of the sleepy giant of the region, but certainly one geopolitically that China does quietly pay a lot of attention to.
But if I can press on that point just for 1 second, obviously we have nothing at the scale of the One Belt, One Road initiative. Any amount of time spent with it, it's hard not to be impressed by the scope and the scale and ambition of that effort. It's alarming how closely tied it is to their strategic interest and co-located with important assets of ours. What should we be doing about that? And what would an effective response to address that look like in terms of the United States engaging? What level would we have to engage at? Is that possible? Is it necessary?
So this gets back to my comments on really taking a hard look at what our economic strengths are and how we're using those economic strengths to build prosperity, both at home, but really with our partners abroad. And that's a narrative that China has been trying to take. Their model, I believe, doesn't work as efficiently or as well as ours in building that shared prosperity. And I think that's something that we should be focusing on. In terms of the infrastructure and BRI, it is critically important, not just from the technical infrastructure, but the digital infrastructure, and now the trade and financial infrastructure that Beijing is trying to build, to overlay on it. If you are an emerging market economy that is in desperate need of funds to build out an infrastructure, to connect your economies to others, and you're underbanked, and the traditional international institutions are not going to fund you, you're going to take the money, you're going to take the investment. But you don't want to only have one choice. You want to have options, and that's why the Japanese have been trying to build out their own infrastructure offerings. I think critical here, Congressman, is rather say it's a competition between U.S. or Japan supported infrastructure and China supported infrastructure. What would really be powerful is to take the example from U.S. companies who are currently in China, who are certainly taking steps to diversify, but even with all of this talk of decoupling and the increasing protectionism and tech pressures, they're not leaving China. They're working to develop models that would allow them to bridge these two world's largest economies. And likewise, as Beijing has already built out this pretty impressive infrastructure system, which is not without fault and is not without issue, notably, we should be finding ways to, rather than forcing these countries to choose China or a non-China option, we should be finding ways to complement that infrastructure where appropriate, provide better options where we can, and really focus in on how our actions are viably allowing that country government to build connectivity and to realize the growth that they're going to need to be able to serve the needs of their constituents.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll go to now Mr. Krishnamurthy, then Ms. Demings, and then Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Well, you know, I wanted to direct my first question to Dr. Madan. As you had talked about, it seems like China is throwing its elbows in the neighborhood. It's throwing its elbows in the South China Sea. It's throwing its elbows with regard to Taiwan, of course, Hong Kong, and now on the border with India. And I wanted to ask you, you know, without taking steps that would assist, what can we do in the United States to assist India with regard to productively responding to this situation, and more broadly, you know, getting China to comply to a rules-based order?
Thank you, Congressman. In previous crises, and even in the last one in 2017, which involved the Chinese and Indian militaries standing off on the eastern side of their border, which was in a kind of a claim difference between Bhutan and China, you saw the U.S. support India through diplomatic support, and we've seen statements supportive, and I think they've been appreciated in India from both the administration, but also from members of Congress and from both sides of the aisle. That conveys to India, which is always concerned about external partners' reliability, that this is a consistent and bipartisan support for countries who are facing this kind of pressure from China. There has also been American capabilities, for example, are being seen already being used by India during this boundary crisis. So you've seen Apaches and Chinooks that India, helicopters that India has acquired. P-8I reconnaissance aircraft are not just operating in the maritime zone, but in the territorial area as well. And you've also seen India's strategic airlift capability, which has been enhanced considerably by C-130s and C-17s, really make a difference. These are the aircrafts that India has used to supply its troops in these high altitude areas. So I think in terms of capabilities, we've also seen information sharing in previous crises. And these, I think the ability for the US and India, and for the US to be helpful to India, has been enhanced by a number of agreements and dialogue mechanisms that have been set up over the last decade or so. And so I said the structures in place, I think it's helpful often because there's a concern that this doesn't become a geopolitical football between the US and China, that the administration has taken the stance to let India set the pace of asking for that support. I think that is a good idea. And so I think there are a number of ways it's already happened. I think the others, from what I've heard, they have shown a desire to be supported.
I understand. I'm just going to switch topics very briefly. Thank you. Dr. Sumter, you know, one of the big revelations from the recent John Bolton book, which you may have heard about, was that President Trump talked to Chairman Xi about quote unquote lightning sanctions on ZTE, which had really been a bad actor in the telecommunications space. And according to Bolton, President Trump said he was doing this as a quote unquote favor to Chairman Xi. I wanted to get your reaction on how, based on your experience, the Chinese would have viewed this type of offer, and you know, how this type of interaction with the Chinese would either enhance or detract from U.S. national security.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, and I think what's interesting about that particular exchange is that I believe the president assessed that he could have the same effect by placing sanctions on Huawei a year later as a means to pressure China to do more in the negotiations for the trade deal for that phase. And it actually backfired. So such a transactional approach to our relationship with the world's second largest economy is not helpful. It certainly didn't put our current government in the space that it thought it would when it tried to use that play again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone who is with us today. Dr. Sumter, you talked about our open market-based economy versus China's state-directed economy system, and you also said perhaps we should focus not so much on getting China to change its ways, but to rethink what competition actually means. Could you just give us some examples of what you mean by that and go a little deeper for me, please?
Absolutely, Congressman, and thank you so much for that question. So this whole focus on changing China, and I want to get my colleagues on the panel to weigh in on this as well. We're placing overemphasis on our ability to change China when the changes are viewed as an existential issue by Beijing's leaders. So it's going to be remarkably hard to get them to move the dial, especially when we're acting on our own. When we are acting in concert with like-minded allies, like the Europeans and other sort of non-Western market economies who recognize that the Chinese model comes at risks to the functioning and the competitiveness of their own model, that's where you're going to have a much greater chance of changing China. But rather than focus solely on trying to change China, I think, especially at a moment when COVID is upending our own social and economic fabric, now is the time for us to invest in our own domestic renewal and natural sources of competitiveness. So this means significant investments across the board in R&D and education and healthcare and infrastructure, also readying our workforce to excel in a 21st century post-COVID American and global economy. We could also be doing more to support U.S. companies who will be competing for consumers in those overseas markets, and especially those critical emerging markets that are so central to future growth. So my argument is such concentration on domestic renewal and the external contest would shift the U.S. approach from just trying to change China's model to finding a way to viably compete with it. And I think you've heard elements of that in my colleagues' comments as well on the panel this afternoon. I'd love to hear their thoughts as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sumter. Just one more thing for you. You know, the list that you just gave sounds like things we should have been working on proactively in the first place. The fact that it's post-COVID-19 or we're in the middle of the pandemic, does it make it more difficult or does it provide the greatest opportunity to bring about the change?
my apologies, it provides the greatest opportunity. And for all of us here, if there's anything we can do to support the work of Congress and moving us in that direction, please count me as a ready supporter. And thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Are there other witnesses who would like to add anything to that statement?
Orville Shell here. One thing, it's important just to footnote a moment that the idea of changing China, of course, is a bit naive to assume that history is on our side and they will change. However, I think what's really wanted is the first point is to inhibit China from doing things like the South China Sea, what it's done in Hong Kong, what it might do in Taiwan, and don't forget the East China Sea, where it's up against Japan, a major power in the Pacific. So it isn't a kind of a naive missionary issue alone. It is also a question of trying to set some kind of guidelines that China is willing to operate within rather than to overthrow the regime as it currently exists in, or the construct of power in Asia.
Thank you, Dr. Shell. Other witnesses? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses today for your testimony and insight. China has gotten less respectful of both sovereignty. With Hong Kong, that's a case of being less respectful of their autonomy. In terms of sovereignty, they've gotten more aggressive in the South China Sea, with Japan on the Senkaku Island, obviously with India recently. They've also gotten less respectful of human rights over the years with respect to what's going on in Hong Kong now and with the Uyghurs who have been basically held in concentration camps. And so I think the fundamental challenge for the United States, obviously, is what you do with that when we're talking about our largest trading partner. And so for me, I think part of what's been missing in the Trump administration is a fundamental understanding of what our posture and strategy is comprehensively with respect to China. And so the way I think about it is how we allow China to compete, but not cheat on all of these things. And that's the question that I would pose to you. Considering they do all these things, considering they're also our largest trading partner and the second economy in the world, how do we allow them to compete, but also how do we not allow them to cheat?
Congressman Castro, this is Evan Medeiros from Georgetown. Why don't I take a crack at that? I couldn't agree with you more in terms of the diversity of challenges that China poses, including in the human rights realm. I very much agree with your point about the Trump administration. But first and foremost, the United States is going to have a debate. And I think Congress is a good place to start about what it means to define the U.S.-China relationship in terms of strategic competition. And, you know, everybody talks about strategic competition. It's the buzzword in Washington these days about U.S. policy, but strategic competition really isn't a policy. It's just a description of the condition of what exists between the United States and China. And so the question becomes, what combination of unilateral, bilateral, multilateral, and global policies can the administration adopt that begins to specify on what issues and what theaters, and importantly, at what cost the United States is going to begin going at many of these issues. And a huge part of it is on these issues, given how big China is, given how interdependent we are with China, is going to be multilateral. The U.S. is going to have to decide how much it wants to invest in multilateral organizations, both ones that exist and perhaps future ones. Number two, putting together coalitions of the willing, like on issues like Uyghurs. And then, of course, you know, number three, working within existing organizations or building new ones. And then there's the issue of allies, as others have discussed before. There's strength in international affairs. Aggregation of capabilities matters. The Chinese pay attention to when there is a chorus of international voices condemning them for their practices. And given how interdependent we are with them economically, you know, perhaps the U.S. in concert with some of its allies is going to be willing to adopt economic sanctions, limitations on investment, so the Chinese actually feel a little bit of pain associated with their policies. In a globalized world, that is becoming more multipolar, where multilateral organizations face some challenges. There's strength in numbers. The U.S. is going to have to, play more of a broader game involving building coalitions. And I think that's going to be essential going forward. We don't see a lot of that from this administration. I think it's one of the critical core weaknesses of their China strategy. But I certainly applaud your framing of the challenge. It's
well, and can I ask you, because I only have about 40 seconds left, but just as a broad impression, which of our allies are willing to take on China? I mean, who's willing to press China as far as you can tell? How willing are our European allies?
It depends on the issue. It varies. There's no one list of allies for every issue. On the South China Sea, there's one issue. On East China Sea, there's another. On human rights, it's another. So I think the U.S. is going to have to get a lot more nimble. The countries that come to mind are the ones referenced before: Japan, Australia, India, South Korea, the EU. But of course, the EU is big and diverse. Look, nobody wants to choose between the United States and China, but also people don't want China to dominate, and they don't want Chinese values, especially its restriction on ethnic and religious minorities, to prevail globally. Countries are increasingly concerned. The U.S. needs to play a leadership role.
Thank you.
One quick final thought. China really cares what the outside world thinks about it. And it particularly cares what the liberal democratic world thinks about it, even though that it often seems that it doesn't. So this is a point of leverage that's non-economic, but makes a great deal of difference to Beijing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a bit more time if our witnesses are willing and members have any final questions. I'd like to start with pushing back on one of the points that was made, and I'd love to get your feedback on it, anyone who would care to share their thoughts. And this is the idea that we can't change China. I certainly appreciate there are real limits to our ability to change any other nation, and more profound limits in any effort to make nations look more like us. But I think there are important ways that we need to try to change China. For example, China's imprisonment of millions of concentration camps. I don't think we can view that as inevitable and inexorable. It will always be that way. We're powerless to do anything to change China and its policy toward the Uyghurs. For the reason that Mr. Schell, you mentioned, I think they do care what the rest of the world thinks of them. And we are in a position, if we show leadership, to impose costs on those kind of human rights violations. I would certainly concur with the sentiment that China views its state-run economy in existentialist terms, that it's necessary to the maintenance of its form of rule. But I don't think that means that we can't change China or should stop trying to change China's theft of intellectual property, the unfair trading advantage it has by subsidizing state-run companies like Huawei to compete in market-based economies that don't have heavily state-subsidized companies or industry. So I'd like to get, I guess, your further thoughts on what you think is within our ability to change in terms of China's behavior. What's the best way to approach it? In particular, I'm deeply concerned about their export of their digital totalitarian model, their digital safe cities initiative. They may not care whether other countries adopt their state-run economies, but they do seem to be taking steps to help other countries maintain autocratic rule. So would love any of you that would like to share thoughts on those matters.
Chairman Schiff, I would love to come in on this, and I couldn't agree with you more about the direction of your comments. First and foremost, I think, as Orville pointed out, history suggests we should be humble and judicious about changing China. And I think that broadly that's true. But number two, the history of the U.S.-China relationship, and as both a professor at Georgetown and a former staffer on the National Security Council, the history is pretty clear of the U.S.-China relationship. The U.S., both itself and in concert with others, has been effective at shaping the direction of both China's foreign policies and its domestic policies. When it comes to issues of arms control and nonproliferation, when it comes to issues of China's participation in multilateral organizations, when it comes to the overall trajectory of economic reform in China, the U.S. had a positive effect on shaping China's behavior. I think the empirical record is very, very strong on this point. Number three, though, going forward, that's going to be more challenging, simply because the fact that the party-state system that Xi Jinping has built, I think, is very prideful and proud of their accomplishments. They're increasingly resistant to pressure from the outside, simply because the Chinese economy is bigger and has a more global footprint. They're resistant to pressure from the outside that makes it more difficult. But number four, they also have their own interests. And the issue is, how do you connect strategies and global strategies for shaping China with China's own interests? And I think that becomes the core strategic question, because I do think Chinese choices are shapeable. But I think for the United States, it's going to require a lot more sort of diverse strategies, incentives and disincentives, bilateral, multilateral, even global. And the frank reality is America's simply going to have to get more patient. The idea that you can adopt, a series of sanctions and expect Chinese behavior to change in 6 months is limited. China is a big, complicated place. Xi Jinping has been very effective at consolidating political power. So it is shapeable. I think it's just going to take a much more diverse, variegated strategy to do so. America's capable of that, but I think that's going to mean rebuilding our credibility in international institutions, rebuilding some of our alliances, and then revamping and revitalizing our approach to strategic communication with China. Full stop.
Chairman Schiff, if I may, if you had been with me in 1975 when I went to China while Mao was still alive and had seen the changes since, I think you would have be a bit more optimistic about those ways in which China has changed and which I think the United States has exerted pressure to change in a constructive way. The real challenge is to not be naive about it, to be realistic about it. But I think we've had a profound effect on China, the civil society, the government, you name it, culture. And if you, even in Beijing today, if you talk with people who have been educated, who are in the seas, there's a tremendous amount of disaffection. So we shouldn't lose heart and just say, we can't change China, we failed, we'll always fail, and just give up. No, I think that is the question. But a certain realism is required, and naivete, it sounds often a bit arrogant and a bit intemperate. So I would say we have to try, but be modest in our aspirations.
Chairman, if I may just to add one very kind of example of where the U.S. working, as Evan said, with allies and partners can actually have made a difference. And this is in terms of the Belt and Road Initiative. Along with the U.S., Australia, Japan, India, the EU, and others, highlighting some of the downsides of the projects, the kind of high levels of debt it's caused, etc., but also helping third countries, smaller countries like Myanmar, for example, scrutinize these contracts better. The U.S. has actually helped, along with allies and partners, made the Chinese have to up their game in terms of these projects. Not across the board. They're still problematic in a number of cases, but they've had to already up their game. And even in the last few weeks and months, in terms of debt restructuring, because a number of these projects are not investments, they're loans, after a number of other countries announced, and so the collective action announced that they were going to either forgive debt or restructure it, China announced that it would do so as well.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to align my views with those of my colleagues who have just spoken here for the record, and as a former government official who served in Beijing and saw firsthand how U.S. diplomacy did cause China to shape its behavior, both economically and in terms of external policy as well. I do think if we can take a long view of the path to change for China, that we shouldn't give up on shaping Chinese behavior and showing that there is a better pathway than the current pathway that Beijing has chosen to take. But in all of this, I think we also need to be crystal clear that Beijing will act according to its view of the Chinese Communist Party's interest. And so we need to be mindful of that when we are working with our allies to try to get them to steer in a direction that is different from one that Beijing has determined it is in its own best interest to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Himes, anything further?
Just one quick question. I keep sort of noodling on this interaction between the Chinese economy and its political system and our political system. You know, without getting in an argument over exactly what the Chinese economy looks like in terms of state control and market capitalism, it's undeniable that that the increase in per capita GDP, the creation of several 100 million people, middle class, of some very wealthy people, it's been a dramatic change. And the story around the world, whenever that happens, has always been that as people get money and become middle class or become wealthy, they begin to demand that government be responsive to their needs and their desires. They begin to demand government accountability. And I'm not saying that the Chinese necessarily are going to demand someday to look like, a New England town meeting. But can we expect to see a strategic undercurrent as individual Chinese become more middle class, more wealthy, a strategic undercurrent of demanding some form of less autocratic, more responsive government? Or are the Chinese just very different?
Well, the old presumption used to be that open markets equaled open societies. And if you developed a middle class, they'd want to have housing and more consumer goods and ultimately a say in their government. I think, sadly, it hasn't quite worked out that way. I think what we've discovered in the case of China, that this middle class, which is quite vibrant and quite dynamic and large now, also is quite conservative. And the party's made a kind of Faustian wager with them. You leave the driving to us, and we'll let you go to the mall. And it's worked pretty well, except when things happen and people need to voice grievances, like a pandemic, like a flood, like many things that we're all too well acquainted with. But, it's very hard to gauge the level of dissent. But only to conclude by saying that I think the middle class in China has proven to be more conservative than we imagined it would be, and more malleable to the party's bidding than we thought.
If I could comment on this, I completely agree with Orville that is a conundrum why the middle class hasn't asked for more. But it's important to focus on issues of accountability and efficiency, because one of the things the Communist Party has sought to do in the last 10 to 15 years is improve the accountability and efficiency. So in other words, improving their ability to deliver services to this growing middle class. And that's one of the reasons why Xi Jinping has made anti-corruption such a big part of his own, tenure as China's top leader. And so I think that to some degree, the Communist Party has, focused on these questions of accountability and efficiency. It just hasn't extended to liberal politics, as Orville rightly pointed out. And what's interesting, and I agree it's a conundrum and it'll be an interesting question to see how it plays out, is why it is that as people have grown wealthier in China, they've become more comfortable with growing, not declining, Communist Party control in their lives. And, I think the next 10 years are going to be important in this regard, because the middle class is getting pretty big. I mean, we're talking about, hundreds of millions of people. I teach the students of many of these, middle class families at Georgetown. And, students themselves are grappling with many of these issues because they enjoy, rights as students at Georgetown that perhaps they don't have going to a major university in China. So I don't think the story is over on that question yet.
Thank you. Mr. Swalwell, any further questions?
Thank you. I yield back.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just quickly, it does look like this was a global final exam that everyone was given as it relates to COVID-19, and we have monumentally failed it. And as the Chair pointed out, there's no evidence that this virus came from a biolab. However, does China view this now, seeing wearing face masks and taking public health precautions is actually a political statement in the United States? Would China view this as an opportunity if they wanted to, develop develop a virus? I mean, is that crazy to think about? They may have stumbled upon a real weakness that the United States has and something they could exploit?
That's a hot potato, and that's a difficult one to answer. But I think we should never underestimate the degree to which China, and this is born of a lot of historical sense of inadequacy, wants to regain an ascendant position in the world. We see a little of this in Russia too. It is a society of that ideology is one of grievance against imperialism, capitalism, colonialism, the outside world, just as Putin's is as well, but China's is much better developed. And so this means that it really, in its Leninist context, it can, and I don't predict it will do something as you suggest, but it can do some pretty brutal things in the name of gaining its ascendant place in the world again, which it feels is its rightful place and which it was denied by the great powers over the last century and a half.
This is Evan Medeiros. I would only add that I think if there's one lesson that we learned with COVID, as distinct from SARS or avian flu, is how interconnected the world is and how quickly these things travel. So I'm no microbiologist, but it's not really clear to me how you would develop a biological weapon that you could keep contained in one particular location without triggering a pandemic that would hurt your own country, regardless of how bad the grievance is, and so I think that, and the Chinese understand that quite well.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you very much. We've been talking about the contradiction in China, where with the rising middle class, there hasn't been a rising aspiration for traditional democratic values as we see them. But there's a contradiction here as well. In the last presidential campaign, both President Trump and Sanders actually were making a huge case about how the trade deals, especially with China, have been extraordinarily harmful to average working American salaries. And that has not been addressed. And one of the goals that, of course, President Obama had was a Pacific partnership based on trying to establish more foreign policy credentials with the region. I'm wondering, start with you, Professor Schell, how do we address that domestically? Because I think it's necessary in order to do that, in order for a president to have some support for a more assertive policy with China.
Well, I mean, I think there's a tremendous opportunity here if there is a new administration. I wonder in the waning months of the Trump administration just what can be done. And I think if there is...
I'm talking forward. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Current.
I mean, I think that we really do need some kind of a major new reckoning, a new effort to see if we can't winnow out with China those areas where we might be able to cooperate, even as we get into a more antagonistic relationship in other areas. And here, I think, the Soviet Union and the Cold War, there are some very modest examples here that might help us. I mean, we did ultimately end up with a rather stable relationship with Russia. We worked some things out. We got some things done. We licked smallpox. You had the Helsinki Accords. You had various kinds of START treaties, things like that. We just don't have any of that musculature with China right now.
Either any of the other witnesses want to weigh in on it?
Sure, Congressman, just in terms of your question with regard to what we should be doing with the trade pacts before us and with the mind towards American workers, I would highly hope that the next administration takes a serious look at the TPP, now called the CPTPP, and find a way to rejoin as a means of reinforcing the market based processes and practices and values that are important and critical to our own competitiveness here at home as well as abroad. China is looking very closely at the makeup of that trade pact, and it's constructed in a way in which it is really, it was the first instance of having regulations on the digital economy. That even come from the WTO. It's actually in this pact. And so as we begin to watch the success of this pact and the value of the trades and goods and services that will now go between these economies, not being part of that value creation is actually going to hurt U.S. companies and U.S. workers here at home. I think in terms of the wage issue, we do need to be focusing on skilling up our workforce to produce goods and services that are the U.S. comparative advantage in a 21st century economy, and making sure that their work is valued with livable wages.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Votes have been called. So I guess what I would suggest, I think we have 3 more members who are aligned with us, Mr. Maloney, Mr. Murthy, and Ms. Demings. If any of you have any remaining questions, maybe you could pose them together, and then our panel could wrap up with their conclusion to any of the questions that you may have. So if Mr. Maloney, Mr. Murthy, and Demings have any further questions, please ask them now.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just curious on following up on the issue of linkage and being able to, being able to get things done even amid competition. So, for example, on North Korea, do the panelists think it would be possible to engage with China in a cooperative way to reach some sort of acceptable situation with the North Korean nuclear program, even amid all these other tensions, or does that cooperation depend on lessening the tension in other areas? Will it be possible to walk and chew gum at the same time? I guess my question with North Korea.
And Mr. Krishnamurthy, any last question to pose for the group? Or yes.
I was just going to say, what would be the #1 thing that you advise the next president in dealing with China in the first 100 days?
All righty, and Ms. Demings.
I have no questions. Thank you, Chairman.
All righty. If our panel could address both the North Korea question as well as what advice you'd give the next administration on what they should try to accomplish in the first 100 days.
This is Evan Medeiros. I'll take both. So in China and North Korea, in my experience from my time at the Obama embassy, the U.S. and China can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think that one of the unique features of the U.S.-China relationship is the Chinese willingness to compartmentalize certain issues. I think the challenge, Congressman Maloney, that we face on North Korea is that our interests are not perfectly aligned with the Chinese interests. I think the Chinese, as much as they don't like Kim Jong-un, I think that they're willing to sort of settle with a stable North Korea that has a recessed nuclear capability as long as that North Korea is basically aligned with China. And so we could go back to talks with the Chinese on Korea. They would love that. The problem is I think it'd be very difficult to accomplish any at this stage, because as long as North Korea is not conducting provocative activities, nuclear tests and missile tests, the Chinese are willing to live with that, albeit reluctantly. Now, regarding the question about the first 100 days, I would have 2 recommendations for the president. #1, to launch a domestic revitalization initiative. The single greatest step that America could take to signal to both China and American allies in Asia and Europe that the United States has the wherewithal to compete for China over the long term is investment at home. That would fundamentally reshape international calculations about American resolve and American capability. #2, I would launch an initiative in terms of foreign policy about re-embracing American allies, getting back to the basics, rebuilding that alliance framework that's in Europe, that's in the Asia Pacific. Don't make it about China, but the Chinese will draw the very obvious lessons of the implications for them. You want to shape Chinese behavior? Those are the 2 best places to start in my assessment. Thank you very much.
Orville Schell here. I would agree with Evan. I think let's begin at home. Our example is our best medicine. I think in a cryptic way, though, if the pandemic is followed, which it seems inevitable it will be, by an economic downturn, some real consequence, this may be the thing that bends China and makes it more willing to concede, to accommodate, and to get together and work things out. I think short of that, it's going to be very, very difficult.
And I would just lend my support to the remarks of Evan Medeiros and Orville Schell. My two wish list items were domestic reform and revitalization program, and number two, re-engaging the international community as a global leader. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members.
Thank you. Dr. Madan, do you want the last word for the hearing?
My 2 points were strengthen the U.S. and strengthen the network of allies and partners. So pretty much what my colleagues have said. Okay, terrific. Well, thank you so much to our incredible witnesses. What a broad range of experience and knowledge you brought to our committee. We're very grateful, and continued success in your work. I hope you will all stay healthy and stay well. Thank you to our members for joining. Thank you for the public for tuning in. And this concludes our hearing. We are adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
咁量啦，咁我依家講啦嚇，講翻發生咩事啦。咁今日喺琴日7月1號嘅遊行期間咧，咁就期間發生咗一單就一名男子咧就用刀刺向一名警員嘅案件啦。咁樣就嗰名男啱12點左右咧就喺機上面咧俾人壓翻落嚟啦。咁就據報咧就係因為呢個親友舉報嘅，咁我就。等等啊！咁我依家就身處喺機場警署啦。咁我喺1點半左右咧就收到呢個消息嘅，咁就即刻趕咗入嚟啦。咁就同喺警署門口嗰啲警員咧都有溝通過嘅。咁佢哋咧就同我講過幾樣嘢啦。咁就係第一咧就係係真係壓咗一個男士落嚟啦。咁就唔好意思啊，有啲緊張啊。咁就同埋咧，嗰名男士咧，而家咧已經入咗去機場警署入邊㗎啦。佢就都勸我唔好再等啦，因為已經入咗去咧，咁就冇必要再等落去，影到啲咩嘅。咁我就純粹係想講翻呢個消息俾大家聽啦。咁就係好，等等啊。好，咁都要等我諗下有咩講，因為我唔係講嘢好叻嘅人。係啊，都可以講翻少少關於間案件嘅，即係關於呢個拘捕嘅事嘅。咁就係嗰名男子咧，咁就坐呢個凌晨嘅機呢個英國，咁就等等我一路喺度講啦，因為而家停咗雨，啱就非常之大雨，所以我就啱就唔開 live 啦。咁就係啦，咁就結果咧就架機咧就俾警方咧就 call 翻嚟啦，然之後咧就大約8至10名嘅上咗架機上面咧進行呢個拘捕嘅。咁網上亦都有圖片啦，就講就顯示到啦，咁就有普通嘅警員，有新界南衝鋒隊同埋有呢個機場特警嘅警員都去執行呢個拘捕嘅行動嘅。咁其實個畫面都冇乜嘢睇㗎啦，因為個警員就同我講話影相冇問題，咁就不過就唔好影到佢個樣。咁我就純粹係行過咁樣俾大家睇一眼啫。係15嘅11點55分嘅航班啦，咁就跌咗嘅，咁就已經起飛咗㗎啦，咁就 call back 翻嘅，跟住就進行呢個拘捕嘅。咁就另外收到消息啦，律師將會喺短時間內到達嘅。咁我相信大概15分鐘左右啦。咁我嘗試講啲嘢唔好悶親。咦？係，對唔住啊，大家有啲緊張，因為好驚講錯嘢。依家全部驚講錯嘢。係啦，好多飛機啊，係好多飛機起飛嘅機場係好嘅廢話，係 CX215啊，係改翻係 CX215嘅11點55分嘅航班嘅。喺1點03分嘅時候。大家睇到個路面其實都濕濕地嘅，啱就咁樣入到嚟嘅時候咧，咁其實佢警員都係問我咩啊，咁就叫我唔好靠咁近啦。咁我就同佢講翻，我係想了解翻電視嘅，然之後就需要做一個報導啦咁樣。佢都有得我等嘅，跟住就過咗大概半個鐘左右之後咧，佢就同我講翻啦。咁就其實咧 ，CX 好，等我坐低講啊，坐低講可能會好啲。 好。係 CX251嘅航班。好，咁我重新再講一次啦，因為都比較多人啱啱入嚟。咁就喺7月1號啦，呢個遊行期間啦，咁就發生咗一名男子用刀襲擊警員嘅案件啦。咁就嗰名男子咧係冇現場受到拘捕嘅。咁就但係就喺1點半嘅時候咧，我就收到消息啦。咁就嗰名男子咧喺機場喺飛機上面啦被押解咗落嚟，咁就作呢個拘捕嘅。冇聲？有冇聲啊？仲要唔喺機場啊，佢係直接上機拘捕嘅。嗱，咁我就即刻趕入嚟度啦，咁嘗試睇下會唔會見到佢被押解入去啦。咁就一嚟到嘅時候咧，咁喺警局入邊嘅警員咧，咁就同我即係循例咁問啊，因為大家都知道呢個警民關係就比較緊張嘅而家，咁就純粹係登記咗啲資料，咁我就同佢講翻，我係嚟做一個採訪咁樣，想睇一睇押解咗嗰位嘅男士咧，係咪會送嚟機場警署啦？咁佢就話 OK 嘅，我可以等嘅。影相都冇問題，就唔好影到佢就得㗎啦。咁樣咁我就等咗大約半個鐘左右咧，咁該名嘅警員咧就出嚟啦，就再同我講翻咧，其實嗰個男子咧依家已經喺警署入邊啦，咁就叫我都唔需要再等落去啦，因為等落去都冇意思啦。睇先，我大聲啲。喂，聽唔聽到？會唔會好啲？會唔會好啲啊？而家 ，hello， 聽唔聽到啊 ？hello， 會唔會好啲？會唔會太大聲又？好。好，咁我就重新講一次啦嚇。咁喺7月1號嘅發生咗一名男子咧用刀襲擊咗一名警員嘅，咁該名男子咧係冇即場被拘捕到嘅，咁佢就離開咗現場啦。咁跟住喺1點嘅時候咧，我就收到消息，咁就咧喺飛機上面咧被壓咗落嚟，係啦。咁就個航班編號咧就係 CX251，係11點55分嘅航機嘅。係啊，得我一個喺現場啊，得我一個喺現場，係冇錯，得我一個喺現場。咁就咁我就即刻趕咗嚟機場警署呢度啦，咁就睇下會唔會有咩消息啊，或者會唔會睇到車咁閃燈嘅衝鋒車咁樣壓佢入去咁樣啦。咁當我嚟到現場嘅時候咧，咁就同警崗上面嘅警員咧就傾咗兩句嘅，循例同我登記翻啲資料啦，問我嚟做咩啦，咁樣嘅。我等律師啊，係。你不停都會有新嘅人入嚟啦，咁可能要睇翻嗰個編嗰個 message 啊，咁再新嘅我就唔再講多一次啦。咁喺我喺度等咗大約半個鐘之後啦，咁啱喺警崗度幫我登記嗰名警員咧。咁樣就其實我依家就坐喺對面個巴士站度啫，因為啱落緊雨嘅。咁就嗰名警員就走過嚟同我講啦，其實嗰名已經喺警署入邊啦。咁我再等咧都唔會影到啲咩啦，因為同埋我又唔會知道係邊一架警車係送佢入去啦，更加唔會俾我影到佢樣啊，或者佢嘅情況咁樣嘅。 因為純粹係因為架車我係唔會影到入邊嘅情況啦。咁佢就同我講話，即係善意咁同我講話，其實都唔會有啲到㗎啦，咁你就可能早啲翻去休息啦咁樣。咁就有一架車出咗嚟啦，呢架應該唔關我事，純粹係巡邏嘅啫。該名根據有人報傳，根據東方有名男子係俾佢嘅親友舉報嘅。咁就講一講少少根據消息嘅佢被拘捕嘅情況啦。咁就係佢就係 CX251 11:50嘅航機喺1:03咧已經起飛咗㗎啦。我就唔好影到人啦，咁我就褪後少少。答唔答我都要問咗先知㗎嘛。好，咁因為啱費事影到其他人嘅樣啦，咁我就係啦。親友去講返佢哋係見到據啲相片睇到咧，就8至10名左右嘅警員咧就上咗飛機去拘捕該名男子，咁就係啦。咁我就喺現場咧會再等多一段時間咧，咁就睇下會唔會等到律師嚟到，咁就可能可以問下佢啲問題啦，或者睇下佢會唔會入到去見呢個被告嘅。其實都唔係得我一個嘅，旁邊仲有一名男子嘅，不過就唔識嘅，係純粹係啦。咁其實我都純粹係俾個背景，大家都唔會有啲咩影到嘅，咁咧就可能影下啲飛機起飛啊咁樣咯。係啦，咁睇翻如果再新入嚟嘅啦，咁就可以睇翻篇 message 嗰度咧，咁就大概有個簡介㗎啦。咁我就褪開少少先，因為唔係太熟悉隔離嗰個男仔嘅，係。咁就有消息話咧，咁律師會喺短時間內到場啦。咁我可能再等多15分鐘啦。咁就如果佢唔到場嘅話，可能會熄 live 先。咁我就再了解好個情況，再同大家講啦。大家睇，唔係危險就冇乜嘅，因為其實就根據佢哋啱嗰個語氣，其實真係唔係有太大惡意嘅啫。咁樣有一名男子靠近咗警署嘅，好，應該係警員嚟嘅，嗰個入去係。同埋如果依家開住 live 咁都有太大危險嘅，係。咁就暫時呢啲消息都係流傳啦，或者係一啲另外一啲報章俾到嘅消息啦，咁我就冇我就確認唔到嘅。唔得，我都係搭的士入嚟啫。 咁就同埋依家停咗雨好多啦，啱落雨，我就相信大家都唔係會好聽到講緊啲咩嘅。係啊，嗰名警員咧，咁就聲稱啊，咁就嗰名男子已經係送咗翻嚟機場警署呢度噶啦。咁暫時咧，就冇好大風，等等，揾條柱遮下，係呢度應該會好啲。咁就暫時就未有律師到場嘅。係 P message 已經交代晒㗎啦，咁我就唔想再講多咁多次啦。都係啱見到有觀眾就已經話聽咗啊，聽咗，咁大家就自己睇一睇 P message 咯。唔辛苦，我朝頭早先瞓嘅，係。咁就。其實都理解到點解淨係得我一個嘅，因為其實真係都冇乜嘢影嘅呢個咁就除咗個警署呢個建築物之外，咁就其實冇乜影嘅。咁影到啲警員佢哋又會唔係好開心，咁樣就係咯。咁我就坐喺度再等一等個律師啦。好，已經跌穿咗1000人。好。唔係太早開 live， 係我開咗 live 我先收到呢個消息，係啦。因為其實都係想交代翻件事啦，咁就同講其實嗰名男子已經送咗去警署入邊㗎啦。嗱，又有飛機起飛啦，大家都應該好少睇到咁夜飛機起飛嘅，除非喺架機度睇翻我哋，咁就。我就唔講咁多廢話啦。行過去門口，其實門口冇乜嘢影嘅，但係如果佢見到我行過，就有啲不必要嘅衝突，咁就冇啦。所以都係。咁就睇下會唔會有律師到場嘅時候，咁都會有同事通知我嘅。咁收到消息嘅時候，好，咁我哋兜呢邊睇下。係。大家都應該好少喺呢個機場入邊咁夜咁樣兜。係冇錯，係今日晏晝下午嘅時候，刺傷咗警察嗰名男子嘅。小心個人安全。當然啦，多謝大家嘅關心。同埋我係冇 stabilize， 我驚睇到大家頭暈啊，會唔會頭暈啊？因為都多位嘅，唔係都有多篇嘅，即係多間報館咧，咁就都確認咗呢個消息㗎。其實都係入嚟等下睇下會唔會有啲咩情況出現，因為好老實講真係影到嘅，係等。等一陣啦，咁我唔好話覺得，即係唔好覺得我講得悶咁都可以，係因為我就冇其他同事係對啲資料嘅了解程度好深啊，咁就好多嘢講，就嗱，咁我就等到搭9左右啦。如果唔係嘅話咧，咁我就可能用。之後再開 live 或者用文章去解釋翻同律師了解過嘅事啦，咁樣。 現場冇其他媒體嘅記者，現場淨係得我一個咋，暫時。我諗都唔會有呢個其他媒體嘅記者入嚟呢個位置。係都真係需要啲機會同下講嘢，因為情況好多都係 live 比較適用多過影相。我就開 live 就好緊張，我好驚講錯嘢，因為我係一個好驚講錯嘢嘅。記者隔離嗰個嗰名男子已經離開咗啦，咁就睇佢嘅身就可能都係一啲紀律部隊啦，咁就已經離開咗啦，放心啦，大家。唔係到家，我純粹係想入嚟睇下個情況嘅啫，因為都真係唔覺得會影到啲咩嘅。隔離咧係貨櫃區嚟嘅，咁就同埋隔離都有啲食嘅嗰啲公司啊，咁樣其實呢個位咧都比較多人嘅，其實都有幾個巴士站喺呢個附近，所以唔出奇嘅有人行過。唔講嘢其實都得，唔好意思。哎呀，好多時都係戴晒，係啊，特別係我同事啊何榮解啊，佢都成日都係好，我會小心翻，再小心啲講嘢。特別係我呢個叫做好多消息都會直接文字轉播出去，咁我要再諗一諗先可以講啊。公司同事，今日公司同事就都好，等架機過埋先，好大聲啊，因為架飛機。咁就今日就有一個遊行嘅事件發生啦，咁就公司好多同事出咗去為大家報導呢個新聞嘅，咁就你話多唔多同事受傷係都有同事，其實所有嘢都有中過咁滯㗎啦，有劈扒啊，水炮車啊，或者係呢個TG 都有人中到嘅，咁就但係大家都冇乜大礙啊。呢啲好多嘢都係講少錯少，咁我就淨係會講翻啲我知道嘅嘢嘅啫，因為都唔再引咗其他報館太多嘅資料啦，因為如果唔係嘅話，係啦，都有呢個問題出現嘅。其實我就今日公司都有講翻啦，就討論過，其實我哋係冇記者入到醫院嘅。我哋係冇記者入到醫院，咁就等等啊，咁就再食咗嘢未？呢個時間其實都有啲肚餓，講開。唉，我都淨係可以喺呢兩個位兜嚟兜去咁樣。哦，係，即刻有呢個。哦，我哋有呢個資料啦。咁水炮嘅咧就有5名嘅同事啦，又中咗胡椒就有2名同事，咁中咗呢個胡椒球咧都係2名嘅同事嘅，係啦。 食嘢，唔係好肚餓，就即係大量缺失。係啊，我哋都同蘋果日報嗰方面咧，咁就澄清翻啦。我哋係冇同事需要送院嘅，亦都係冇同事送咗院嘅。係出咗去嘅同事都係齊整咁翻嚟嘅。等等我研究下先，因為有同事話提醒我，咁就話律師到咗嘅。我呢個係警車嚟嘅，我以為呢個係的士嚟嘅，係。咁我就翻入去。有幾多名同事？確實數字要數一數，都唔係點咩做嘅。律師嗱，我同事就話律師到咗場嘅，咁就有一架閃燈嘅車出咗嚟啦，咁係。佢就係行去門口，好，等。接近40名同事啊，呢個啱啱就有同事提醒啦，幫我數咗。行去門口，門口乜都冇噃。我一陣可能警員又會再嚟問我咁樣嗱喺度做咩啦，咁我就應開啦，我就唔影到佢哋啦。冇其他記者。哦。門口。入咗去㗎啦。咁就。好，我褪翻後少少啊，因為都睇唔到啦入邊。呢個就係警署門口。咁。咁就有消息指咧，律師已經入咗去入邊啦。咁我哋喺度等下啦，再好。咁但係企喺呢個位咧，就比較空曠嘅。俾大家睇下全個建築物，就咁樣。我就睇下再有冇進一步嘅消息可以同大家講到啦。手都震埋。多2、3次。好就好5分鐘之後就熄啦，咁就據了解咧，律師已經進入咗呢個機場警署啦。咁我諗都需要啲時間處理一啲程序。咁之後我哋會再開 post 咧，就解釋翻個情況噶啦。咁就 喺度睇多陣啦。咁如果我就挨翻埋先，因為真係好冇安全感呢位。坐住影冇咁攰，唔緊要啦，啲人都瞓。係，我同事提醒我捱唔到5分鐘。好，咁就係咯。又有車出嚟啦，呢個係私家車嚟嘅。我眼中又講多一次就刪 live 啦，咁就之後再同大家出 post 講翻個情況。咁就據了解咧，呢個律師咧已經進入咗警署咧，就進行一啲程序㗎。咁相信咧都會需要一段時間嘅。咁我就由於我都唔係講嘅人啦，咁就之後再出 post 同大家解釋翻呢個，即係同大家講解翻呢個事件啦。係啦。撳電話，sorry。好啦，咁我都真係識拉貨，我都真係冇嘢講啦。係，咁就大家都早啲瞓，晚安。
大家好，我是梁英，欢迎来到本期《寻找他乡的故事》。
拗㗎，咁不如你嚟錄下呢段片先，好嘛？
一齊睇下。
好，
好，
唔該，去片。
喺1月8號，喺加州一個繁忙嘅商業中心，好多人都如常咁工作，冇人會估到呢一度將會有一場驚心動魄嘅槍擊事件喺佢哋身邊發生。一個悍匪打劫銀行之後，正與警方展開對峙，就連到現場採訪嘅電視台攝影隊，亦都受到流彈嘅威脅，險象環生。悍匪用 AK-47向在場嘅警察亂槍掃射，對峙已經超過1小時。悍匪想揸車逃走，警方知道呢個係佢哋最後嘅機會，所以第一時間衝上前，俾展開死亡駁火。事件終於結束，悍匪難逃法網，警匪駁火，總共1100發子彈，9個警員受到槍傷。
嗱。大家有冇同感咧？即係石修做旁白呢有壓迫感嘅，就壓住好似逼住你咁樣嘅，呢啲咪
正如阿 King Sir 講，個劇本寫得好。
嗱，呢啲係你嘅風格，但係我就發覺呢，阿牙聯寶啊，呢啲係一目擊 feel 呢啲嘢嚟嘅。咁你嗰啲咁嘅哭泣感性 feel，如果你係配呢段旁白點搞先？
我諗我都可以盡量去試試。
你又搞幾入嚟？好，睇下呢個哭泣感性。
打劫銀行嘅故事。係一個無盡生與死嘅故事，來來總有悲有喜，但係結局總會叫人唏噓。呢一間銀行已經成為劫匪嘅目標，無辜嘅記者阿信將會爆手血，因為大宅阿金相信大自然弱肉強食嘅定律，所以就用 AK-47搶掠弱者嘅金錢。另一方面，虎視眈眈嘅警察正等待機會捕獵絕望嘅槍聲，帶嚟陣陣嘅哀愁。阿金平時掙扎都難敵天意。喧嘩過後，大自然又恢復平靜。聽到城市正在哭泣。
真係拍案叫絕，
真係冇得頂，佩服佩服。嗱，咁樣個打劫嚇，咁都可以講到咁有哭泣 feel 嘅，真係佩服佩服。
好溫馨啊！
係好溫馨。係啦，King Sir，咁你個鄉土情懷 feel，唔知配落去又會點咧？
係靜啲用第三者角度睇睇。
好，咁我哋又會睇睇啦。唔該你啊，King Sir嚇。
喺好耐以前，人認為頭上有片瓦，腳下有塊土地係唔夠嘅，所以佢哋不惜離鄉別井，漂泊半生，走到偏遠嘅世界角落去打劫銀行。攝製隊幾經辛苦，終於為一支 AK-47去開拓佢個夢想。有賊嘅地方就有警察嘅地方就必然會駁火。喺打劫過程，我哋固然見盡滄桑。而其實每一個賊嘅背後都有個故事。喺聽晚，我哋再同大家尋找一個流散失落嘅賊人血淚史。
一絕真係冇得彈啊！真係。
他鄉嘅中國人亦唔例外。一把聲音，
一段段嘅旁白。過去我同大家一齊分享過每個他鄉中國人嘅故事，一次親身嘅經歷，一雙眼睛。今次係我5年嚟第一次真真正正聯同攝製講他鄉。
20年那個年代到波蘭來是。
親踏足他鄉嘅土地，親眼目睹佢哋嘅經歷，體驗佢哋嘅苦，分享佢哋嘅樂。估唔到第一次出外採訪，就偏偏遇上最嚟得特別早嘅夜幕，刮得特別兇嘅朔風，積得特別深嘅飄雪。因為我哋喺最嚴寒嘅季節採訪呢片雪漠波蘭。波蘭地處歐洲眾多強國之間，令佢1800年嚟成為一片脆弱嘅土地，國土3度被瓜分。2次大戰又將首都華沙夷為平地，剩下一座一座紀每一段悲情歷史嘅紀念碑。西歐人嘅浪漫激情，東歐人嘅理性思維集中喺波蘭人身上，令佢喺歷史嘅長流中出現過唔少偉大嘅人物，例如天白尼、愛國鋼琴家肖邦。不過，同樣嘅歷史亦為呢個國家留下無法撫平嘅傷痕，人類史上最殘酷嘅滅族屠殺。昔日喺社會主義管治下嘅東歐，係中國人最後一片尋找夢想嘅土地，而波蘭亦係東歐國家之中最少中國人踏足嘅一片東歐土地。我哋今次嘅尋訪係會由首都華沙出發，由南到北走訪6個城市，分別係華沙、格但斯克、蘇波特、克拉科夫、杜龍，同埋電影《舒特拉的名單》實地取景小鎮奧斯維辛。整個波蘭踏遍每一片雪漠之地。拎住皮篋，
悲凄凄罵你怨你一醉再醉，風冷滲着熱淚，飲千杯苦酒替你贖罪，歷盡患難願生死也敢去笑對，夜路漫漫。 萬世不會若火淚，抱你吻你，卻是夢幻，緣盡似灰飛煙消，那約會未睡，夢裏是誰？吹，莫再苦追。日日夜夜望穿雙眼，心已破碎。比起願你一醉再醉，風冷雨冷，滲着熱淚，飲千杯苦酒，替你贖罪。歷盡萬難緣生死也敢去笑對，夜路漫漫誓不悔，日火裏也去你，卻是夢幻，緣盡似灰飛煙消，那約會未碎，夢裏是誰？ 都知道跟他相愛是不知多麼高貴，亦卻怕最後回歸你。合時都知道拋開一切是諷刺，情緒脈搏延遲，來讓我在最後流淚當閒事，大概平淡意思都但最後還是你沒意願再共我相處，寧願將乏味情感盡量填補，待我的高處已到，同伴卻於中間跌倒，如物質或是情感亦是指數，怎麼天空也摘到的快樂找不到，都知道與個空是連不切，情緒脈搏行言，帶淚離別已。 還是你沒意願接受我好意？明白幸運場面上代條，待我的高處已達到，同伴卻於中間跌倒，如物質或是情感，亦是指數。怎麼天空也摘到，但基本的卻未爭到，運場面上未等到，人間已望到，公與利哪裏會較易得到？難道這幸運場面暫定輸數？怎麼天空也摘到，但心底的快樂找不到。彩色燈光已望到，可惜終身快樂不到。
在山坡，綠野未算粗，遇着個處女，慢慢來強暴，行埋入身邊，發出哀號，我綠野又盡，翻開啲包皮，細菌滿布，打飛機英雄，叫雞沒停步。獻上了性命，前個是命途，換個碌奔做，會變得更粗。一生性病，跑遭煎熬，色魔代價高，終於切此生釘牌，認真無厘頭。肉在山坡，綠野未算粗，遇着你燦爛來強暴，行埋入山邊，發出哀號，我綠野又再進步，快啲包皮，細菌滿布，打飛機叫雞沒停步，要上了性命。前個是命途，換個碌奔做，會變得更粗。一生性病，跑遭煎熬，色魔代價高，終於切實於心釘牌，認真無厘頭。一生稱英雄，永不信命數，唱穿過東洋，整翻落細佬，切我與再做，再蒲，讓我碌奔走，個跑。
So I am pleased to inform everyone that Seattle has been liberated. The Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, otherwise known as CHAZ, I think they switched their name to CHOP, but I'm told they went back to CHAZ, was a failed 4-week Democrat experiment by the radical left, and the results are in. Anarchy is anti-American. Law and order is essential. Our streets will be secured. While the Democrat mayor of Seattle proclaimed that CHAZ was of love, in fact, it was not. And other failed Democrat politicians also remained passive or even silent in the face of anarchy. But while that happened, President Trump set the tone. Law and order must prevail to preserve peace in our streets. The president is not the Democrat governor of the state of Washington. The president is not the Democrat mayor of Seattle. But nevertheless, the president must lead by example and be prepared to act in the face of failed Democrat leadership, which is what we saw in Democrat Seattle and Democrat Wisconsin. President Trump has always stood on law and order, and we are pleased to report that law and order has prevailed and Seattle has been liberated from the anarchist. In President Trump's America, autonomous zones will have no sanctuary. The BAZ, B-H-A-Z, which stood for the Black House Autonomous White House, was swiftly dismantled. 100 anarchists were arrested for rioting and destruction of federal property here in D.C. I believe that number is now above 300. 4 men have been charged in federal court for attempting to tear down the statue of Andrew Jackson in Lafayette Square, and there are 200 open domestic terrorism investigations. You contrast the president's vision of law and order to that of the failed CHAZ experiment and anarchy, and here in the failed Democrat experiment that took place out in Seattle. The Seattle Times said the shooting at Seattle's CHOP protest tragically killed a 16-year-old boy, leaving a 14-year-old seriously injured. That's what happens in an autonomous zone. The police chief, Carmen Best, who did a marvelous job winding down the CHOP zone, noted that CHOP is brutal and enough is enough, and she took action. According to reports, quote, police also investigated several vehicles circling the CHOP zone with people inside carrying firearms and wearing body armor. This was no, quote, summer of love, as the Democrat mayor in Seattle said. And President Trump compelled action. He has said, take back your city, do it, I will. He has said this is not a game. These ugly anarchists must be stopped immediately, move fast. The Democrat mayor in Seattle, who was long delayed, finally gave the order to dismantle the CHAZ, and it was an admission. It was an admission that President Trump's vision is right, that anarchy is wrong, and that law and order bring peace. And with that, I'll take questions. Kristen.
Haley, thank you so much. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien said that the intelligence about the alleged Russia plot was being taken so seriously, they were alerted, and that it could impact military tactics. So how is that a hoax?
Well, as I mentioned yesterday, what happens when any intelligence comes in unverified, if there is any way that it affects American troops or allies, it is immediately communicated on the ground to ensure that troops and commanders and generals can make the best decisions, tactically speaking. So that's the way it's done. But what I would say is, at the same time, until there's a strategic decision for the president, it is not briefed up to the President of the United States. That's how intelligence works.
Or frustrated or upset about the fact that he was not in the loop on this and members of Congress were briefed and U.S. allies were briefed?
No, the president believes that and has great faith in Ambassador O'Brien and the others who made the decision that this shouldn't be risen to his. It was a career CIA officer with more than 30 years tenure who made the decision not to brief it up, and the National Security Advisor agreed with that decision. She's an excellent officer and does great work, and made the decision not to brief it up. It was the right decision to make, and at this moment, as I speak to you, it is still unverified.
And Kaylee, follow very quickly. I've heard you and Robert O'Brien and others express leaks is there outrage about what the intelligence community is investigating, which is the possibility of these Russian bounties targeting U.S. troops?
Make no mistake that this administration has acted tough on Russia, always makes the decision that's in the best interest of protecting our troops, like killing General Mani, who killed 600 American troops, maimed thousands in Baghdadi. We always act in the best interest of our troops, but this is unverified still at this very moment. John.
Kelly, why is the president calling Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate?
Well, what the president was noting is that that symbol, when you look at some of the things that have been chanted by Black lives in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon, that's not an acceptable place to paint on our streets. Look, he agrees that all Black lives matter, including that of Officer David Dorn, Patrick Underwood, 2 officers whose lives were tragically taken amid these riots. All Black lives do matter. He agrees with that sentiment. But what he doesn't agree with is an organization that chants pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon about our police officers, our valiant heroes who are out on the street protecting us each and every day.
Americans of all races have protested in all 50 states around that phrase, Black Lives Matter, and the president is here calling it a...
He's talking about the organization. I would note to you that the greater New York president has said if this country doesn't give us what we want, that we will burn down the system, and I could be early. I'd call that a pretty hateful statement.
But Kelly,
yes,
he's not
Ben.
talking about the organization in his tweet. He says
Which,
Black Lives Matter.
what's the name of the organization again?
Black Lives Matter.
There you go. You just answered my question. Go ahead, Ben.
Question on coronavirus. Earlier today, the president said, I think that at some point that's going to sort of just disappear, I hope. Is hoping that it will disappear the president's strategy at this point?
No, the president's confident that he's put together a revolutionary, first-class team that is going to brew bureaucracy and get us a vaccine. He's confident that that will lead us to a place where we won't have COVID on our hands. And in fact, there was very pleasing news today from Pfizer and BioNTech that showed positive results for their vaccines.
Fauci says that we're heading towards 100,000 cases per day. So why does the president have evidence that it would just disappear?
Well,
he distinguished between a vaccine and it just disappearing.
One thing we're aware that there are embers in the country. We're aware that there are places with and that's why Dr. Birx is on the ground and others. We're continually assessing that. But one thing I would note is just that when you test more people, you do identify more cases, and that is rapidly ongoing. We're testing more than 500,000 a day. Example, on April 6th, really the height of the pandemic, we were at 51,525 tests. One day, Thursday is the number that I have here. We conducted 637,587 tests. So when you have more than a 5-fold increase in tests, you have a greater identification of cases.
What's happening in Florida, in Texas, Arizona as embers?
I would say that we see rising cases, we see embers around the country. We always knew that would come with reopening, but those who are identifying as positive cases do tend to be younger individuals, as the vice president noted, and I think the increase of the contribution to what we're seeing. Yes.
Today, Mayor Bowser's office has communicated with the Department of Interior about the 4th of July celebration, and it's not, in her mind, in keeping with CDC guidelines, as well as DC Department of Health guidelines. The White House has said over and over again we should look to our local authorities for how we should act. Should the administration be following the local guidelines in this?
The president has said that we should follow our local authorities, so that's the decision that he encourages people to follow those authorities. The CDC guidelines, I'd also note, say recommended but not required, and we are very much looking forward to the 4th of July celebration. Yes.
Are you preparing some options for the president for retaliation against Russia should this intelligence prove to be true?
And I won't get ahead of the president on action. I also won't get ahead of the intelligence, which at this moment is unverified.
Does the president want this intelligence to be corroborated or not? Or what has he told his advisors on this front?
The president, it's unverified, it's being assessed, it's going through the same process normal intelligence would go through, but what's unfortunate is we're having this discussion because of the New York Times deciding to run with this and erroneous information about the president being briefed, which was not true, and the erroneous information that there was a conclusion when in fact there was not a conclusion. Jen?
Yeah, Kaylee, can you confirm that the CIA director and the NSA director will brief the Congressional Gang of 8 tomorrow about the Russia bounties?
Yes, that is the plan.
2 of them, anyone else that will be briefing the gang?
I'm not entirely sure who else will be in that briefing.
Does the president generally have confidence in the intelligence community's findings and conclusions about Russia?
Yes, he does have confidence, and he's many times acted on verified intelligence, and there's times he's decided that interest not to act. I'd give you the example of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, and then the example of when Iran engaged in actions and the president said it's not time to engage because shooting down an entity is not the same as losing loss of civilian lives. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate.
Shooting down a drone, excuse me. Yes.
The president has come under criticism this week for statements made that his detractors say are dog whistles to a certain segment of his base that he is trying to gin up for re-election. Those include comments like Kung Flu, our heritage, while talking about Confederate statues. And most recently, they include the video that I know you discussed in here the other day, but the video of a supporter of his using the term white power. So why hasn't the president denounced that video and called that?
The president took down that video. That deletion speaks strongly. And what I would note, the president has repeatedly condemned hate. August of 2019, in one voice, our nation must condemn racism, bigotry, and white supremacy. Their ideologies must be defeated. Hate has no place in America. In April 2019, we have no tolerance to disrupt this peace, and we condemn all hate and violence, especially in our places of worship. August 2018, I condemn all types of racism. He's repeatedly done this.
Specific video and said that that is hateful language that was used in it.
He deleted it. The deletion speaks for itself. His repeated condemnations of hate speak for themselves, and this is a president who's repeatedly condemned hate and repeatedly encouraged for us all to come together. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. Did the president meet today with Senate Republican leader McConnell about the future recovery aid package? And is there any sort of agreement on grants or stimulus payments?
Yeah, so I have no announcements with regard to his meetings, but what I would say is he did mention that in a phase 4, he would be open to direct payments on the point of unemployment insurance. One thing that he's concerned about is he does not want to see an incentive not to work, and enhanced unemployment benefits that Senator Schumer has suggested would be an incentive to work, and he wants to encourage people to get back to work. And at the same time, he's mentioned a payroll tax holiday, a big win for our workers that helps those who are on the lowest end of the payroll, would help the Americans who need it most. So those are things he's talked about for phase 4. Yes.
You used the word embers to describe the coronavirus, but yesterday another all-time record of 47,000 cases and 4-time record. Why do you use the word embers when many people would say it's more like a wildfire?
Because that is what the president has acknowledged that would happen around the country. You would see spikes across the country. He said at times you would see a fire across the country, embers, fires. But at the same time, I would note the increase in cases, or the increase in testing, 6-fold increase in testing. You identify more cases. I'd also note that Secretary Azar said that we've seen nationwide that fatalities at a 2-month different situation when those who are testing positive are younger. We have increased tests where there are surges. It's why Dr. Birx is on the ground, but we believe we are equipped to handle what we see on the horizon.
Has the president made a conscious decision to talk less about the virus? I think in his town hall with Sean Hannity, someone measured it was only 3 minutes that he discussed it. He tweets about it far.
The president is not focused on talking, he's focused on action, and his administration has taken historic action with regard to the coronavirus. We have an excess amount of PPE, surge, we have a huge amount of ventilators in the stockpile, things that could never be done, we were told, have been done under this administration, testing 1,000 a day. This president has done a historic job with regard to the virus. Louise.
Thank you. President yesterday tweeted that he's angry against China and India also. So India has banned 59 apps from China, including TikTok. How does the president knows about it, and what are his views on this?
So with regard to India and China, we're closely monitoring the situation. He is as well. Both India and China have expressed a desire to de-escalate, and we support a peaceful resolution of the current situation. And he said that China's aggressive stance along the India-China border fits with a larger pattern of Chinese aggression in other parts of the world, and these actions only confirm the true nature of the Chinese Communist Party.
TikTok, India banning the TikTok app.
No, I would just point you to what Secretary Pompeo said earlier. Yeah. Yes.
When can we expect the president to weigh in on Israel's plan to annex parts of the West Bank and the Jordan Valley? And how much does this delay perhaps have to do with the concern about setting evangelicals here in the United States, who, of course, are a really important part of the president's face in re-election.
Yeah, so I've not spoken to him about that specific issue, but he's a great supporter of Israel, and I would just leave it at that.
That there could be something this week, so I'm just wondering what the delay is, and maybe you could weigh in on, you know, there are concerns this could be the final nail in the coffin on a Palestinian state. Like, what is the president thinking about that?
So no announcements on that front, and I won't get ahead of him on anything that would happen this week or beyond. Yes.
The president has said in this room that he wants to meet the Taliban leadership. Now that world leaders are coming again, is that on the cards? Is that going to happen soon? Is there a timetable?
So again, I won't get ahead of the president on that. What the president wants is to see our troops come home from Afghanistan. He has been on the record being against keeping a sustained presence in Afghanistan. He does not believe in foreign adventurism and wars that drag on. He believes the ultimate way to securing them home.
Have the reports of the Russian bounties to Taliban fighters affected that calculus?
That's unverified intelligence that's currently being assessed. Yamish?
Hi, thanks, Taylor. The question I have is two questions. The first is, on Monday, the president went after stripping racist names on buildings. On Tuesday, he went after a rule to combat racial segregation. And then today, he said that he described the words Black Lives Matter as a symbol of hate. Why is he digging in on race in this way?
So first, I mean, you're saying that the fact that he does not want to rename our bases, if you're considering that racist, then apparently 56% of America is as well, because 56% of America is against changing the name of U.S. military bases. He believes that our young men and women who left bases overseas, many of whom lost their lives, and the last thing they saw was being on one of these military bases, that they should not be told that the base that they trained in, the last place they saw on American soil was a racist institution, and that's a proposition the vast majority of America agrees with.
Including him saying that it has been chanted in 50 states. Why is he saying that that's a symbol of hate, just this week alone in terms of race?
Well, is pigs like bacon racist? I mean, is that hateful? That is a hateful thing to say, I would argue. I would think the vast majority of America would agree with that, too. I think the vast majority of America would think it's hateful to say that we will burn down the system, and I could be speaking literally. I think the vast majority, with him yet again, that holding up a severed pig's head is unacceptable.
You're not going to engage on that. I have a second question.
I touched on that, Yamish, and I said we agree. All Black Lives Matter, but we will not stand with an organization that exhibits that kind of hate against our police officers.
What does the president have to say to military service, the families of service members who are really afraid that their loved ones might have been killed in connection to this Russia bounty? There are families already saying, we want the United States and federal government to call us and settle us up. Kristen had an interview with the father saying that just this week. What is this president's message to the military families in this country?
So that it's unverified intelligence, it's continually being assessed, and the Department of Defense has said they do not know of any Americans that have been killed in relation to this unverified intelligence that's currently being assessed.
Yes, Janelle? Thank you, Kaylee. The President has stated in the past that he will not tolerate defunding police. He said this multiple times. Considering that many Democrat-led cities have now done so, including New York City as of this morning, what does not tolerating this move look like from the president's vantage at this time?
Yeah, I mean, speaking out fervently against it, and what it means is, this executive order gives additional funding to police if they meet certain standards. We want safe policing. We want to make sure that police officers are trained to de-escalate. Elementary funding in the EO that incentivizes and rewards police departments that train their officers in de-escalation, that get rid of chokeholds except when incident of lethal force. But look, he stands firmly with America yet again on this, with 64% of opposing defunding the police. That's a huge number. 57%, according to another HuffPo YouGov poll, stand against it. Look, where America stands is here, where we're at a place of the nation are concerned that the growing criticism of America to a shortage of police officers, that will harm all Americans. It's an untenable principle, and it's unacceptable when you have people like Cortez really suggesting where the Democrat Party stands today, because taking $1 billion away from NYPD police officers wasn't enough for her. She wants to take it all away. She doesn't want police officers, and that's a really unacceptable proposition.
USMCA also, it takes effect at midnight. What immediate changes is the White House hoping to see immediately starting tomorrow? And then are there any elements of the USMCA that may be because of COVID-19?
Yeah, the USMCA today, that goes into effect. It's a huge deal. For years, for decades, NAFTA wreaked havoc on American society, closing our factories, hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs. And the USMCA is a massive win. It will create 176,000 jobs, add $68 billion to the U.S. economy. 28,000 manufacturing jobs are expected to be added, and agricultural and food exports will increase by $2.2 billion, a big win for our farm. We expect to see that start to take effect. It's a big deal, and it's a reversal of decades of failed U.S. policy with the USMCA, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, horrible trade deals that betrayed America's workers. Under President Trump, the forgotten man and woman is forgotten. Thank you, guys.
With only 30,000 dead, how can you call it a success?
今晚出去滾，今晚同女瞓，摸幾濕吻真過癮。今晚通處晚過深圳，揾女幫我吹簫濕吻，我條棍鍾意綁起個淫婦，玩玩虐待，陰毛搣晒別白褲，除掉內褲，不要將我當淫棍。我愛坐練，陰道俾我當尿壺，長期尿壺。今晚出去滾，今晚同女瞓，莫光住冇帶袋，開檔搏命銀。鍾意綁起個淫婦，玩玩虐待，陰毛搣晒變白褲，除掉內褲，不要將我當淫棍，我愛坐練尿壺，長期尿壺。 今晚出去滾，今晚同女瞓。莫光住冇帶隊，開檔搏命銀，開檔搏命銀，開檔搏命銀。
唔好害人哋啲仔女啦！好心啊，啲行徑有乜辛苦？日日打色衫，打黑色衫，我哋嘅後生仔。好心啊，啲行天生咁樣，日日爭取打交，爭取打交，又破壞香港。打傳媒，打議員，打議員，打女仔，打女仔，打死黑警，打爛呢個家園啊！死黑警又唔做嘢，讀書啊！死黑警點解我嘅唔中意？愛人嘅睇女啊！我唔得。全家仔女都喊，死黑警，我冇罪㗎，點解要搞我咧？我哋仇人黑警日日鬧事，黑警破壞香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例，黑警係我哋黑警日日鬧事。黑警破壞香港法例，香港法例，香港法例。